1. And we're live. Welcome, everyone, to episode 6 of the Prickles and Goo podcast. Hope you all are doing fantastic today. There's pizza on the way. It's going to be here in like a couple minutes. I'm going to run out in a sec, but I'll be right back. And I hope you don't mind if I eat a pizza on the podcast. It was supposed to be here like 20 minutes ago. So
yeah, this guy is messing up a little bit.
He's blowing it. I'm watching him on the tracker, and he's going this way, and then away from my apartment, and like
yeah, when he comes to the door. Oh, you have a computer, don't you? Or are you using a laptop?
Yeah.
You should bring the laptop with you and like fucking
Look at
show
this.
his face.
Okay,
Name and
you
shame.
should go this way.
Yeah.
Cross the street. Don't go here and then do a U-turn back to me. Just cross the street and then go here.
Like, yeah, man.
And then all of our viewers have now left.
Oh. Wait, seriously? That's so funny. That's really funny. Oh man.
Well, it is what it is. So what is our what's our first topic on the agenda today?
Since dude, it's been 11 months. I looked at maybe I don't know if it's been like so long, so I thought it'd be cool to like talk about new insights we have with our saviors or demons. You know, you've been doing really awesome videos, and it sounds like you're basically a figurehead of OP now. You know, once you do the guided videos of like, this is TI, this is, you know, you're not knowledgeable, man. So yeah, I thought it'd be good just to like, we can give insights, like new insights.
Okay.
About our functions and demons. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what those would be, because I have to think, okay, what's been new since November? Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. I can start maybe when what I say will trigger. So, oh shit. Let me just think. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's so embarrassing. Okay. So, for me, you know, one thing I learned is but just something I realized is it really hit me how much I try to do sleep processing for like my demons. So I'll try to, you know, in my head recite what I'm gonna blast to people, and obviously that's good. People, you should kind of prepare what you're gonna blast. But for me especially, because I'm lead sleep, I know that it's very problematic because it's a very easy way to cut down my motivation to actually do the blast. Because a lot of times I'll like kind of say it in my head, and then I'll just have no motivation to like message someone or communicate. So like I have this like, I've noticed for me when I separate that and I tell myself, dude, like, you're saying this in your head, but just remember, this isn't, you're not blasting here. Like, you're just thinking for you. So you've not done any work yet. So I have to like remind myself so that there's more of a barrier, you know. So that's been helpful in getting me to do more blast, because like it's like I'm not under this weird, it's so weird. It's hard to explain. It feels like I've done it, you know. So I have to kind of just separate that, and then I'm able to do things more because I'm like, okay, I actually need to blast. So it's like a weird psychological thing, which weirdly enough does seem to make a big difference for me.
So it's like you're sleep processing something that you're supposed to blast first.
Yeah.
And that sleep processing first cuts off the want to like blast it out.
Exactly. And it's not that everyone shouldn't. I think, for example, I've heard Shaves say, oh, you know, sometimes people that are savior blasting in their head. I think there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just just noticing your motivation after you do it. So if your motivation is still there to take action, you know, blast in your head. But for me, I know it like it does a weird thing where I feel like I've done the work, you know. And yeah, so that's been helpful, weirdly enough. I don't know.
Okay, so you've been using that. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of stuff that something that, well, I don't think that's necessarily a new discovery, but I've found that like sleep can be really draining in some circumstance. Oh, there's the pizza.
Here it is. Yeah. Nice. I'm actually gonna switch earphones, so everyone bear with me. I don't know if anyone's there. I'll hang around because I need to entertain people. Hey Jana. Yeah. I gotta think about more insights. Hey J11. I don't know who that is, but hi. Um, I can't think. Hmm. Actually, yeah, I had an awesome convo with Jana, so there's lots of insights there, but they're just not in my head. Um, I'm trying.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
back.
It's here.
Check this logo out, by the way. Isn't that badass?
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
Some SF
Have you?
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's called
Have
Zero
you?
Stress Pizza, but this pizza actually stressed me the fuck out because it took so long.
Yeah, they're lying, man. False marketing.
Like moderate amount of stress pizza. It's a really
Yeah, that's yeah, they need to rebrand.
they don't deliver your pizzas cut here. Is that a thing also in England where they just deliver it?
Uh oh no, yeah, they cut it.
They don't cut
I'm
it
pretty
here.
sure. But sometimes they don't cut it very well, so you kind of have to cut it
To
anyways.
manhandle it.
Yeah.
This thing is not very
What
sharp.
what pizza is it?
It's chicken and artichoke.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Cool. Not basic ass pepperoni.
That pepperoni's not a basic thing here. Actually, they don't do.
Oh.
They don't even. If you order pepperoni here, you get peppers.
Oh shit. Okay. That's
Just
cool.
trips you up.
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay,
I do want to come to Germany. I want to visit. I've heard it's pretty cool there.
it's
I
pretty.
heard
It's
the
pretty sweet, man.
nightlife. Sorry?
It's pretty sweet, man.
Yeah. I've heard the nightlife scene is good. It's pretty wild.
Berlin. It's. I'll tell you some things about it after the podcast. But
Sure.
it's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing I was thinking about sleep is actually. Well, let me ask you a question first. Do you find like it actually preserves energy for you?
Um, it preserves physical energy, but it doesn't preserve. It's like a different kind of energy, I feel like.
Mhm.
Um, it it I can it can be it can be very draining for my brain. It can make me feel cognitively drained, but yeah, physical energy is more or less preserved, I guess.
Okay, so even when it's a savior, it can be, which makes sense, right? I
Yeah.
mean, you're doing a lot of more mental work and sleep than any other activity, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that the energy preserving is my sleep gets triggered for the
Mhm.
sake of preserving physical energy too. Like that triggers it on. It's like, wow, that was a waste of time or that was annoying. I need to think about a better way of doing that. Or how do I get out of this situation? And I have to sit there and think, you know. And yeah, it's interesting. It is, yeah, it's a different kind of energy. It's like I don't know. It's weird because sometimes sleep processing can have knock-on effects that stops you from being able to be physically active. Like, let's say
Mhm.
you're processing something traumatic, that wipes you out emotionally, and then because your emotions are a bit fucked, it's like then it's harder to do things. So I think that's like
Yeah.
when someone sleep last, it's like there's part of the not wanting to do sleep is because it literally will stop you from doing the things in your life because you can just get so knocked off your feet and you can be so unproductive if you just keep yeah, there has to be a balance basically. You can't just be processing all the time because it takes too much out of you.
Sorry, guys, this looks so gross. I should have waited.
Oh no, it's fine, man. It's all good.
um, the thing I noticed is sleep isn't really draining unless I like have an open problem and like the problem is not getting solved. Like I'm not going anywhere. You know where you're just kind of spinning your wheels when you're doing sleep.
Yeah.
And it's like you
Yeah.
have the data that you have the potential hypothesis, and you're just spinning through those, and you're going over and over and over it again. That'll put me in
Yes.
such like a drained and depleted state. Like I'm literally nothing after. Like I'm a complete like fucking zombie after that.
Fuck. Yeah.
But if I'm making progress, then it's actually like I feel like
It's good.
yeah, I get like almost like bonus energy from it because I think there's
Yeah.
like a satisfaction that comes from
That's
it.
true. Yeah, yeah. No, no,
Like gain
yeah.
headway with it.
That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I think I spend more time spinning my wheels than doing sleep productive.
Mm.
This, yeah, for sure. Because a lot of it is like a lot of my sleep might be fueled by anxiety, which
Hmm.
I don't know if this is OP related, maybe it's single observer related, but the hallmarks of anxiety is rumination. So when
Hmm.
I'm sleep processing and it's motivated by anxiety, that's endless. But when I'm sleep processing for my TI, that's productive
Oh, I
because then
see.
like it's like there's a clear problem here, and I'm like it's like I'm attacking it. I've broken it down. It's like and it feels different, but I definitely do the more anxious sleep processing more than the productive one. And a lot of times, an issue with my sleep is like I told you today, I was juggling things this evening and I was productive,
Mhm.
but it's the wrong way to do things. My sleep feels like because it's feminine and I, it jumps around a lot. So I'll be juggling what I'm sleep processing, and that's really inefficient. Because
Mhm.
it's much better to just focus, but my mind naturally will juggle, and then I'm spinning because I'm not just sticking to one thing to process.
Mhm.
It's really annoying, but I don't know.
Okay, that's interesting.
Meditating helps a lot though. It helps me actually not do it in a bad way, I have to say.
Do you do you feel yourself spin your wheels when you're sleep processing like decider stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I would have
because
thought that area would have been like more easier to let go of or not like spin around so much, but I guess.
it's weird. It's weird, but it feels like there's more endless variations when you're dealing with a human being.
That's
Like
true. Yeah.
it just feels like to me like, oh, they could react like this, they could react like that. Is this the right thing I'm doing? It just feels like that is a never-ending loop. Until I move, until I'm in the situation, I'll be processing it. And then as soon as the situation is done, I'm moving on.
Okay.
That's one thing I think where the double deciding comes in because I think my girlfriend's a single decider and she'll feel the weights of
Hmm.
past actions, whereas and I feel so bad for her. And for me, I'm just like I'll fuck up, but I just move on. I'm just like okay, it happened. But going towards the event, I'm like I'm just it's just nonstop. Yeah. Yeah, but when I'm there, I'm like, okay, cool, this is happening. When it happens, I'm like, I just gotta move on. I don't, I'm not perfect,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same for me where I just like I guess I'm trying to resolve the negative feelings if there is like
Yeah,
a usually if you're processing it, there is some like negative stuff. Not always, but a lot
yeah,
of the time, right? I
yeah, yeah.
feel like I'm
Most of the
trying
time.
to like DI process and analyze it so that I feel better. It just
Yeah,
never works. And then it just goes round and round
yeah,
and round and it never works.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's like a way of avoiding the intense feelings, but you're not. Also, we kind of spoke about how we spoke about before how like before like an event later on in the day, like we spoke about how we just can't do anything until
Nope.
we get to that event, and that's part of it because I can't. I just feel like I'm just my brain is just at the event, and everything's just, you know what I mean? I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if I'm explaining that for the audience very well, but it's like um my mind is so consumed with what's happening later on in the day. What I'm doing now just feels like too much. Like my brain is already it's too filled with processing like, okay, shit, this thing is happening, this thing is happening, this thing is happening.
Yeah.
Like it's so dumb though because I'm not actually doing anything productive thinking about it, and I'm also not doing the things I should do now. You're just stuck in this purgatory of like
Yeah.
I'm nothing until the event happens. And then it happens and then I can think again and I'm like a
Yeah.
normal human being.
It's like
Um,
somebody's just putting a wrench in the gears for like over and over again when you're trying to do.
yeah,
Wait, this thing. Oh, I
exactly.
can't. Oh, I have to stop doing what I'm doing because I have to think about that. There's this thing later, and I can't.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's so dumb.
It is, but
But
man,
yeah,
yeah, I just
yeah,
I have to set like an alarm and just be like, okay, I'm
that's so good.
not gonna think about the thing, or I'm gonna be like,
Yeah,
well, if it's like if I have to meet somebody somewhere or whatever, I'll be like, okay, how long does it take me to get ready to travel there? Blah blah blah. I'll figure out what that time is, and then I'll put an
yeah.
alarm, and then I'll just be like, I don't have to worry about anything. The alarm will tell me when to start. You know?
Dude, that is a new insight I've had this year. Exactly that. Like using timers for me has been a hack for like blast in terms of getting started. So like
Mhm.
exactly like how you explained, like I just set the timer. I'm like, okay, cool, 10 minutes. As soon as I set the timer, my brain feels like there's guidelines. It's like it's not like
Mhm.
endless. I need to think of everything. It's like
Yeah.
shit, this is the time, the structure. It's like the sensory,
Mhm.
I kind of respect it. So it's like, okay, just do what I need to do. So yeah, timers really help me too. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's where Dr. K had a video about that actually, about like that kind of same topic. Did you watch it?
I probably maybe I'm trying to think. I think I missed that one. Who did I must have got it from him, I guess. I don't know. Oh no, I think I got it from Dave. I heard Dave mention that.
Okay.
But yeah, if Dr. K mentioned it, then that's good. But he
Mhm.
mentioned it about what helps Shannon. I was like, I'm gonna try that. And then I used my phone, but then I would get distracted on my phone. So then I bought these physical kitchen timers. So
Mhm.
I just set it, and boom, yeah,
Nice.
it's good. Yeah, I wonder what people with masculine intuition do.
They just
Visualize the timer.
well, I think with I think for like Shannon for masculine intuition, it's different. I think they more lose track of time,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they have to have something to like because they'll like keep going. For me, it's the opposite. To me, I'm constantly aware of the time. Oh, it's an
interesting.
hour from now. Oh, it's 2 hours from now. Oh, it's 3 hours from now. And then I keep
Yeah,
thinking about it. But I think feminine or like, well, feminine sensory just tends to be like, oh shit, I have to do that thing. Oh, let me get ready.
yeah,
Whereas for
yeah,
me, it's not really the case. I think I tend to obsess about the time.
yeah.
So if I
Interesting.
set a timer, then I don't
Yeah,
have to obsess because I have a timer that's going to tell me when to obsess about it.
yeah. No, that's cool. I'm like in the middle where I respect time. I obsess about it, but it's not in my head. It has to be. I have to make it obvious to me
Mm-hmm.
because I'm kind of in intuition land, so I kind of forget about it. But when it's there, I'm like, okay, this is God. Like, fuck everything else. Like, you know. But yeah, I have to put it in front of me. That's interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to like create some drinking scenario for. Oh, I guess
Oh yeah.
we just drink freely. I don't know.
Maybe do we need a timer? Maybe
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
you could do
Timers
that.
is, yeah,
Actually,
we really could.
let me get my phone.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
J11 asks, how often do you see other NITI? I don't know. I guess that's to both of us. I don't know.
Should we do every 10 minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do five. Let's do five. Or
You're not
is that
fucking
too
around. All right.
much? Is that too much? I don't.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm
No.
happy you said that.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay.
This is gonna be my last piece. Sorry, y'all, for the one person that's watching. Oh, so what was the
Okay.
question? How often do you see other
NITI, I
like?
guess, around in life in existing.
That would be
Um.
my guess.
Yeah. Yeah. You can go first.
I had never.
Yeah.
I rarely ever see someone that comes off in ITI.
Right.
I would
Yeah.
peg them as that. Probably
Yeah.
because they're not out and about that often. I would guess.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's definitely a thing because they're probably clustered somewhere, right? And
mhm.
I personally I don't really come across them, but I'm trying to think. A lot of my type twins. So there's Chris Sims, Garrett, Joyce, um, um, Joyce is different modalities just for everyone. for the one person watching. Joyce is double feminine. And then there's Alexander and Zachary. So at least four of those people were all in like psychology slash science fields, like psychology, biology type fields. Because Garrett did cognitive sciences, I did neuroscience, and then psychology. Chris did psychology, and then Joyce did is in human resources, which is psychology with business in mind, and then Alexander did biology, and now he's in recruitment, which is also basically what I'm doing because I'm doing business psychology. So maybe they're just all in class doing psychology or something. I don't know. I don't know. I just
That would
know
make
they.
sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's probably where you'll find them. Probably won't find them
yeah,
at a bar or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think. And then Dave said, when I got typed, Dave said, "Oh, his best friend is my type, and he's a like a head like clinical psychologist, at a hospital,
Oh wait, yeah, hasn't he mentioned him
something like
before?
that.
I feel like it sounds familiar.
Perhaps, yeah, it
It's
may
weird
have.
that that's his best friend. Because it seems
Yeah,
like he shits on that type more than anyone.
yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Like, it sounds like we're annoying, or like our sleep, like our quadra sleep,
Yeah.
seems annoying,
Yeah,
which
or
makes
TI and I
sense.
as well. Yeah. I think his dad is TI and I's
Ti
daughter.
and I,
Maybe there's
we,
some
yeah, we made a comment about that before. We were like, maybe it just comes from conflict with dad, but
good.
which is plausible, in psychology, a lot of the things we project into the world comes from childhood experiences. It's normal.
Makes sense.
Um, but I think I can't see why our sleep. This is just so OE. We're just kind of just talking.
Mm.
I can't see why our sleep would be really annoying for people because we're so. Because I find when I'm arguing with people, I'm emotionally detached from it. So like sometimes I'm like it's really hard to explain. I'm arguing from a position that makes it hard for people to relate to. So they'll say things and I'll reject it. And I think it can be really frustrating because then to them, they'll feel like I'm just being difficult for no reason. But I'm
Hmm.
so detached from the situation. I'm trying to look at it as logically as possible that it just seems like I'm almost just being annoying on purpose. Like it, because it's
Do you
so
feel like
weird.
when you explain why you've rejected the thing that it comes out to in T, and then they're not able to really understand that either, and then they feel like you're just bullshitting, or
Hmm. Hmm. Let me think about that. I don't know if I explain myself well enough to help them understand. That might be my problem because the blast last. And
because
also
sometimes
like,
it's like that where I've seen like a lot of ENTP like debate stuff, and they get super like meta with the shit they're saying. I'm like, yo, what the hell does all this mean? Like, and they'll use like a term, and then you ask them to explain the term, and it'll be like some weird analogy, and it's like, no, just tell me
yeah,
what it means. Like, don't
I
use more weird terms that nobody else knows. That I don't even think they know what they actually mean.
yeah,
And then it just gets like, it's like, oh, like I
it
watched this debate the other day. It
100%.
was rational. Do you know Rational Typology? That channel?
The name rings a bell.
It's a like two. It's an INTJ and INFJ, and they have like their own. It's time for a shot.
Hey,
All right, everyone, we're drinking sake tonight. So if you are 21 or older, or if you're 18 and older in Europe, no, maybe it's 16. Then have a shot with us.
yeah.
If you have something,
I'll just do a shot.
I
Dude,
don't even know
100%.
why. Actually, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Delicious.
Dude, I think one sec. I think my FE's got better because before, like 3 times in a row, I would just drink this shot straight away. But now, I'm
You're actually
engaged.
waiting, man. Wow,
Actually
that's
waiting.
progress, man.
I'm out of my head. Yeah. But
Amazing.
I absolutely know what you mean about I think it's the SI, because I'm not like that. I because you know how Dave and Chan have said NISE is like the dumb axis, like the monkey
Monkey
axis.
axis, right?
The you know we're kind of dumb, but I think the benefit is I'll use language that's accessible. That's like super simple, and
Yeah.
I like using examples rather than I'll be talking and I'm like, this is way too complicated. And I'll just use a sensory example everyone knows. I'll be like, it's like this.
Yeah.
And then I think people do understand, but they'll just feel like it's like the way I reject things, it makes me seem very pedantic. So it's like
Okay.
more my like rejection because I get very like, no, no, it's not quite that. It's it's a bit
Mhm.
different. No,
Yeah.
you missed this,
I
you
can
know?
feel myself doing that too with TI. Sometimes it like I'll get into an argument. I realize like I'm not even like arguing a position anymore. I'm just figuring out how they're wrong. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? You're just picking
yeah.
things out. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
And it's like
yeah,
I don't even know what my position is anymore, or I don't even care. I just have to know you have to be wrong.
yeah. And
It's kind
and
of
and that you might relate to this, but I become more like that when I notice they're arguing from a intellectually dishonest place. So if they're
yeah.
arguing from
Or if
like
it's getting
an
heated, yeah.
emotional place, like I don't want to say like TEFI does this, but it's just like sometimes someone is trying to force their way to be right. They're like manipulating the logic.
Yeah.
Then I get triggered because I'm like, oh, you're not trying to get to the truth of it. You're just trying to defend something you care about. So then I'm
Yeah.
like, then now I'm just trying to watch where their logic falls apart, so I can be like, no, that wasn't because I'm like this isn't fruitful anymore because we're not actually it's not honest.
Yeah.
You just care about this thing, so you're just trying to push it to convince me.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's the same with me where it's like um once it gets to where they're like it gets heated, or maybe heated's not the right word, but where like yeah, they're trying to push something on you, then like the TI sword comes out. If it's just like a discussion, then I'm not being pedantic at all. And even if
Yeah,
like if they put an
absolutely.
argument out there, usually like I try to more steel man it where I'm trying to like, okay, try to think of it in the best possible way. And then
Yeah,
if I don't have a response, I say, yeah, it could be, But
yeah,
like the other way, it's like I'll find one little thing where I go, oh, what about that? And and
yeah,
then it becomes kind of like a battle almost
yeah,
when it becomes an argument. If it's a discussion, then even if I feel like they're wrong and it's still a discussion thing, I won't say it. I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah,
absolutely.
see
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing with us having feminine and I. It's like I'm not sure if I believe that, but like I can imagine the feminine and I allows me just to like imagine it in a way where I'm just like, okay, I can go with that. I'll go with whatever you're saying. But yeah, man, every time we do this video, it's really cool because it's like it's almost like a mini therapy session. Like we just kind of vent our emotions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. And then it's funny because it always seems to be the same on both sides. Like
Yeah,
I feel this way when this happened. And it's like, oh, it's the same for me. It's like, okay, well, good. It's the same for other people too. That's
yeah, 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 absolutely. And I think that's how FE works really. You just want to hear like that validation. Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm. Should we
yeah. And
move
actually,
on?
going back to
Yeah.
the, sorry, go ahead.
No, no, you go ahead.
Going back to the sleep thing, this popped in my head. You know how we were talking about how sleep, when it's decider issues, or at least for my part, I just keep going round and round in circles to gotta get rid of
Mm-hmm.
the unresolved emotions there. Actually, what's been the key to that is always it's been blast somehow. It's like it's never an internal thing that solves it, which sucks because I don't want to externalize that
Absolutely.
shit at all. But it's like
Yeah.
either I talk to the person, or I talk to someone else about it, or I just talk to somebody in general, and then like it's a lot
Yeah.
better. But sleep actually has never one time helped with the situation ever. But
Yeah.
somehow I always run to that where it's like, well, let me just analyze this to
Yes.
where the situation's not that bad, or whatever, and just yeah, it never
Dude,
works.
absolutely. It's like sleep is a good tool, but it's like yeah, it's like using it for the wrong job.
So I
It's
wonder
like
if it's the wrong
yeah.
job for us. For FI, is it the right job? Is that how they have to do it?
Yeah, maybe.
That
You know,
would be
maybe.
so nice and convenient if I could just like go into my head and resolve emotional issues. That'd be
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure.
great. Yeah.
Like that's what we want, right? But
Yeah.
it just doesn't. We have to resolve the emotions in a messy way, and it's
Mhm.
like it's the worst. It doesn't have to be messy, but it has to be in the action. You know, you just kind of. To be fair, one way that's helped me that isn't like action, like talking, is what you taught me how to do the emotional meditation like couple of years ago.
Oh
And
yeah. Yeah.
you were just kind of like you were telling me how, especially when you're fragmented, you have to kind of sit with that, allow yourself to go into it, question it, to like follow it all the way down. And that was really cool. That was really cool. That was like I'd been meditating, and I did notice it was good for my emotions, but that was such a focus on emotions that I was like, wow, this is really good. So yeah. So I guess
Oh, that's cool.
meditation is a different way.
Yeah, like, and I'm so feminine demon, and I forgot to even do that myself, even though I told other people to do.
I
But
do that all
actually,
the
yeah, it
time.
does. Like, it helps. Well, it's like well, the one that I do is just like it's not even you're not even thinking, right? You're just completely just enraptured in
No,
the feeling, and then
yeah.
kind of like it dissipates when you there's I don't know there's some weird like I can't even like when you meditate like for a long time you get like these actions that you can do that aren't in the thinking realm. There are like certain levers you can pull, certain things. There's like a certain inner technique that you
Yeah.
develop
Yeah.
that is not
Yeah.
has nothing to do with thoughts or physical
It's
movement or anything. It's just something that
absolutely
you do.
yeah. It's like a
And there's
weird
one
pocket.
feelings that will work in some situations, but not all. But I've totally forgot that tech. Even though it was like a big life discovery, I forgot I even did it. And now
Yeah.
it's like,
It's
oh yeah, I should do that more often.
Dude, I do that all the time, man.
Really?
It's no worries. Like I'll figure shit out, and it feels like because of the feminine and I always have to reinvent the wheel. And the good thing is with us, we end up with a lot of different techniques
Mm-hmm.
because we keep forgetting the old ones. But um, it's something that, like what you just said about how you're developing like almost like a
Mm-hmm.
different perception of yourself. I I'll naturally do that emotional awareness without doing it the complete way where you lay down, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like that meditation becomes almost natural. So you're probably doing it even just in a natural way without like formally sitting down, I guess. You know,
Yeah. I started to get to that
it's
point. I was doing it a lot, and then I would feel like emotions and things like that when I was just walking around. And it got to where I could kind of do the meditation while walking. It wasn't like
yeah,
as effective, and I couldn't always do it, but it was like
yeah,
getting to where something was developing somehow,
same,
which is
yeah,
really cool. You can develop these like it's almost like playing a video game and you get like a new skill that pops up on your screen that you can start using, and you're just like,
yeah,
oh, where did this come from?
yeah,
Funny, the
yeah,
interesting thing happened today actually with do you know the Trataka meditation
yeah.
that Dr. K?
Focus one, is it the
Yeah, yeah,
focus one?
the
Yeah,
third
yeah,
eye one or whatever.
yeah,
Doing that one today, and like I've only been doing it for like a month maybe. I was kind of wondering, okay, is this going to do anything? Maybe something comes out, and today I did it, and so you stare at there's this like kaleidoscope looking thing, right? You remember that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Look
gotta
off it.
look at the pattern. Yeah,
Yeah, and then you close your eyes, and you have the
yeah.
aftermath of it,
You have to
right? But
hold
mine
it.
would always disappear like super fast, and I was like, okay, is it supposed to stay around longer, or what am I supposed to
Yeah,
do anything, or did I sit here? And today I did this thing where I looked straight into it. So there was the image, but I was just looking at the image totally when my eyes were
yeah,
closed. But now I look
yeah,
straight into there's a little hole in the middle.
yeah.
And if you look straight into it, there's this weird sort of feeling that you get. It's like,
Whoa, that's
so,
oh wow.
so it was, yeah. And then so when I did that, I looked straight into the void there. And then it blew up in my like field of vision to
Yo,
where it like was completely over my mind's eye, and it kind of scared me a bit. Like, what the fuck?
yo,
And
that's how.
and I felt this feeling of like, when you're on like a roller coaster and it like
Yes, yeah,
drops and
yeah,
like
yeah,
your
yeah,
heart like gets pulled out of your. It felt like
yeah.
that. I'm like, okay, what am I looking at here? What is this little like hole that I'm looking into? I feel like it's whenever I look directly at it, there's some kind of like
Does it feel infinite? Like I know that sounds really weird, but
it feels like
I've had that feeling, not with the vision, but with the same feeling.
it feels like I don't know, like a weird like as if somebody's pressing on my chest, kind of like it feels like it's
Whoa, okay, that's
touching something,
different.
like it's
That's
touching like something
interesting.
like vulnerable somehow.
Wow. Okay, that's a little different. That's really cool, bro. That because I haven't I've done Chatika when he would show it on stream, and I did it like
Mhm,
a few times, but I didn't stay consistent. And I found different meditations were kind of having different effects, but that is cool because I've had physical effects and I've had like internal effects, but I've never
mhm.
had them together. And so
Okay,
that's really cool.
okay.
Damn. I've had the feeling of like I'm in a roller coaster when I'm meditating,
Mhm,
but it feels like someone just threw me into space. Like it feels like there's something I'm looking at that's so big that it's scary. Do you know what I
mhm.
mean? Like it's like looking at like a mountain.
It kind of felt like that a little bit. Like it felt
Yeah,
like I was looking into something that
it's just
was
over
like,
a bit overwhelming almost. Like
yeah,
just
it
like
felt overwhelming. Yeah, somehow
yeah. And it's so
gazing
I
into
just
the abyss. I don't know.
yeah. It dude, it's the thing with meditating as well, it's like it's just fun when you have just cool experiences.
Yeah,
So
it's like you're digging around and you're exploring your own brain somehow, and you're
yeah,
finding all this stuff that like is
yeah.
actually probably very specific to you. It's like the experiences are very like custom,
Hmm.
which kind of makes you feel like, okay, am I just being delusional now? Am I just losing sense of reality, or is there like
Yeah,
really some special NF shit going on? You know, that
yeah,
isn't made up or
yeah.
my own weird perception of something.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's so weird the little gold nuggets you find in there.
It's
You know.
awesome. Yeah, dude, like I'm curious about your take on this, but when I have all these weird shit, I don't put any NF on it. I just look at it experientially. Like
Mhm.
I don't know enough about there's a lot of things we don't know about the body, about the mind, about but it's this is just cool as fuck. And there's
Yeah.
something I'm tapping into. I just wanna do it some more. I think it's good for me. I
Yeah.
just see it as that. But I'm curious if you have a take, if you have like a spiritual take. I'm just very curious because you know I
No,
have
I'm
no
like the
idea.
least spiritual type person you ever met. And like I don't even trust that there's something special there. I just feel like there's some circuit that was activated that tells me something special, and then there's
Yeah,
nothing because like it's not an experience that anyone else has said anything that I know of that said anything about. It makes me feel like I'm just like because your brain can make like anything
yeah,
seem like reality or seem special or whatever, or it
yeah,
can seem, and I feel like, well, I just if there's not some actual chemical thing like biologically that's happening, which I can't really measure anyway, and then I feel like it's just me imagining shit. Oh, I imagined I was doing
yeah.
this, and I imagined I felt this feeling, and it feels like I'm just tricking myself. That's why it's hard
Right.
for me to accept some of that stuff sometimes.
Okay. Right.
So
Right.
it's
It
like,
feels. Yeah.
so
Damn.
I don't
Feels like
know.
you're tricking yourself. That's an interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I want to have to process that.
If you think about it with like psychedelics, you see all kinds of crazy stuff and
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
kinds of thoughts. And it's just you're literally there's some molecule that's mimicking a serotonin molecule that's
Yeah.
just making your brain. It doesn't mean that you've discovered the key of the
Discovered
universe.
some.
There's some
Yeah.
spiritual being inside your brain. No, your brain is just functioning on different fuel now. So now it sees
Yeah.
different things. That's how
Yeah.
it feels
Yeah.
like to me, where it's just like,
Yeah. Me too. Me too. Like it's kind of like it's like we know that a lot of the meditative states happen because of I can't remember the specific sensory, but it's to do with carbon dioxide. It's
mhm.
because your respiratory rate when you're meditating goes so low. I think you have a high amount of CO2 in your body, and um, I don't know if you've ever done balloons, but
Oh
I've
yeah, yeah.
some of the meditative peaks I've hit really do mimic when I'm on
Oh wow,
balloons.
yeah, yeah.
So like even I'm aware like this is
Hmm.
this is a physiological thing, but part of me also thinks they could be linked, like physiology and whatever special. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I'm so much in the realm of I don't know because like it could be because I know there's 100% physiology that's
Hmm.
undeniable. Then I'm like whether there's an extra layer or not, I don't know.
Yeah,
You
and it
know,
would be hard to ever verify
yeah,
too,
yeah,
right?
it'd
It's
be
like,
hard to verify exactly. So I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna. enjoy it for whatever it is. I like balloons, so I like
Yeah.
I
I
like
think your mind goes off like further out there than mine does when you meditate. Like the stuff you told me, it's like, man, I wish mine did that. I don't usually mine is just completely blank. There's just a void there. That's nothing. Like I don't go into space or see this or that or anything. It's just like
But the one, what
nothing.
you just told me was that is the best. I haven't had anything
So
as good
that
as that.
so I've had
That's
like
fucking
five
cool.
things that are like that ever, and I've been meditating for like 10 years, and like only like five times is something like so. Like it's very rare for me
Yeah,
to have something cool like that happen, which
cool
is
like that.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's yeah. Even for me, I've had one time where I had intense visuals, like I thought I was tripping, but this was when I was 18 and I'm 25. So it's like
Okay.
I haven't had that since.
Hmm.
So same with you, it's like and once in a while I'll have an amazing experience, but it doesn't happen because it's the trap. I think Dr. K has mentioned it because
Oh yeah,
once you have
you
a
can't
cool
force it.
experience, you have the standard in your head, and then it's like you have to kind of not care to get back to
Mhm.
it. It's a weird, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Well,
weird
eventually
thing.
you won't care because eventually it'll
Yeah,
happen time and time again that it doesn't happen again. Then you realize, oh, I'm not in control if this happens or not. Okay, well then if
yeah,
it happens, because you're not meditating for those moments anyway. Well, I mean, you like
yeah,
when those moments happen, but there's probably another reason why you're doing it other than that. If you're doing it for those moments, you probably won't get many of them. If you're seeking them out,
exactly,
then they don't come so much. Your
absolutely,
brain's
yeah.
not in a place where it can receive them. I think.
It exactly. That's it. It's the trap.
Shot time.
It's. Hey, yeah.
Hey.
What's up? What's up, Dion?
Oh yeah, let's
Uh,
say hi to some people.
I kind of wish he was on.
Hey Jana, how's it going? Are you still here? It's been like dude, it's already been 40 minutes.
Yeah, man. We haven't hung out in
Up
so long.
J11,
So I think we're just like catching up because I've been
up
so
Dion.
busy and stuff.
That's true. It is kind of a catch up session for sure, which
Yeah,
is
it's really cool though.
okay. Setting the timer again. Okay, ready? Cheers.
Cheers.
So I set it to 7.5 minutes because actually 5 might be a bit actually a bit much.
Yeah.
Unless we're taking
So,
smaller drinks.
hmm.
Give us that CS old man sage like advice. Yeah, give us some
Yeah. Meditating is
SC
cool.
actually. There's SC advice.
Yeah. I think what's your favorite meditation? I guess
uh,
now definitely Tratica.
um,
But I don't know.
the favorite or the easiest is open monitoring for me. When I'm not
Oh,
like
yeah.
when you're
Interesting.
just like, how do you describe that meditation? You're not really doing anything.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
just there, and then whatever comes comes. That to me is the
Yeah.
easiest, and I like that the most. But the most
It,
effective is definitely meta for me, which is like
is
totally
that
in
is
that
that the
zone.
heart one? The love one? Or am I
That's
getting
yeah,
mixed
that's the
up?
one where you conjure a feeling of like
Yeah.
the one I do is maybe it's a bit different, but like you conjure a feeling of you relive some memory that made you really happy, and you remember that feeling,
Interesting.
and you kind of foster that in yourself,
Yeah, yeah.
and you spread it to other people by thinking about your friends and all that stuff,
Oh, damn.
and the whole like may you be well, may you be in peace. But the one I do
Yeah.
doesn't have a stupid mantra shit in it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
feeling
yeah,
stuff, but
yeah.
that tends to like that has a major effect on me.
No,
Um,
yeah, that's cool. That's
but it's
I
super
haven't
hard
done
though.
that
That's the
one.
hardest one, but it's the
Oh,
best.
okay.
But it
Yeah.
has an interesting effect where it makes my dreams a lot better too. Like if I
Oh,
do it
shit.
before bed, there's a major effect on my dreams every time. If I do it before bed, there's an effect. So like typically my dreams are pretty like just kind of they're never nightmares, but they're just kind of like
Erratic or
usually
just
just like really tiny decider drama that's just mildly uncomfortable, and that's my
yeah,
dream.
yeah.
And then if I do this, then it's actually positive. So it's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's actually really interesting to hear because I never have decider issues in my dreams. I just have chaos and control issues.
oh, okay.
That's
I have
funny.
some of that too. Like I have one
Yeah.
where I am in school again and I just completely fuck off, and then like half a semester's passed. I'm like, oh, I haven't done anything in this class. Like for some reason, which didn't actually happen in real life, so I don't
Yeah.
know why I completely
Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine maybe this is I don't my brain I don't know if I'm good at dream analysis, but I like doing it. Maybe
Mhm.
it's like work stress and you felt like you're not catching up with work
Yeah. It could be. Yeah. Yeah. It just has
Yeah,
it. It's like it's pointing to the same NI of like being stressed out about not doing something, but just the
yeah,
most easily associated thing is school.
yeah,
Kind of makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I relate. Like school was, yeah. I had wait, what was I gonna say?
Well, you have to answer the
Um,
question too, but if you have
yeah,
something,
yeah, yeah. So I was gonna say I need to do the metta meditation. That sounds really interesting. I haven't done that one. And the open monitoring one, I think that's the most badass one because that's like
Mhm.
it's like pure. It's like Zen. It's
Yeah.
like that's what it to me. It's the coolest one. If on the SEFE spectrum, that one's on the top, but
Mhm.
it doesn't work for me. I wish it did. It doesn't work for me.
So
Like
what do you mean that it doesn't work? Like,
it doesn't work for me in the sense of I'm because there's like levels of how deep you're sinking into the meditative state. And when you're having these cool experiences and stuff like that, and seeing shit and having these crazy emotions, that's like a high, that's like a very deep meditative state. But I can enter semi-deep meditative states where my mind is clearer, and I don't get there with that one. It's like less, it's
yeah,
more inefficient. I think Dr. K talks about a cognitive fingerprint where he's like, some might be more efficient for you. So yeah, it's less effective in my outcome. Um,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Like that's the one that
it's weird.
I don't think it's supposed to. Like for me, I just like
Ah, okay.
because that's the one I do primarily and do most, and I usually don't get like really crazy stuff. But
Ah,
like for
okay.
me, it's just like it's more like that's more like an
I don't know.
exercise than anything because I know
Yeah,
it's gonna make it to where like I'm just generally more aware of like what's going on, whether it's internally or outside me,
I'm
you know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I've
I'm just
noticed like
avoiding the SE.
with doing that for a long time, you get to where you're a lot more comfortable with the environment and the way you react to it's different. So
Yeah,
like an example would be like I had this thing really bad where like something would grab my attention and then I would only focus on that. I'd have like what you call these attentional blinks. You've like heard of those?
yeah,
You focus something grabs your attention so much you all these other things you
yeah,
should be focusing on disappear.
yeah.
And I noticed
That
those have went
happens a
away
lot.
after doing this meditation for a long time. Like if
Mm,
I'm crossing the street and then something catches my eye next to me, that would then like distract me from the cars that are coming. Maybe I look one way and something catches my eye. I've noticed that doesn't do that anymore. Like
yeah.
if something will like catch my eye on the right, immediately my mind's going, you're focusing on the left too much. You have to focus on here.
Whoa, shit, dude. Oh, dude, I'm having such a big insight. So, what I'm interpreting here is this open monitoring one. The reason why I was basically going for the big NI of like, oh, I want that hit of like something special.
Yeah, yeah. I
Whereas
don't think
it'd
I'd be
probably
after this.
be better for me to do this. Like, so I think I need this. This will make
This
me
is
more
all like
grounded,
SE stuff. I think it's more like being aware of the sensory
right? So I'm literally,
environment thing.
yeah, right?
Yeah.
So I should be doing that. So like, yeah, no, thanks for explaining that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no
get to
problem.
that.
It has like some other cool like benefits too. Like I noticed that like if I'm in a situation where like even if my emotions are gonna distract me, like if I feel like something went wrong and you feel that like rush of just like burning emotion, like, oh, I fucked up. But like another little like gear will start spinning in
Yeah,
your brain that says, oh, this feeling's going out of crazy. Okay, relax.
yeah, that's
And so every time
wow.
there's a spark, there's an
Yeah,
immediate
that's good.
counter to that that says relax. So I don't
Yeah,
ever get like swept up into like crazy emotions or whatever because there's always some other program that's
dude,
monitoring that. It's like, Dave, you're starting to
yeah,
freak out. Chill out.
yeah,
And that'll
dude,
happen
like,
immediately as
yeah,
I feel any sort of tension. Even if I like drop a drink
dude,
on the floor, I'm like, oh fuck,
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
intense. Okay, relax. And I
That's
feel like
so
this
good.
meditation will do that where you're not going to get sucked into anything. You're
Yeah,
always
yeah.
going to be,
Oh my God,
you know?
that's so cool. I literally call because when you were talking about how you're building like a special sense, a special part of yourself when you meditate. I feel like that person is part of it. Like you're building this person who I call it the supercomputer. It's this like oh
You're building the
shit.
supercomputer. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's this
Building
like
your
voice.
character.
Yeah, it's this voice that is like it's like a special voice. It's like your higher self that can what you described. It will
Mhm.
just see the situation
Yeah.
like
It's like you're
dude,
updating
like
your software and you're coming up with more complex and sophisticated algorithms in your brain. So
yes,
like it's
yeah, yeah. Dude, it's so cool though. It's the most fascinating thing because it feels I can it almost feels like I have my normal monologue, but when that voice is talking, it's like a very distinct. I know it's completely different from my normal automatic program. It's like a special. It has
yeah.
a different smell. It's like a different taste. It's just yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
really
think
cool.
maybe this one would be actually really good for you because it'll you also catch yourself sleeping too. You'll catch yourself
Yeah.
going into like
Oh my
sleeping.
God.
You'll have something that'll
Yeah.
remind you, hey, you don't need to be sleeping now before you get sucked into it because you're not
Yeah,
monitoring.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Did you say you do? Oh, we can do the
Oh
shot
yeah,
before
sure.
I
Yeah. Cheers.
ask. When I do that. Cheers.
So for me, this meditation's been helpful, but it's probably not the one like I should be doing. The FE meta is probably the one, but then the other one is for me. I was diagnosed with ADD a long
Hmm.
time ago.
Yeah.
But for me, I need like the focus
Focus.
meditation,
Yeah.
not the
Yeah. Yeah.
awareness meditation, because there's like
Not
two
the
different.
awareness.
Yeah, yeah. Either
Yeah,
you're
it's two
focusing or
axes.
you're
Yeah.
open, right?
Yeah.
So
I
the open
love.
one is not so hard for me, even though I did have a lot
Right.
of benefits. But so the
Yeah.
Tradica one's supposed to be for the focus thing. I feel like that
Yeah.
will help me stay on one thing for
Yeah.
more than a
No,
couple
that's
seconds.
yeah. No, that's yeah. Yeah. No, no. Because I remember Dr. K. Yeah, he did a video. He explained the axes of
Hmm.
like
Yeah.
and he said that one's good for ADHD, ADD, um, and the one I like using grounding ones. So like the nostril one's good.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah. That one's yeah, interesting. Yeah.
I like using this one's kind of NF. I don't know how you'll feel about it, but I use the mala bead, so I roll it on my hand and I do a
Oh, I don't know
mantra
that one. Uh-huh. Is that for Dr.
and
K as well, or is that from
yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay.
It was a specific video. He interviewed someone,
Hmm.
so I can send you it. But it's you do a breath, and when you're breathing in and out, you say a mantra, and then
Okay.
after you breathe, you roll the mala bead. And because
Okay.
of all those steps, it's very grounding. So, and then
Okay.
I'm able to like that's yeah, that one's really good for making me like you know
So that's kind of
have
a focus meditation in a way, I guess, right? Like, because you're having
yeah.
to repeat those steps over and over again, or
But yours is more like you're actually lifting weight because you have to focus. Because of I'm using sensory stuff, it makes
Mhm.
it easier. It's like training wheels. So
Okay.
in fairness, you're doing a meditation that will help you focus outside in like real life. Whereas for me, I'm using a meditation that just makes it easier to focus in the meditation, but it won't build my focus muscles because I'm not pulling the weight. So
Okay.
you're doing it the right way.
Have you tried Tradica? How's that been for you?
I, I tried it and it was interesting. Um, and I could do it some more actually. It's one of the ones I did actually like. It did actually give me, I don't know, I felt good. Some of
Hmm.
them I'll feel good about. Some of them I'm like, oh, this is inefficient. That one
Hmm.
was a good one. I felt like I could trip balls on that one for sure. Um, once this was months ago, but what meditation was it? It was a particular meditation I was doing that I stopped, and I was
Hmm.
getting certain experiences that were actually scary, because
Oh wow.
my
Okay.
mind stuff is fine. If I'm having stuff in my head, that's all good. But
Okay.
when I'm getting physical stuff, that's when
Oh
I
yeah.
get
Then
that's when
it's
I
then
get
it's
it.
real, right? If it's
Yeah,
physical. Yeah. Yeah.
it's real.
Yeah.
I would have in the meditation, it would feel like I was getting electrocuted, like I was like having a seizure, which in the
That's
meditation
crazy.
it's fine. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, this is the meditation, this is cool. But then eventually it'd be this thing where I would stop meditating and I still have this feeling. And
Hmm.
on ecstasy where you feel like you can't stop moving, you have this energy and
No,
you
it's
like,
I'm like Jello. I don't want to move actually, but
oh,
it
to be
affects me
fair,
weirdly. Yeah.
I've heard that to be fair, you've probably done it the right way. So my friend was telling me that there's pure MDMA, and then there's the pills that most people have that's mixed with other stuff like
Oh
speed.
yeah, yeah.
So what you're
Oh yeah, I
talking
don't have
about,
the mixed ones. Yeah, maybe
yeah,
that's.
so you're doing it legit. But in my experience, it's been like, oh, I need to move, I need to da da da. Da.
Mhm.
And when I had that meditative experience, I would feel like I need to move, and it'd be like 20 minutes. I'm like, this is not stopping, and this isn't like a medical thing. I can't go to a doctor and say fix it. It's not. I just no one knows what this is, so I was like, I got to be careful here because this is not known territory. There's no one can help me if like and it's not enjoyable if I'm like, I don't know, do you know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know where this could go because this isn't medical. I,
Yeah, there's like,
I don't know
and
what to say. Yeah.
you're kind of in like, yeah, like what the
What
fuck
do
do
I
you
say?
do about that? Because it's not
Yeah,
an
because
actual thing.
the
It's something
thing,
you're
yeah,
experiencing, you're
it's just a
take that
random,
to a doctor, be like, hey, I feel like I'm being electrocuted from this
it's like,
meditation. Like, do you want a
uh,
sedative? Like,
yeah, yeah. To be fair, that probably worked. To be fair, but what tripped me out is also like when I go to bed, I'll just
mhm.
go to bed, and then it would hit me. Like I'm like shit. I'm like, this is not good.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not.
dude, like, you can't even
I
who do you ask about that too? Like, how do you even
exactly. You're
because you
kind
don't
of
know, like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Should I keep exploring this? Or like,
ex exactly, yeah. So I was like, I'm just gonna stop
yeah,
that I'm gonna stop meditating in general for a little bit,
have
and that particular one, I'm
need a
gonna chill
guru.
out. Yeah, that's exactly it. I was like, I need someone that
Like,
understands it, but there's
oddly
no one.
enough, there's been like quite a few like realization uh um so like situations where people got enlightened and they always explained it as some really crazy physical phenomenon. Like I don't know if you know Yuji Krishnamurti, but he had this whole thing for like an entire day. He was just in pain and all this stuff, and then at the end of that, it like popped for him, and then he was enlightened after that. So I don't know.
Hey,
Maybe it is a good thing, but you probably base it on just that. I think it's a pretty loose connection there. But yeah, we need a guru. I asked that guy. He's like, no, I feel like I'm being electrocuted when I
yeah, just
meditate sometimes when I go to bed.
it's
Should
so
I stop? Yeah.
yeah, it's so weird. I mean, I'm just thinking like if I was in pain all day, I would probably stop whatever I was doing. It's crazy
Mhm.
that he just kind of went with it. Or do you mean he just had the pain happen? He wasn't like meditating
Yeah. No, it wasn't
ongoing,
like. I mean, he might have
ongoing.
meditated. It was just. I think the
It just
culmination of his search
oh
for
man.
enlightenment. It kind of
Yeah,
it all hit him on that day. I think
that's
that
crazy.
there was like physical repercussions from that, and
Yeah,
so like
yeah.
it all just
Wow, that's crazy.
yeah.
I have a question for you. Do you want to be enlightened? Whatever that is. I just see it as a physiological state, not like an actual.
Yeah. I
But
don't
do you
know.
want
I don't know. I don't really ask myself that question because for
yeah.
one, I can't. It could happen, but like I can't.
You can't yeah,
You
it
know what I
doesn't
mean?
yeah.
So I don't
Yeah,
even.
it
I
doesn't
mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know what it's like. I'm sure. Well, it's supposed to be great, or it's probably. I guess it's not like anything because for
It's
it to be
yeah,
like
exactly.
you have to be something, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
I have no idea
exactly.
if I want that or not.
Yeah, I I thought I did because I thought, oh, it'd be, but in a kind of, it'd be cool. And
Mhm.
then I realized, actually, I don't really want to. I'm gonna use this path to for other things. If I don't really care. And then when I decided that, I noticed it was easier for me to meditate more. But the thing is, I still don't. It's like, you know,
Yeah. It's like there's no
yeah,
point in seeking it anyway. If you seek it,
yeah,
you get farther away from it. And then if you stop seeking it in order to get closer to it, that's also seeking it. So that also puts so there's just nothing you can do. We just gotta
yeah.
want to meditate, meditate. If you don't want to meditate, don't. But you can't like
That
you
yeah.
can't really
It's
do
it's
anything.
yeah, yeah, it's really funny because you can't you know because of that realization when you hit like a state where you're like feeling good and kind of in a meditative state, the
Mhm.
whole joke about oh when you get enlightened you laugh, like I'll laugh, it's because of those type of realizations. Like I'll be like, oh wow, I just gave up and then I got it, and then I'll laugh because of the ridiculousness
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it. you
if
know.
there's a laugh involved, it has to be the most simplest fucking thing ever. It's like,
Yeah,
really? That's it?
yeah,
Like, oh my god.
yeah, yeah. Nah, it's so
Yeah.
cool. I think when I started meditating, like 18, 19, I first was like into it because of the interesting effects. I was like, I wanted something deeper. I was like into the ego because when I was 16, I got into Eckhart Tolle. My brother just
Oh
showed
yeah.
me. So I
Hmm.
was like, oh, this world of the ego. So then I listened to Alan Watts. I was like, I gotta meditate. And I was doing that for those effects. And then as I got older, I started doing meditation for mental health, and it works for mental health. Like that's the awesome thing. Exercise and meditating are like
Hmm.
the best things for like all across the board. And then now I just do it for like fun. It
Hmm.
feels like I just want to see what happens. I want to experience this extra voice in my head that's like a higher self. Like he seems kind of cool. I want to hear him some more. It just feels like you shift your experience of reality and you're like, this is just cool. This is interesting.
Yeah. It's like
So,
exploration or relaxation, or like I think once you do it after a while, it becomes a thing that you just like. It becomes more enjoyable and just easier to do. Like, because a lot of people
yeah,
talk about
exactly.
meditation, they're like, "Oh, I hate meditate," or "I'm no good at it," or whatever. It's like,
Yeah, yeah.
wait, you're not doing anything. What do you mean you're not good at it? Like, you're just sitting there. You're like, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Like, you're not.
It's the
So I don't know. Yeah,
expectations of like what they
it's the
think is
expectation.
good.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, yeah. It's true. Like,
Dun, dun, dun. Time
yeah.
for another shot.
And I've been there, so I know what they mean.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to tell them for them to, you know what I mean? I don't know what to
What I
say
tell them
to.
is this. So it's like, think of it like this. You're like, think of it as like a workout. Like you wouldn't stop doing like deadlifts in the gym because oh, I'm no good at deadlifts or, blah, blah, it's this and that. Like, no, like a deadlift is just supposed to like make you stronger, right? Like there's
Yeah,
no being good at a deadlift.
it's
It's
no
just
good.
an
Yeah, yeah. You
exercise,
just
right? So
yeah,
it's like
yeah.
every time you're meditating
You're
and every time you
exercising.
realize, oh, I'm sucked into my thinking and you redirect it, that's one push up there. Like,
Yeah, lifting. Yeah,
so don't think about, how many push-ups I did. No, the fact that you did a push-up is enough. Like, just think of it that way. So that's why I try
yeah,
to.
yeah.
But
That's good.
I
That's
still think it's still not effective. People are actually super resistant to it, and I think it's because it's been so saturated. Everyone's like, "You should meditate. You should meditate. This person, you should
yeah,
meditate." And it's so
that's
like
true.
now people
Yeah,
just aren't hearing it anymore, which for
yeah.
different
No,
reasons.
no. That's so true. They stop hearing it, and it's like it's what I found for me is it's like the ego itself is what you like when you the part of you that's saying I'm bad at this is actually your ego. So when you start enjoying meditating, is when you actually kind of reduce the ego.
Yeah,
So it's almost like if they can't see it's their ego, they won't actually get rid of it. So it has
yeah.
to be them.
You get to the point where you don't see it as like a successful or not a successful meditation anymore, right? Like in the
Yeah,
beginning,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
I had so many
yeah,
thoughts. That doesn't
yeah.
even occur to me now. I'm
Exactly.
just glad
Yeah,
that I did, and it was
I did
nice.
it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like I set the time. Oh, I did it. I'll review it in terms of like not in was this good or bad, but
Mhm.
more like, oh, that was interesting. That went like this and this. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't have
You're just exploring. You're not coming to
yeah,
conclusions. You're not judging. No expectation.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's
That's
one
so
thing, like
yeah.
Sadhguru says that I like a lot, where it's like the mind is not for drawing conclusions; it's simply to explore, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Which
That's
people in OP hate Sadhguru. Actually, I found, but being on the
really
Discord, weird. Yeah, it was like a small poll. Like, it's like somebody brought up Sadhguru. Like 5 people are like, I hate that guy. Like, how do you hate Sadhguru? Like, what?
whoa, I didn't yeah, I had no idea because I just
I
assumed
don't
oh
know.
Dave and Chan did a positive video, so surely people okay.
That's I thought they were gonna rip him to shreds. I was like, oh fuck, here it comes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because they've been mean to some people that didn't deserve it. Like Sam Harris does get shat
Yeah,
on,
Sam
man.
Harris, they went pretty hard on old Sam. And then people
Yeah,
like John Jones who like is hitting pregnant ladies with his car. They're like, he's struggling, it's like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
All right,
okay.
let's do this.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, now I'm starting to feel it now. Oh, okay. So I'm up to here. It was
Mm,
somewhere up to here, I would imagine.
I'm here.
Okay. The timer resets.
I might switch bottles just to
Oh, okay. You got to
spice things up.
reload. It's all good.
Yeah, just for a different flavor because this is grapefruit. Why
Oh,
did
they
I
put
pick?
flavor in it too. Nice.
Why did
Okay.
I pick grapefruit? That's
Why the
I
hell
have
not? Well, actually, yeah, grapefruit with alcohol maybe isn't. I like grapefruit,
yeah.
but with alcohol.
There's pomegranate,
Oh, pomegranate. That seems
so
nice.
I'll go with that. By the way, if you are taking if you're taking a study drug and you want it to stay in your system, this is just for people.
Grapefruit, right?
Grapefruit, yeah, it has the yeah, you know.
I know all the tricks, man. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, yeah. It's so funny, like because we set up these questions, and I kind of thought we'll probably just do kind of our own thing, but we've literally stopped at the first question, and we've just other than that, it's so cool.
It's better that,
We
yeah,
just
it's good
riff.
that way, I think. If
Yeah,
we're like, okay, that question has been answered, what is the second question? Just go full
yeah,
info on it.
yeah, yeah. Not at all.
Well, it's hard. I don't think I could answer it anyway because it's like, okay, what is some discoveries you've recently like? I don't know when or where the discoveries happened or what even a discovery is. I know that my overall
Yeah.
knowledge is better than it used to be, but I don't know which parts were added. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, that's
Like
true.
it's
You
getting
know,
better, right?
it's a with the TI, it's just an ongoing.
Or
It's
with
just
NI
you're
as well.
always
It's an ongoing, like you're building the model and it's
yeah,
constantly being tested by sensory and by the
yeah,
TI and stuff like that. Is it logical? Is it in reality? Is it
yeah,
logical? Is it in
yeah,
reality?
yeah. Dude, sometimes in like arguments, like if I'm
Mhm,
arguing with someone, um, I don't, and I say arguments, but I rarely argue, by the way. But
mhm.
if I am in a debate and someone is like, they're like, they'll say something like, I'm trying to think of what they'll say to me. Sorry. Um, hmm. They'll challenge what I'm saying, and
Mhm.
they'll basically ask me to point to an earlier point in the conversation that was relevant to this. And so then I have to track back and be like, okay, this is why I said this, right? But for them, the conversation is simplified. It's like they just see 4 or 5 different points. But then I have to tell them like, okay, there was like 50 different like little tweaks. So just give me a
Mhm.
minute. And I have to like sift through and I have to explain to them there was this little thing, there was that little thing. And I find in those moments I realize how much I'm really trying to update my logic because they'll be so confused and
Mhm.
they'll be like kind of just like in an irritated way of like what the I don't like what is that? So
Mhm.
that's when I realized like oh wow I'm very like pedantic because I am always just trying to like follow the thread. So yeah, it's like a constant thing. So it's hard to track because there's so many. It's like
Mhm.
version 2.11678. You know, like there's so many little iterations. It's hard to be like,
Yeah.
oh, this is a new thing. Like there's so many updates, right?
Yeah. And some of the updates you've had to revert stuff to. So you're like,
Yeah.
this was added in update 1.076, but in 2.75, we found that to be unfactual, and that's been removed from the model.
Oh man,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
It's
it's
so
hard to keep track of
yeah.
all that though. Like, because you don't like you don't need to. I don't need to keep track of when and where. That's just useless space
Yeah,
being taken up in my brain. Having a
exactly.
history log. What matters is the current
The
model, which,
current, yeah,
as far
exactly.
as I
Because
know, is the best
yeah,
with the high
yeah,
knowledge that I have.
exactly. No, exactly. It's a constantly moving thing. So whatever is current is the best version. So
Yeah.
that's it. That's all you. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and it's just overall less like cognitive load to just have a model that you have to remember, not the change log and not all this other stuff. Not
Yeah.
even like it, even with like sensory detail. Even though like I'm masculine sensory, I'm not really
hmm
like keeping a track of all the details because it's too much, man.
It's too much. Yeah,
Too much
yeah.
to bring all that shit up, and then it's not important.
Absolutely.
What's important is the thing that all those sensory details are pointing to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The whole
Because like,
reason the sensory is there is to get to the concept that the sensory is generated by, right?
yeah, no, absolutely. Because it's like SE is like the open source of all data.
Mhm.
It's like you're not like how are you meant to track all data? Like that's not. It's like,
And
and
that's
then
not even useful. What do you do with
it's
just
not.
data without a concept?
Yeah,
Data
yeah,
without meaning, what is it good as that? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Exactly, exactly. And to flip that, I think FE works the same way with TI, where the point of FE is to funnel it into like what is like TI. I think, but
Could
it's
you
weird.
repeat that? I didn't quite catch that.
So the same way, like where SE is almost like the data source to
Hmm.
get to an NI.
Yeah.
I've over time I've realized like FE works in a way where
Ah, okay.
it is a data source for TI. Not for TI in a pure logical way, but for TI in
As
a
far
way
as
of
what you
like,
should do, right?
yeah, like how do I navigate myself in the world? And
Yeah.
it's like you just kind of pull all those different things, and it comes to like this point of like, okay, this is how I navigate myself. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What does the
So
tribe value? How can I do something that will be valuable to other people?
yeah, and it's like you feel like you can stand because you're standing on a thread that like cuts through different values. So there's a correctness with it
Hmm.
because you have like just taken in these different. It's I'll give an example. An example is religion, right? There's lots of different religions. People have different beliefs, and then I'm not religious, but using these religious beliefs, I feel like I can create a way of life that isn't conflicting with other people's beliefs, but
Oh,
takes
okay.
the best of it. And like, do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
and navigates life in a way that doesn't infringe on other people, but is like it takes the best of the beliefs into like a good path for life. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
like
A
you're
good,
running your life in a way that's not going to conflict with the values that are around you, and you have to logic that out because like your own values are going to probably conflict with the values around you, right? So you can't like
yeah,
necessarily do both so well. What you can do is make it to where you structure your life logically or logistically to where that you're not like infringing on the values from other people, right? Like
yeah,
that's
exactly. And there's the flip side of like I gain from all these religious beliefs, so I can triangulate and be like, oh, if all these people believe, oh yeah, shot time.
do we need maybe like okay next time yeah, I'll try to get like a countdown timer just on the screen, and then it'll just flash that
That'd
way.
be really
Maybe it
cool.
won't be
Yeah,
as intrusive as
yeah. No, it's I'm easy either way, but that would actually be better though.
okay.
Um, I'll just finish my point. It's like
Or even a drink
there's
counter too. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, yeah. there's there's all these different beliefs, like these different religions, and
Hmm.
I'm like trying to find like, okay, they're different, but like what is a common belief within them? And then within that belief, is it a useful belief? And then I'm like, if it's useful and it's a common belief, then it's good. It like
Yeah.
and maybe an example is like being nice to people, being kind to
Hmm.
people. Like all the religions kind of respect that, and
Hmm.
it's useful because from a societal standpoint, we can resources get transferred much easier if we can trust people. Like there's a whole social dynamic which benefits as well. So it's like
Yeah.
you can like use the FE to get to a way of like how do I live life that's very useful in a social world. You know, it's like
Yeah.
maximizing utility and so that's how I've seen it, you know. So it's weird, but it somehow helps.
Yeah. It makes
Yeah,
sense.
I don't know. It is kind of it's less obvious than the SE and I one though, I think.
It is less obvious. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But the SCNI is much easier to be
It's
like, okay,
much yeah, it's obvious.
yeah,
It's
you have
like
the context, and then you have what's there. You know.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Cheers.
Cheers. All right, putting in work on that sake or soju in your case,
Yeah.
which might actually be better. The soju I had was pretty good
Yeah, this
before,
is good.
and I think they're supposed to drink this hot too. Are you supposed to drink
Oh
soju
really?
hot as well, or
I didn't research that far.
okay?
Do you find let me think. Wait. This is like a masculine sensory question, but do you find that you get like angry when you're in pain?
Um,
I noticed that today, and I was like, oh, that's weird.
yeah,
I'm a chill person, but if I'm in pain, I just want to hurt something.
yeah, sometimes, or like if I drop something, or if some object does something that it shouldn't have done. According to me, like it shouldn't have felt like I'm carrying the plate and the fork, and the handle is like slightly over, and the fork just completely falls. And it's like the fork shouldn't have done that. It was clearly on the
Dude,
plate.
yeah,
Like I'll literally yell, "Motherfucker!" and then be like, "What happened?" Like the fork fell.
dude, like,
Or if I hit my knee on something, "Motherfucker!" Like
yeah, dude, if there
that
was,
table shouldn't have been there.
it's like if there was a detonator bomb next to me when that shit happens, I would pull it. I would blow up the whole building. I would take everyone with me, just because the fork fell off. It's
Yeah,
the probably the fork. The example you gave is probably the best example because it's such an
isn't that so annoying?
it's
And I
such
get
an
caught by it every
innocuous
time.
thing,
It gets me every day.
dude. Yeah, and the food kind of falls everywhere, and you're like,
Oh, the food falls. Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah, no, it's
It's kind of like yeah, there is like like an instant response to pain where it's
yeah.
just instant anger. Like I watched so I was watching it's a pretty famous boxing match. I think it was Riddick Bowe and Holyfield. I think it was their one of their fights. If you, I don't know how into boxing you are, but it was a huge fight, heavyweight championship.
Hmm.
And this fucking guy with this giant parachute just flies into the middle of the ring from the top of the open stadium. Just flies in there for no
What the
fucking reason.
fuck?
He's called like Fan Man or something. He
What
just
the hell?
flies into the crowd, and then everyone instantly just starts beating the shit out of him. There was just such an instant reaction.
Are
It
you
was almost like
serious?
they
Oh my-
expected him to be there and they were frustrated because he shows up to these events. So as soon as he lands, nobody was like, "Yo, dude, are
No.
you okay? You just fell into a bunch of chairs on a parachute." No, everyone just started beating the shit.
No,
It was so funny to watch this guy like, "Yeesh."
I'm more
Everyone
weirded out.
gets super pissed. I think that would be hilarious if that happened during a fight. I
Yeah,
was watching. I'd be like, "You go, Fan Man."
yeah, exactly, dude.
Or
I don't know if
Metal. Yeah.
this is my demon tribe, but I'm more confused about. I'm more like, what the fuck about the tribe than the guy.
Yeah.
I think there's an echo, but I don't know where it's coming from.
Echo.
I
Say
can hear
something.
it. Wait, um, testing. Yeah, I can still hear it. Wait, let me check if it's my.
Um,
Yeah, no, my headset's still active. Oh no, it's good now. Cool.
that's
I don't know
fine.
what
Pretty
happened.
weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
no,
shouldn't be
that's
mine. I mean, I'm talking into my like laptop built-in mic, but it has this thing where it's like whenever you talk, I think it mutes my mic or something like that. That way it
ah
doesn't echo,
that
which is
yeah,
super
cool, cool.
frustrating before. I had like a music lesson and it would always mute my mic whenever, or it would mute, no, it would mute him whenever I would talk, or I don't remember how it worked. I just remembered it was fucking annoying. And I couldn't figure out
Yeah.
was the hardware was built up like that. It wasn't a software thing. So anyway,
Oh, okay. That is interesting.
yeah.
I don't yeah.
But yeah,
So yeah.
frustration and pain, you just want to smash something. I guess that maybe that sounds like it would be masculine sensory, I guess. What
Yeah.
do you so Dave has talked about like I think it was he was like had to smash a bathroom or like a playground or something or some thing where his friend is like as a errand for his friend, he had to go and just smash the fuck out of this thing to get it out of the
Oh
way.
yeah, yeah. His
And
dad.
he's talking
Yeah.
about how much he enjoyed that.
Enjoyed that. Yeah,
And I
yeah.
have a similar experience with that too, where I had to like destroy this fence that my stepdad had built with a hammer. And I was like 7 or something, and I
Yeah.
was like smash, smash.
Yeah.
Do you get that same sort of weird pleasure just out of smashing the fuck out of stuff, or is that just like,
I haven't had that opportunity. Maybe I would, but
oh man, you haven't
I
lived
haven't had
until
the
you smashed the
chance.
fence
I
before?
know that there is the it's not escape rooms, but it's called something where you can smash everything. It's like a room where
What
it's like,
really?
yeah, yeah. I've seen a few videos of people doing it. So there's a room. It's got props. It looks like a real room, and you pay to go in there with a baseball bat, and you wear like protective gear because glass and everything, and you smash everything,
Oh shit!
And
I don't
I've
think.
seen. I think
Like,
it's in
are other people
France.
there when you do it, or
You can go. It's just no, yeah, exactly. It's just you and maybe your friend, and it's enclosed, and it's
Okay.
like a room, a
The
box,
thing
you
is, I
know.
don't think I could do that for this. Is probably me being inside. I couldn't do that in front of people because I would be like so psycho hitting shit, and just like the look on my face would probably
Yeah, yeah,
make you
yeah.
think I was a fucking psycho.
No, actually, that
I'd be like,
no, no, that's a good
you
point.
didn't
Actually,
slow.
yeah, no, I feel I actually genuinely had that thought myself when I was watching it. I was like, this seems cool, but I don't. I felt nervous about people seeing me be that crazy too.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Unless
Yeah,
we're
I
both
felt
being
that too.
crazy. But even me, I think I would still be freaked out by other people being crazy too. That's
Oh,
the
really?
contradictory thing. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
what's
Oh,
going on with this guy? Even
yeah,
meanwhile,
yeah,
smash.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's fair.
Okay, so Jenna's
That's
also
fair enough.
masculine. So Jenna, you're an MF, right? I'm pretty sure. So maybe she
Yeah,
also maybe it is like a masculine sensor, or maybe
yeah,
masculine
yeah,
thing.
yeah. No, I think so. I think so. I saw Will Smith did it. And
Is he
then
masculine? Oh yeah, he's MF as
yeah,
well. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
he's audio. He's Jana. He is Jana.
Oh yeah, isn't he?
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
cool. Jenna, you're Will Smith. I didn't realize that. Which for you, that
Both
should be
really
such an
cool.
easy type for you. Or how do you feel about Will Smith? Do you like Will Smith?
I love the guy.
Yeah.
He's really
How do
cool.
you not like him,
And
right?
Jana. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
American sweetheart, you know?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. His functions kind of make you like him. You can't not like him.
Yeah.
You know. I feel like.
Because he's like your opposite, or he's like
Yeah.
your mirror, right? So like I
Mm-hmm.
feel like usually the mirror of your type is super like for me, INFJs are super likable. Like and someone who's
Ah, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Got you,
Like
got you.
NIFEs
Interesting.
is just so easy to be
You
around.
just love. Yeah, that's so
Yeah, it's just
interesting.
super
Yeah,
easy. Yeah, yeah. Or
yeah.
anytime your demon is second in someone,
Mm-hmm.
that's for some reason really your last demon is second. So anyone with FE
Yeah,
second, it feels like it's just super, super easy.
yeah. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah,
And I
no,
think it's another reason why Dave likes SE so much, or like he seems to like ESFPs and ISTPs so
ISTPs.
much because they have his like last demon
Yeah,
like somewhere, right? If they have an I, he's hit or
he's like,
miss.
nah.
They're in Isaac.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's true. Do you find that with you and ISTPs, you prefer people with your demons rather than your like same functions type of thing?
Yeah, I think I get along better. Like I get along with the other ISTPs as well, but I feel like there's definitely an easier
More to
connection with
gain.
someone who's not lead TI. I would say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, there's some exceptions to that rule, but like it's yeah, usually save your FE is like just the easiest because I feel like
Yeah,
we're both understanding each other, but we're occupying different lanes too. That makes
yeah,
sense. Like
yeah, yeah. No, it
one
makes
person's kind of
sense.
doing the FE role. It's like, oh, great. And you feel at peace when someone is FEing around you, right? Like you feel,
Yeah.
at least me, I feel like I don't have
No,
discouraged. There's an FE person in the room because they're sending
something
little
that.
like FE vibe signals that everything's
Yeah,
fine. I don't need to
yeah,
be
yeah,
okay.
yeah. No, no,
You know what I
exactly. That,
mean?
yeah,
And then I'm like doing TI stuff, which I guess they like. I don't know. I don't know what I offer to FE people, but maybe
yeah.
there's
I don't, dude. Like, I was, dude. I'm the same as you, where I'm like, I don't know what, um, sorry, I don't know what my NITI offers to people. And then Jono was telling me because our functions because like TI is introverted too and NI
Mhm.
is too. So to me, I'm like NT is personal. Like why would anyone care about my TI or my NI? Like it's just personal. Everyone has their own. And then Jono was telling because he has NT extroverted. He was like, no, dude, like people do care about your logic and things like that. And that was so alien to me. I was like, how like I don't
Oh,
because
totally. Yeah.
we can't see the spectrum
Well, think of like
because so
think of
we
what our
don't know.
TI is like to TEs. So TEs are looking at the spectrum of Ts out there, and so the
Yeah,
TI is going to offer something out, probably sometimes shitty, or maybe a lot of times shitty, but something unique for them to like scan, right? So it's
yeah,
always
yeah,
giving them new stuff, or like NI is for the NE to say they're gobbling that up,
yeah,
right? Because they're there to gather in intuition. So you give your own
exactly,
personal, probably novel and not something they've heard before. Oh, look at this, you know.
exactly.
That's
No,
my
that's
guess
true.
anyway. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, no, no, that's true. That makes sense. And yeah, man, it's weird. It's just because, like you said, and you even said this in the TI video where like when you said like when we argue with someone, we're not arguing with the person. We're just trying to make sense of the thing. I'm never aware of like what my how my thoughts are hitting someone. I'm just trying my best to be true to my own thinking. So I'm like,
Yeah, or to give the
you
thoughts
know,
out like
so
as clear as possible, right? Like
yeah,
as
exactly. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't, do they, maybe they don't care. Like, I just want them to not think I'm dumb. Like, that's it. Like,
yeah, I
that,
can
yeah,
relate to that. Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
it's weird.
So,
I also can't see how people would want to hear my TI stuff because it's like,
yeah,
you really want to
exactly.
hear this? Like, you know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
don't you
Yeah.
have your own TI you're doing stuff with?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
so
exactly.
Jenna says that she likes talking to Savior TIs because it's easy for her to be more TI herself.
Ah, yeah, no, that makes
Um,
sense. It gives you, because even people who are Savior FE, because
mhm.
their identity is TI, so it's like
Yeah.
they are like there are us, and then when we're in the same space, they feel like they can just be themselves, I suppose. That's how I
Is it
interpret
because
it.
like we're sharing, so they feel like they can
They
also
can be, yeah,
share more? I
yeah,
think. Oh, okay, that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, that's cool. That's really interesting. That's
Hmm.
really interesting. Because I think that dynamic of like, hey Antoine, I think that
Hey,
dynamic
Antoine.
of like having TI as your identity, but you're doing
Mhm.
FE all the time. That one, it's like it's the most interesting because it's like the most kind of like it's like the less obvious to see. So like TEFI, if someone say your TE and their identity is FI, I think that's very easy to imagine and to see. Like
Mhm.
you can see someone with TE sometimes argue or push something for their FI. Like you can see it. Maybe we can see it because we have FE, but that I can always see that like very clearly. But the
Yeah, you see
FE
when
and the
someone puts their FI out there because usually it's a very like,
yeah, yeah,
or at
and I
least that's
can
how it feels to me. Or like if it's lead masculine FI, then it's more like a.
yeah, 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 and it's like it comes yeah it comes out of nowhere too, and it just comes for
Oh
innocuous
yeah,
things,
it's so abrupt,
and you're
right?
just
There's no
like
FE. Like it's like we could all in a group be talking about how much we love like a certain musician or something, and then the one FI person's like, I don't like that person. I don't like
fuck
that
that.
person.
Yeah, yeah,
And then everyone's like, oh,
yeah.
okay. You said that so like not aggressively, but more like
It's finality
very
with it.
solidly. Like I do not like you. And it's like,
Yeah,
and then me interpreting FE wise, okay, that's meant as like you fired that
like
out of
we all suck because we
or
like
yeah, or it was meant to change our emotions or feelings. But
yeah,
FIs
yeah.
aren't doing that. It's just
They're just
their DI is
same.
just leaking out.
Yeah,
Like how
same
our
with
TI
us in
leaks out.
TI. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So
We
it
said it
comes
at the
it
same
feels
time.
offensive or it feels like it's used as a weapon. Because
Yeah,
surely you wouldn't have said that to ruin the vibe unless you wanted to, you know.
exactly.
Surely.
We're interpreting it through the FE, so
Yeah.
we're like, oh yeah, yeah, no, exactly.
I'm sure we're doing that with TI with the TEs.
Oh,
Where we're like, yeah, that's
absolutely.
not correct, right? Think of it this way, or it's like that's
Yeah,
not right, or this is. They're like, whoa, okay, we were vibing
that's
with our T's here. You
yeah,
know,
and
you had
I
to come and say
exactly
that
like,
you know free will is bullshit, and how dare you?
and that's the thing. Like, we can't even, we're not seeing the TE social thing. So like when we do
I
it,
don't
we're
get how TE
unaware.
is a social thing. I feel like you know what I mean. Like I don't get how do you bond over TE? Like we
Yeah,
both are ideas with each other, and it's like yeah, but you don't really mean it, right? Like you guys are just messing around. Like I don't know. It's super weird. I don't
so
get it.
I was talking to Jono. So my trip to the Netherlands was awesome because spending time with Jono, opposite
Mhm.
functions, was cool to learn about TE, NE, FI, SI, and we did truffles too, so that helped with connecting with the opposite, right?
Mhm.
And one realization I had is, so this is what TE does. It's like the TE FI axis is like it's completely different to FETI. So what I do with FE is people will have all these different opinions, right? And I'll use my FE to filter the opinions. So then like the opinions that come through and stick to me, I'm like, okay, this is what you should think, right? So my opinions are kind of distilled through FE of like appropriateness. Whereas for him, he was saying how he can kind of joke and say things because to him he's like he's just saying what everyone thinks. He's like, I'm saying this because everyone thinks this. And whereas for me, I'm like, I'm not aware that everyone thinks that because I've filtered that thought through my FE of like it's not an appropriate thought. So
Oh
like
yeah.
we're not aware of all the opinions because there's appropriateness. So like some of them are filtered out. So I think they play a game of sharing opinions, whereas we're not even in that spectrum. We're like we've already filtered that shit out. So we're like, what is
Or yeah, or like what I've heard Shan talk about, like, oh, I know what people are thinking. How the fuck do you know what someone's thinking? Like, I don't. Is that even? Maybe I'm interpreting the word thinking differently, and there's a different
Yeah,
meaning to that. But like, how do you know that? Like,
yeah,
you can probably intuit how somebody's feeling based on that, but I can't. I have no idea what the fuck anybody's feeling. And how could I? I don't know how
yeah.
that. How is that
I,
possible? Is there any TEs in the chat that could like
I
do like do you feel like you can like
see their
come up with
thoughts.
what someone's thinking? Like that's
I can do it with my I can do it with my intuition, but it's a much slower process of like, oh, if I simulated this thing, then I would have this thought. But it's so much slower than TE. TE, they can see what people are thinking like this. I have
the
to
thing
like
is, like what I'm thinking
simulate that.
usually has nothing to do with the situation at all. That's why I'm confused that they know what I'm thinking.
No, it's
I might be
right.
thinking right now, like about like why can't I remember what an integral is in calculus that I learned 10 years ago? How the fuck do you
Yeah,
know that I'm thinking that? You
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
What do you mean you don't know? You don't know. So they must mean thinking differently than
Yeah,
me.
no, you're right. So this is the thing with
Okay.
we're holding thinking at a much higher standard.
Okay.
Same with FI. I've misjudged someone's feelings because I'm looking at the surface and like they
Okay.
have FI and they're like, no, it's way deeper. So we do it with FI.
Ah, okay. I
So I
see where you're
think I think yeah. So they mean thinking in a more general, I guess.
going. Okay.
Because I get what you're saying. I've because yeah, there's so many. There's like a billion thoughts every time, and each thought is unique. So it's like, how are they
Okay.
following
So it's just
all
like
these?
general categories or like blanket sort of things that
Yeah,
like okay, like we're in a podcast together. It wouldn't be that far off to be like, okay, maybe he's thinking about when he needs to leave. Like that would be
yeah,
very simple, right? Okay.
exactly. Yeah,
That
yeah,
makes sense. Okay.
yeah. That's a yeah, and it's interesting you picked that because that's a very FE themed thought of
Yeah, yeah.
like you know
So wait, is
because
that
I
FP or T? Wait, now I'm confused. Like
it
just
is
thinking.
yeah, it is still kind of TE, but it's like
Yeah.
the FE of like because I think about things like that of like when is it appropriate for them because
Mm,
it's like appropriateness, you know what I mean, like that kind of
okay.
stuff. And but they're thinking outside of appropriateness, I guess, like even more random things,
Mhm.
but I don't know, but it's still more general. Same with like what I do with FE, like I'm not feeling what that person's feeling, but I have a sense of like they're probably feeling this way, you know, stuff like that. So
Yeah. So like to tag on to that, like so the way I know how somebody's feeling is usually not through context. Usually it's through the way they look. Like, usually like
oh
their face or their voice. Usually the voice, actually. The
yeah,
voice is like usually a dead giveaway. I wonder when you're intuiting out someone's thinking, is it more like in an NF way? Or I wonder if you're more like, oh, they would be feeling, since this situation is like this, then they should probably be feeling this way.
thinking,
Or is it more, are
feeling,
you
yeah.
looking at the sensory for that? Like I am.
I can do both. I can
Okay.
do if they're there, I'll use the sensory. Like if they're there, the sensory will be kind of hitting me, like you say, like
Mhm.
it'll just hit me. But I will do a lot of intuiting their feelings, and that's where the decider, when I was saying my sleep processing goes like
Mhm.
100 mile, like it's just endless with the decider
Mhm.
stuff because I can simulate endlessly and I can like see stuff and it just hits me and it's like I don't know, yeah,
I got
but
you.
yeah,
So
that's
that's
how it
something I'm not doing. Barely ever the NF where I'm like, what would their feelings? Like I can probably come up with something, but it
yeah.
never registers to do that for some reason. I'm always just looking at them, and if everything looks fine, everything checks out. Oh no, they're
Okay,
totally wrong. But I'm not like taking in because it takes a lot for my brain to do that. Because it's like for once, it's going to go to the sensory first. It's going to take up
yeah,
all these sensory details that I can remember about them and what's happened in their past and blah, 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 blah. And then it'll form this like NI of like, okay, what is their kind of mindset or the situation? They're kind of, what's the space that they're in?
oh
And then be
shit,
able to like come up with, oh, this is the feeling they should. But like, I guess I could do that, but like my brain just doesn't ever
Yeah,
think to do that. It never registers. Hey, you should probably do that.
the way
Instead of
you
looking
describe,
at them like, okay, what do they sound like? Okay, they sound like this. Or I don't even need to know myself. I automatically am scanning for that.
it's yeah, it's
The
I
ENF,
get, yeah,
I forget to do that.
yeah. Interesting. The way you described the process sounded exhausting.
Yeah, it
So it
is.
sounded so, that makes sense to me. That does like I do it in a kind of um I'm like using a little bit of their expression, a little bit of their history, and a little bit of what I'd expect a general person to do in this situation. So it's like a mix of things. And yours sounded very like, you're taking each part, like you're taking all the sensory first, and then doing this first, and then doing. Mine's just like kind of mix of
Yeah.
stuff,
Well, I think
and
the
then I just,
patterns are probably already there for you.
yeah,
For me, I
yeah,
think that
probably
like coming up with a pattern is
that's
like
true.
I have to like choose to do that.
Yeah, yeah, that's
You
true.
know what I
That's true.
mean? Whereas you
Yeah.
probably have to choose to like, well, I'm just assuming, but I could be wrong. But like the pattern's already like coming together, but you have to choose to get information for it or get more information or from different sources or stuff like that. I would assume
Yeah.
that would be the manual choice for you because you're automatically
Mhm.
trying to patternize things.
Yeah, yeah. Let me think. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to imagine the situations, or like
Mm,
recall the situations. Um, yeah. Oh, shot time.
that time.
Yeah,
There's a
I'm
lot
trying
going
to.
on in the chat. Like,
This.
sorry if you guys have answered. I think I asked you a question. Let me
Yeah,
just.
I'll quickly answer, and then we'll switch over to the tribe. Okay.
All right. Cheers,
Cheers.
my man. Oh, it's getting lower.
That was trash. This is trash.
Oh, it's not. It was the pomegranate one. Which one is that?
Yeah, yeah. It's not good.
All right. This is 3/4 of a liter, and it is about halfway.
Nice. It's good
Nice.
to hear. Um, so you're right. So I will do the. I'll like imagine. So
Mhm.
before going to the OP meetup in Netherlands, um, I was talking to someone, and I was kind of like FE processing because I was simulating a certain social situation, and I was just I was a bit anxious about it, but it was all simulated. So I simulated it, and I was like, oh, theoretically, if this happened, I would be stressed about it. So can we process it emotionally?
Mm.
And then when I was there, it was completely it was completely different. But I just updated. So I was just taking in what was happening, and then I was like processing what was happening there. So it's like I do the NI first, but like I'll update quickly. Like as soon as the sensory is there, that's like the I won't like steer keep pushing with my NI impression. I'll like use the sensory to like be like, oh, is this what my initial impressions were? Oh no, okay, let me throw that out completely because
Okay.
this is so different. But let's say it's not so different and it is related. I'm like, okay, I can use some of my processing before to help with the situation. So it's a weird.
So, what
That's
exactly
yeah.
are you simulating in your mind? How the social situations will go, or like what's the?
Yeah, I'll be simulating um so I'll talk about what I was stressed about. So I was I was closer with a few people because I was staying with Jono. So we were thinking just like just a few of us could have like a a closer meetup. Sorry, a we could hang out just us before the big
Okay.
group because we thought it'd be nice,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. I can
But
see how that makes sense. But yeah.
yeah, but and I'm open to adding more people, like I'm open,
Mhm.
but I didn't know how other day would be about
Right. Yeah.
mixing more people. But then I thought, what if someone asks me, "Oh, what are you doing on the Friday?" Then I'd be like awkward because I'm like, okay, how do I handle that? Because I don't like lying.
Okay.
I hate lying to people, but I also can't say to them, "Come along," because I don't know how they will feel about it.
Mhm.
So that was the situation I was simulating. But in reality, none of that was an issue. Like that
Okay.
didn't. It was all good. We
Okay.
all hung out. It was fine, anyways.
But I think
So
that's like a fair scenario, though, right? Like that's
yeah,
not
yeah.
like
That's not.
because you didn't gather enough or something. Like that's fair. You know, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Sometimes in it'll be like if I'm just gonna see someone later, I will I will just be simulating it on autopilot, and I'll
Hmm.
just be running through, and my brain will give me things to be stressed about. Ooh, what if this happens? It'll just happen on autopilot. So that's pretty much it.
Interesting.
I don't
So like
know.
me, I don't really simulate stuff that much unless I know there's something really grave, you know, or whatever. I usually just
Yeah,
kind of, I wouldn't have it like so I was supposed to go as well, but we had that whole thing. We were up until 3 a.m. in the morning trying to find my friend.
yeah.
I had like a
Dude,
7
sorry
a.m.
about that,
flight.
man. It's
It
hectic.
sucks, but yeah, I
Yeah.
hope I can catch the next one.
No, yeah.
But for me, the whole like mental preparation for me is figuring out, okay, how can I make sure I'm in the best mood to where I'm like and as FE as I can be in the group. Like to get
Yeah.
myself out of like TI robot Dave into like
Got
SF
you.
play Dave,
Wow,
right? So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
all like planning the steps to where I know I'll be in a good emotional state
Yeah.
to be able to do that and to not get decidery about stuff and to whatever and all that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be simulating like the actual person to person simulator. So I'll like simulate like the flight and then going to the hotel and what I'm going to drink and what should I eat, how much sleep should I get, all this
I don't
stuff, what to
simulate
wear, all this sort of
any of that.
it has
I'm
nothing
not.
to do with anyone else.
Yeah, that's so. I guess that's you double observing. I don't simulate any of that.
Or it's just being an IP. They just like only focusing on myself. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's fucking. I feel like because I'm Saber DI, and like I feel like I should do that because then I'd be more independent. So I
Maybe
kind of
both. Maybe both
respect
can
that.
hurt. Do you want
Yeah,
to maybe let's
care
finish up
care about the tribe.
these posts here. We're going to care about the tribe
Yeah,
for a bit. So I'm going to read just, I don't know if these are questions. I'm just going to read them out. Also, as a double active, oh, cool. Cool icon, by the way. As a double activated consumer sleep blast, we process information better than the other three types of animal stacks. I suspect people look to us to be fascinated by that inner world. So, double activated consumers, we process information better. I don't know. So, is consume processing information? Would you say, Maddie? So, is that processing?
um,
I would think sleep is, but maybe consume is processing in a different way. Um,
yeah,
I feel like
yeah,
that's getting information into the gateway, and
yeah,
then
and
once it's past the gateway, then you go to work on it.
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
But the
exactly.
consume is, for one, getting good at getting a lot of information in and getting the relevant information. So in a way,
Relevant.
that's kind of
Yeah,
processing because it is a filter,
it is a filter.
right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Because I'm like analyzing and yeah, for sure, for
It
sure.
could be
That's true.
so.
Like to look
Processing
at
of
this fast.
information. I would go a step further and say CS is going to be the see like having savior consume and sleep probably would be
Yeah,
just
yeah,
my
that makes sense.
opinion. Well, okay, what else we got here? Think of they're thinking else or something. Okay, what is this? This is a paragraph. Let's see. Thinking in terms of output, not where has start the thinking. I think it's a guess based on my FE. I'm only catching people are feeling in the problem is we're reading these comments out of time.
Yeah, yeah, for
So
sure.
we don't
We
have
have
the
to.
context.
Yeah, I was trying to think what were we talking about at that
Yeah.
moment. We were definitely talking about TI and FE.
Okay. Oh
And
yeah, we were talking about NF versus SF, right? Like scanning the environment for FE clues versus like
yeah.
intuiting the FE
Hmm.
stuff. Okay.
And if we're wrong, Antoine, let us know.
Yeah, yeah. If we're
Give us the context.
yeah.
Okay, so
So it's
thinking in terms of output, not where. I think.
yeah, we probably need the context. That probably made more sense in the context.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how to answer that at the moment, Antoine, but
It's just more just the human needs that struggle. Blah doesn't necessarily struggle with an eye, nor is an eye the hardest thing in the world for them. Okay, like you mean
what's the
they're not
context?
struggling with the use of a function, they're struggling with kind of being a slave to their human need. Is that kind of I don't know if that's probably not what you're saying, but I agree with the fact that I think none of our functions are hard to use. I think that we
Yeah,
just
I
don't
agree.
know
It's
using them. I think they're not registering, you know.
yeah. What
Yeah,
was?
so
Do
I
you
feel
know what
like
the
I've met
context
plenty of
was?
Savior FEs that are just as comfortable with their TI
TI,
as I
yeah, for
they
sure,
just kind of neglected sometimes. Like,
for sure. If anything, sometimes I feel like it's unfair because I think even for me, it feels like the savior feelers are better at thinking than the thinkers are at feeling. If that
Yeah.
makes sense. And I'm like, fuck, this, fuck, you know,
Which
you
makes
know.
us potentially better feelers than the savior fees as well.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I guess not mostly questions, just mostly things people are pointing
Yeah,
out.
just
Don't worry, Jazz personality. We're not spamming. Leave as many comments as you'd like. We definitely like comments. When it's completely silent, then it's just like, are we doing
exactly.
something
It's
wrong?
good. It's nice to have a full room, you know?
Yeah, man.
Full room of
Hit us up.
comments.
It's in your comments.
Yeah.
We might not understand some of the comments like we've shown already, but maybe we'll
Yeah.
get them. Did I not start the timer again? What I keep fucking this up, man. We should be way more drunk than we are right now.
I mean, we can always catch up if you want.
You know,
We
fuck it.
can
Let's take a
we
shot.
can do double we can do a double shot.
Dude, we gotta do this in person sometime. I'll come up to England and we'll take you up
Yes.
to like a badass pub or something, man.
Yeah, I need to now I need to OE and find a good pub.
Yeah. But if you come
In
to
in
Berlin, it's not just gonna be going to a bar. You're gonna see the crazy Berlin nightlife, and it might freak you out a bit. It's gonna be a
that
lot of SDKs.
no, dude, that's so much better. Like I don't even like pubs. I don't want to
Ah,
sit
okay. Well, then
around
maybe let's not go to a pub then.
like because I don't like sitting and drinking. Like I wanna move. I wanna,
Ah.
you know, I want
Like,
something
yeah,
to happen.
like alcohol puts you in like an adventure mode, at least for me, like novelty
Yeah,
seeking. Like, let's go talk to some people that we shouldn't be
yeah.
talking to, or like let's go
Eat
like
some
play
food.
kicker or something, or you
Mm-hmm.
guys say table. Wait, what do you like the
Beer
game where
pong.
you do this? What do you call that?
Uh oh, you mean
But the guys
pool?
that kick the soccer ball around on the table. What
Oh
do you call?
yeah, foosball. I don't
Oh,
know.
you call it foosball in England too? Oh, I thought it was
That's
something.
that's that's what I know. I know that's the American. Is that American? I
That's
don't
the
know.
American term too. I thought England
Yeah,
had a different term for that.
that's all I know. Maybe people call it, and I just ignore what they say.
So it's called kicker in Germany, which is like kind of an English
Interesting.
word. And then Fußball
Yeah.
is like almost like the German word for soccer, which is Fußball. It's
Yeah.
weird that we've exchanged.
It's a weird. Yeah. It's like a weird coincidence.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
So anyway, I
Yeah.
like doing that drunk. Cheers.
That's cool. Cheers.
Oh, all right, let me reset the timer. Ah, beautiful. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Foosball. No.
Oh wait, Jada had a good point here. Us feelers know how to prioritize. Sometimes thinkers don't think very well because they focus on. That's very true. I'll sit there and like think for like 5 hours on like some stupid shit that doesn't have any effect on my life whatsoever, and it's like, why did I waste all my time? And I
Dude.
had to know. I had to know. I had to figure this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
That's true. That makes
I was
sense.
I was talking to Floris about this. It was so good talking to him because it's like
By the way,
when
I don't know if Flores is listening, but Flores, I think, has had one of the probably the best FEs out of all the ISTPs.
yeah, he's so cool. You
You don't
too, is
sense
both of
any.
you guys.
He
Like
has
both of
like
you
no
guys.
like, most ISTPs when you talk to him, they have kind of the TI. How do I explain this? I know you know what I'm talking about. I want to
Yeah.
explain this better to people listening, where it's like they have that TI hammer that just comes butting in, like, you know what I mean? Or
It's like
it's like
the ego that they need to flex
you
kind of
wouldn't be
thing.
able to
Like,
type Forest as lead TI. I don't think.
yeah.
That's what I mean.
There's but the thing is, the weird thing is, my experience of ISTPs,
Mm.
the ones I know are all awesome. So like you, Uzair, Floris, and then I'm gonna butcher his name, but Louvre. It's spelled
I don't think I
love,
know
but it's
him.
Louvre.
Okay.
He's really cool. Rasmus, like these, like they're. I mean, those are glass lizards, so they have an advantage. But yeah, the ISTPs I know are cool. So I don't know if I've avoided. There's there's one I have in mind that has had tribe issues. I mean, I don't have a problem with them, but the rest, you guys are loved by the tribe, so you know,
I'm surprised
let's do your thing.
that that's a thing that people love ISTPs.
I-
I honestly don't
It
love
kind of
ISTPs. Actually, they piss me the fuck off a lot of times. I'm surprised
because
that
you're seeing your functions done maybe
I'm
in a bad
projecting.
way or
That's
what.
what I'm doing. I'm projecting the things I don't like about myself, and I'm seeing that in somebody else, which makes me
Yeah,
double upset. Yeah.
I
I think
wonder.
we're doing that for everyone. I'm sure you see lead and eyes, and you're just like, "That's this fucking
This is
guy."
the thing. This is why I'm like maybe I'm just full of myself because I don't.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
So
good.
I might be full of myself.
Why would you be
I'm
full of your? Oh, yes,
because
okay.
I'm like, oh, that's NI. Like, oh, that's so good because I'm good. But I think it's. But to be fair, I think it's also because I'm a glass lizard. I
That's
can
true.
do NI in a bad way. So sometimes I have this weird thing of like, oh, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Mhm.
That's how you blast.
Yeah.
Like I
Like
have a, you
who
know,
in the world would describe you as controlling?
yeah, I'm not. I'm not.
Your lead and I are supposed to be the controller, the most controlling out of the. But like, yeah, I've never witnessed you being like
I
you seem very OE, and even the
I
way we're talking here, we're jumping subjects every 5 seconds. You would think
yeah.
theoretically that would piss in an eye, although we are kind of staying in the same atmosphere.
Same. Yeah, yeah,
Maybe that
yeah.
helps, but yeah,
Yeah, maybe any jumping would piss me off, but even that's cool. Like I love it. Like the
yeah,
NEs make my brain work faster. I'm like, oh, I need to sprint like mentally. It's cool. But
yeah. I have to like it's like for me,
yeah,
like listening to an
it's like
innie is like when
I
you're out
gotta
running and you're running with
yeah.
someone who's in a lot better shape than you.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly, dude. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, yeah. And like shit, like they don't know how hard this is for me, but I
It's like
better
you can
just
keep up, but you have to
keep
stay focused.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Can't fuck
exactly.
around. I can't
Yeah.
daydream and shit while they're talking.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. With the my favorite type of NI is NITE because I think I see the blast. I'm like, oh, that's the blast. I don't do that, and it's like NT. So it kind of just I'm like, okay, this is NT in a good way. Like I see
Yeah.
blast as
And all
good.
the
You
NITs are
know?
just super like nice and people to hang around too. I feel like they're just very
Yeah.
easy to get along with. Except there's one person that I just actually can't stand.
There's
I
always
won't. I
one,
won't.
dude. There's
There's always
there's
one, but other
there's
than that
always
one person, NITs is like I've been like actually big sweethearts. I feel like for the most part, they've been yeah
yeah, man.
pretty
Yeah,
cool. Yeah,
yeah. They're
easy
cool.
time with them definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I
Man, I
guess
need
no. I
to.
guess most of the types are like I don't know. I can't think of that many people I wouldn't get along with in the OP
That's
community.
the thing, because it's
I
OP.
guess if I really
Everyone's
think about
here.
it,
Yeah,
everyone's
everyone's
here
here for
trying to
self
help
growth.
themselves or trying to be better. I guess right. So
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I'm just gonna go pee real quick. So
okay, you do that.
2 seconds.
So I'm gonna put Prem's question up, and then you can answer it when you get back.
Yep.
What difference do you see between? Oh, this is a question for Odin. Okay, we'll wait for me to get back. Um, so NITE is nice. They just type Michelle as FE. Wait, who's that? Who's Michelle? Was Michelle the last person on the? Tell me who Michelle is real quick, and I'll reply to that. So I love NITE too. Catherine says this beta is like NT Blast because it moves our NT sleep. That's the thing. I don't know if I agree with that much. I don't feel like an NIT has ever said something that I could take in internally because I feel like it's I don't know. I usually what moves my NT sleep is usually ENTPs. Usually, I feel like I get the interesting stuff from them. Usually, NITE stuff is a bit too like it's a bit too practical. I feel like so it's stuff that's like this doesn't hit me deep. That makes sense, but it's not anything that like is going to change my worldview or anything like that. Whereas I feel like NETIs for whatever reason. But maybe I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been around the right NITEs, or maybe it has done that and I haven't noticed. Um, yeah, I'm not saying she's wrong, but for me, I haven't really quite experienced that so much. Yeah, this week's. Oh yeah, the ENTP. Did they really type her because she was nice though? I don't know. I hope they didn't type her just because she's nice. Because I mean, all types can be nice, and there's FEs that are definitely, you know. Well, okay, actually, I don't know any FEs that are assholes, but I'm sure they exist. There's definitely famous people who have been big assholes. There's definitely famous figures, dictators even that have been typed as FE. That pretty horrible. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the niceness is related to type. I think like what you interpret nice is sometimes related to type. I'm going to interpret FE more nice than TE. And probably the opposite for people. The opposite axis, they're probably going to see FE as intrusive more than nice, maybe sometimes, or fake. I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jenna. Oh, just in time.
Yeah, dude. That timing. It's great.
Also, so after you drink this next shot,
I brought something, by the way.
our boy
Next shot.
Prim has a question for you.
Ah, okay. What difference do you see? Did you say before the shot or after?
Either way,
Okay, I'll do it
whatever
after.
you prefer.
I'll consume and then blast.
So, which consume is first?
This consume.
Okay.
This consume.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, while you answer, I will go to the bathroom. Okay.
Okay. Um. So. Okay. Let me answer this in two different ways. So there's my perception of any, and then there's what any is for any users. Because I've spoken to Jono and Chris, he's masculine any ENTP. Um, sorry, the alcohol makes my salivary glands just activate. I don't know why, but okay. So for me, any is it doesn't feel it feels like we're speaking the same language. It's intuitive. It's the same abstract land, and it just feels like you guys are speeding like the conversation and the ideas. To be fair, me and you, Prem, like our conversation, it doesn't feel this way because we're like in the same. It feels like we're in the same wavelength, right? But if it's like a normal conversation, just I'm just hanging out with someone. There's no focus on a topic. It feels like the topics are jumping a bit quicker, and then it feels like I have to like use more mental energy to keep up, you know. And when it's one on one, it's fine. I don't notice it. But if there's like a group of NEs and I'm there, it's so quick. It's really quick, and then I have to do my normal intuition thing, but quicker. That's what it feels like, and it feels more fun. It feels like with NI it's more like weighty and serious, but with NE I feel like okay, like I'm doing my intuition more for like fun, and which makes sense because people with NE have NE with their play. So the play animal uses NE. So I'm like forced into that space of like NE play. And then I'm like, oh, this is how you use intuition in a fun way. Because my intuition is always serious. Because I'm missing blast first of all, and so it's like I'm lead sleep and I. So all I know is like more of a serious intuition. Um, and I do like I can be kind of silly about it, but yeah, it feels more of a mental exercise and it feels more fun. But then, so I spoke to people with any, and how they've explained it is for them when they're having a conversation with someone, they're having so many not impressions, but they're having so many what's the word? So many it's like concepts, but they're having so many sort of tangential concepts about what the person is saying. As the person is talking, they could be telling a story, they could be saying whatever. It's like not the person with any, from what I've heard, is they're tracking the concepts based on what the person is saying. And there's so many, and they have to be careful to come back down to the conversation, which was very interesting to me because I am using concepts when I'm listening to someone, but I am it's more focused on them. So the any person said for them it moves away from the person. It's like, okay, like there's all these different concepts I'm seeing because of the words the person is using. It's like moving away from the original point. So from what I understand, it seems like any is way more exploratory with the concepts as things are happening in real time. So that's what I've heard. I don't notice it. I'm not like, oh, this is different, but that's what they've said internally. So, yeah,
All right, I'm back. Let's get some water. Gotta stay hydrated. So
nice. I should probably get some. Actually, two
you
seconds.
should. You don't want to be hungover tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah,
Although this stuff doesn't have like nasty hangovers, or at least last time it didn't. We drank a lot too. Like I wasn't.
yeah. That's true.
I was noticeably drunk on the stream if you watch the podcast together.
All right, one sec.
Cool. So, what difference do you see between Innie and I? It's just like, well, for me, like I have to do like, yeah. So let me run myself through. So I have to go to the sensory first. I have to load up like a conversation and then think about like how that what I have. So let me think about the conversations I have with you, Prim. So for one, I have to take the things that you're not saying like as like sensory. Like I have to take them as like you're pointing to something. So like the little things that you're saying, this is like this or this is like this, these are pointing to some concept and they're not to be taken literally. So I have to turn off like the SC to some degree. And I have to then like for one just stay with the thread. So I can't like immediately come to a conclusion. I have to like follow you to the end. And so like I feel like I'm having to like sort of chain these concepts together and kind of like I'm still converting it to NI, but I like in order to do that, I have to really like go with you through the whole thread and see all of these analogies and stuff and kind of build like a model based on that. So I'm having to turn SE off completely and not look for sensory at all. And I feel like that process of like converting what you're saying to like one solid concept is can be pretty like exhausting, but I feel like it gets easier the more you know the person. So you kind of know the NI stuff they throw out, so you can kind of like readily get that from the little cache in your brain that's been developed from talking to that person for a long time. I don't know if that made any sense, but it's kind of how I feel about like at first Prim, when we would talk about like your NT stuff was really hard to like I really had to stay focused, and now when we talk it's super easy to follow it because like we've kind of been over some of the stuff already, and usually we're usually studying kind of the same stuff too, so it's usually not too far from home base from my own and I anyway. So yeah, it's same with Alan Watts. Like people find Alan Watts super cryptic, but I've listened enough of his stuff where I know what he's pointing at, so I'm
Yeah,
not like
me
lost
too.
necessarily because he'll leave gaps and stuff and kind of jump from here to here. And so, like, if you're not familiar with his stuff, it's going to seem like a stupid jump, or it's going to seem like it doesn't make sense, or he's just talking about bullshit. But in his other lecture, he talked about the thing in the middle so that he could easily connect those things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Ikram.
Hey, what's up?
Good to see you.
Damn,
How are you?
everyone's turning
Great.
up.
Yeah.
I
All the
kind of
people
wish
here.
I kind of wish everyone was in here though.
Yeah. Right. We can invite a caller on potentially. I could just send in the stream early. Who wants to join? Who wants to be a third guest? Well, no. Now it's going to get to who gets picked or not, and then FE violation, Dave.
No, it's fine, bro. Don't worry. You can just pick someone. I kind of do that.
Okay.
And then sometimes I feel like my FE seems very FI because I'm DI, so I'll kind of do what I want. But then I'm using the FE. I'll just like I'll sometimes I'll be in a group, but then I'll compliment like a selection of people. So it's like almost selective FE. So it's kind of bad, but I don't know.
I get that. There's some
It
people I
just
just don't want to. I just don't want to compliment. Like, you don't get a compliment. If anyone
yeah,
comes off full of themselves, you get no compliments from me. Like,
yeah.
if it's someone that's like more humble and they're kind of in the background and they
They
don't
can
get
get
talked
some.
about, then you like,
Yeah, they need some. Yeah, exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
for sure. If
All
there's
right.
some TI asshole in there talking about how smart he is, and you don't get compliments, bro. I'm not gonna be
In a weird way, it's like I think it's really healthy that you don't like ISTPs, but like Yeah, it's like
Let me
healthy in a
say
way
in
of
the
like
in
growth.
I have to FE that because the ISTPs I know in the group I really like, and I don't think there's any ISTP in particular, but like sometimes rando ISTPs that'll come in, they're maybe a bit younger, maybe haven't gone into the whole FE thing so much. And then
Yeah,
I see that old behavior that I also used to do. And so that's
and
why
you're
I
like,
find
get
it
that
offensive because
shit away from me.
it's not
Yeah,
even have anything to do with them. I find it offensive in myself. And anything you find offensive
gotcha.
in yourself, you're going to find offensive in it. There's no way around it.
Absolutely, that's
You
so
can't
true.
direct that offensiveness where you just are offended by other people, but not yourself. You know. So yeah,
That's true.
ICPs in the group and in the OP are like pretty cool, I think, because most of them. Well, there's a couple that
Yeah, man.
I like.
Yeah, there's always like a
For the most
couple.
part,
There's
yeah,
always a
like the
couple,
big
but
named ISTPs in the group. You know,
yeah,
like
they're all
Benjamin,
cool.
Uzair, they're all great. But there's a couple that
Yeah,
are
Benjamin's fucking awesome.
yeah,
He's like he's like because he interviews everyone, he's like friends with everyone. Like so
yeah.
Benjamin is like the FE epitome of he's like the head of ISTPs because he's like,
Yeah, I think he
you
kind
know,
of started the whole. Well, maybe him or Ian, a female, but he kind of started the whole
yeah,
YouTube presence. I think. Like, I
but
probably wouldn't have done videos if there hadn't been Benjamin to be like, "Oh, I should do something like that too. That
yeah,
looks cool," you
I
know?
think he was the first. I do think he was before Kendrick.
Was he? Okay.
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And you can see the double activated FE. Well, I shouldn't say it because I think he doesn't agree that he's super.
Yeah,
Maybe he's not.
yeah,
I don't. But
yeah,
like, where it came from for him was like, well, the tribe needed something like that, so I did it. And it's
yeah,
like me, it would never be like that. Well, the tribe needs it.
yeah.
I do these videos not for the tribe. No offense, tribe.
Yeah, no,
I
dude,
like them. They're fun. But that the
dude.
fact that people like them also makes it more fun for me.
Yeah, dude.
But,
As I got my water, and I was thinking this, I was just gonna say it afterwards because I'm like, this is DI as well. But I was gonna say it's so cool because first of all, we're just hanging out, and then the
mhm.
second thing is, oh, people are like, people get to be a part of this, which
Yeah.
is so DI, you know.
But
So I
yeah, but what
apologize if
makes me
that's
super
rude,
happy, they're like,
but
you know,
you know what I mean?
12
I'm like,
people on here at
wow,
one point, like, hey, like you
yeah,
guys actually want to come hang out with us. I think that's like a, for me, that
yeah.
means a lot. And I think that's
I'm
really
like,
cool.
why? Yeah, That's the thing with DI. It's like I'm always humbled that people. I'm like, oh, someone cares. Like, I'm like, what? It's such a surprise. Yeah, yeah,
Same. But it's also like endearing. You're also like, oh, thank you. Like, I'm glad
yeah.
you're interested. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's so interesting. Even like, yeah, it's really interesting. I almost expect a negative feedback from the tribe. A lot of times when I enter social situations, like growing up, like I would go somewhere and like I would just expect I would be ready. I'd be ready for the worst case scenario, but it's
Mhm.
always the exact opposite. Like I think even like coming back home from Netherlands, like the journey I had to get a plane and a train and stuff.
Yeah.
And like I was even telling my girlfriend, I was like, oh, like whoever I was sitting next to was weirdly positive to me. You know, I was
Yeah,
like,
same. Yeah.
but I think it comes from because we're so DI. We're just so like surprised when someone's nice to us. We're like, that
Totally.
that's
Even
so
when I
weird, you
bought
know?
the sake today and like so German customer service has a reputation of them kind of being like you know. But I
Yeah,
expected the guy to be a total asshole to me that's
yeah,
like sake. And so I kind of came up to him like, "Yeah, hello, do you have sake?" Yeah. He's like, Moment, okay. Ich guck mal, okay, ich habe keine Ahnung, vielleicht es gibt eine oder he's like speaking in German or whatever, and I'm like, okay, listen, make sure you understand it.
yeah.
And then we went and searched around the whole thing because he didn't know where it was. There was one bottle of sake there. I was
Oh
expecting to be
shit.
annoyed or whatever that they had to find it, but actually it was fine. It's whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's cool. Yeah, stuff like that happens all
yeah,
the time. Yeah,
yeah, totally. It's so weird. Yeah, it's,
yeah.
don't know where
It's
that comes
cool.
from. Because
Yeah.
even like, I mean, yeah, where does that experience come from? It doesn't come from yourself because you, I wouldn't guess, are probably ever an asshole to anyone. I wouldn't think you don't seem like that anyway, and I
Yeah.
don't at least don't think I am. Maybe
No,
if I
I
were
don't
being
think
an
you are.
asshole, it wouldn't be like intentionally.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
I would say.
it's like,
But
yeah,
maybe nobody's being an asshole intentionally. That could also be. I
yeah.
don't know.
Some people are, I think, for sure. But no, I don't think you are. I don't think I am.
So
Like,
so interesting. Ikram has like a different view. So I'm always surprised when people are rude and they'll have a DI swing. When they are
that's
okay.
interesting.
So she's well
Yeah,
double deciding, which is so it's probably more accurate to assume people are not going to be rude. I would think, but
yeah,
she's also DE. So I wonder if that.
yeah. It's like
I think
people
well
we
she's probably seeing people more than we are too. Like she's probably like
yeah.
more aware
This
of
is the
like people's
standard of
common behavior, right?
yeah, exactly, exactly. Like knowing, oh, this is the standard, like people do this. Then if someone's like being horrible, it's like why like
Yeah,
that's
the fuck,
not
bro.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Whereas for us, we're just always against everyone. Like my mentality is like if I don't know you, like we're just head to head, you know? It's like that's the
Yeah,
baseline. I
you always.
remember
Mm.
I remember because I moved to UK when I was like 9 years old, and in my head I was like, everyone's gonna be racist.
I
Like
remember you talking
every,
about this. Yeah,
do you
yeah,
know what like there's just this like, and I was just like so ready. There's like, but because it was just not like that at all.
but I mean
So I was
that's
like,
even like not even a necessarily an accurate guess, or like racism is like a big problem in England, right? Especially compared to
yeah,
Pakistan and places like that. So it
yeah,
probably
yeah,
wasn't a
no,
far off assumption, I guess, but like maybe it's
yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah. And that's the thing. So like my envision of what it was not what it was at all. It was
Mhm.
like it's like I
I think you
think
told me you were a
you
little
call it
disappointed too
yeah.
in a
It's
way.
I think you call it subtle racism,
Yeah.
where it's more systemic, and also I think people don't see it when it is racism. Like
Uh,
I would get really triggered when someone would it's like for them the N word is racism. So like they wouldn't say it. But then they would say other things to other people and I'm like that's still
the
it's like
intention's
this
still the same.
it's like the
You
same
might have used the
thing.
right word, yeah, but
Yeah, it's like if you say this to these type of these people, it's not like you can't just be like okay, this is you can't I don't know I'm not explaining it properly. You can't look at it differently depending on who you're talking to and the words you use. It's still the same,
yeah.
you know. So that would trigger me, and that's kind of the TI of like you're not being consistent, you know. Even though you're being okay with me, like you're still being like this
Oh
type of
yeah. Double
person.
standards and things like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Contradictions are annoying, right? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. So that stuff was yeah. So but it was just a different type of racism. I expected people are caught like you're getting bullied. It's
More
like
overt
on the
than
nose type of thing,
it's like would you almost
you
prefer
know.
overt racism than the kind of behind the scenes or kind of subtle racism?
Overt would be worse. Overt would be
Really? Yeah.
worse. Yeah,
I feel like for me, I'd
it would
rather
be
overt
worse.
stuff just because I don't want to. Well, for me being sensory, like I don't want to guess if you're being racist or not. I want to like.
Yeah,
It's almost like if people don't like
yeah.
you, I'd rather them just be like,
They
I don't
tell yeah up
like
front.
you,
That's true. I get that.
because then I don't want to have to
Yeah,
interpret and be like,
get
okay.
in this weird. Yeah, no, no, that
Well,
makes
it's
sense.
like what?
That makes
It's like
sense.
you'd rather someone be aggressive than passive aggressive. Passive aggressive,
Yeah, no, that's
you
true.
know,
No, that
almost like you
actually,
know what I mean?
yeah, it's because you feel powerless to act on it.
Yeah, or draw
You
conclusions
almost
too. I think. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. There's no you can't push on it. You can't stand up for yourself if
Yeah.
it's not clear. So I get what you're saying.
True.
I think for me, why it's like, and this is just more of a DI thing. It's like I, it's like as long as I can do, like I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do. So if you're not, you can dislike me in your corner, and you're not even relevant to me. Like I don't know you. I'm actually just gonna live my life regardless. I know the people I know. I have
Yeah.
my social, you know what I mean? So it's like, but it's more that's more of a DI thing. I wouldn't say that for everyone. Like, oh, this is it's better, it's subtle, but just for me, because I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do,
Yeah.
and it's easier if you're quiet about it because then you don't kind of get in my way or my view. You know what I mean? But that's
Okay.
just a very DI thing. But
Yeah. Okay. It makes sense.
yeah,
Like for me, like you get a lot of flack for being American here sometimes in Germany. because people have like a lot of stereotypes and all this stuff, and it's like I'd rather someone just like make fun of me for being an American than act like standoffish and shit the whole time.
Yeah,
Me having to interpret why that's coming. But
that's
like I
true.
think yeah, Ikram is like, but yeah, that's save your ST. Like yeah, I don't want to guess. Like, I'm not good. I don't trust the guesses, and then it leaves me in a weird
Uh,
sort of unstable
I
state.
get that.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, no, no, that I actually understand what you're saying. I think sometimes when I see myself getting into that gray area of like, was it, are they, where are they with it? I'll just kind of like come to a conclusion. I'm like, well, if they are, fuck them. And then I'll just be like, I'm doing this, right? So I'll come to a conclusion just because I'm like, oh, this isn't, I'm now they're affecting me. Now I'm stuck. I don't want to be stuck because of
Yeah,
them. So
that
I'm
makes
just gonna, that's, I don't know. But yeah,
so we have
theoretically,
another. Ooh. Odom, do you notice double demon DE? Demon play blast being a factor in your life, or does double deciding take care of that? Think of Jerry Seinfeld. Does it seem like tribe is a struggle? I guess you being a glass lizard, it's probably harder for you than other INFJs.
yeah,
Maybe I'm wondering.
yeah, it is a struggle, but I don't know, because I think deciding is a struggle for everyone. Like, I think deciding is more of a problem than observing in general. Like, I do think it is a heavier issue generally. Um, so I don't know if I'm just saying that because I'm a glass lizard, and maybe the real IJs really, really don't care about it, but
Mm-hmm.
it does affect me. And so when someone's having a decider freak out, I'm not like that's nothing. Like
Mm-hmm.
that that sucks. It's not, yeah, it's definitely not nothing to me. So
And
but yeah,
I don't think you care if people say Odom or Manny, I guess, right? Or does that
no,
matter to
it's
you?
fine. Yeah, yeah. Whatever feels comfortable.
Odom just seems so formal. I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
Manny,
interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Manny
Manny
sounds more
is,
friendly to me. Anyway,
yeah, it is a nickname, so it's like, yeah, it's more like
where does Manny come from? Do you have like a
Emmanuel.
is that your middle name or something? Or
Yeah, yeah,
gotcha. Okay, okay.
yeah, yeah. You guessed it right, dude. Every time I usually have to explain to people like it's my middle name, it's not my first name,
Mm-hmm.
da 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 da. But I
Makes
got it.
sense. All right. So, and Dave, some question for you, but regard to double. Yeah. So technically, I have doubled. I have sleep and blast as a demon. Yeah, I've. So NI isn't like I wouldn't say that my NI is necessarily great. Like it's when I need to NI, I can, and when I focus and put time into it, it's fine. But like it's if you ask me for the overall context of or like the overall pattern of something or like Dave, what kind of foods do you usually like? I couldn't tell you right off the bat because I just don't have that stored information. Kind of stuff.
Yes.
But
I was
like
at,
I can
yeah,
take a few minutes and then come up with a pattern for you. But it's just not I'm not actively doing it that much.
that,
So the thing is
yeah,
like the NI fears are not really there so much, mostly because like what I'm doing, sleep processing is always about NISE stuff. So like all of the NI craziness and all those fears, all those happened in my childhood. So all of the weird OCD problems I had, all of like worrying about mystical forces in the background changing my future and hurting me, and then the weird stuff I had with religion and all this shit. I've already done all that shit. And so like the NI stuff, I've already been scared as much as I could by it. So now I'm like, okay, I know it's nothing. It's not a real thing to be worried about. So there's a there's a calmness about it, about being afraid, but I still fuck up the NI. I just don't really care that much if I fuck it up. I think that's the difference.
that's cool.
Yeah.
One of the questions we had in preparation was what are Dave's NI theories? So like, what are your NI theories since you have the healthiest
So
NI?
even if that
You
like
know,
that question's hard, they're there, but I have to have something to prompt it to where it
yeah,
comes to mind. You know
yeah.
what I mean? It's like somebody saying, "Tell me about yourself." It's like, okay, where do I start? I don't know.
Yeah, true, true, yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, no, yeah, that's true.
So I have
Um,
to have something to trigger one of them. I won't be able to trigger them on my own unless it's something specific. Like, what's your the
all right,
answer?
I do have a trigger
And
then.
it's all. I'm also OE, so it has to be an NI theory that nobody else has said too. So that kind of
Right.
makes.
Okay. That's true. But I'll just shoot and I'll see what you say.
Okay.
I'll ask and then we can do the shot and then you can answer. So what
Okay.
is your NI theory about the purpose of life?
Okay. That's an easy one.
Cheers.
Alan Watts said it best, man. The purpose of life is to be alive. In a way that there is no purpose, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The
You're
purpose in
existing.
itself is a purpose. Like
Yeah,
the life taking place in itself is the purpose of life.
yeah.
You know what
Cool.
I mean? Like
Boom.
you're a very long and interesting movie, and the purpose of life is to be and experience that movie that's happening.
Yeah.
That's it. And to say, oh, I have to be this way or that way, well, you're not really in control of whether you end up being that way or this way or whatever, because you're not some separate thing that has complete autonomy over itself.
Yeah.
Just a part of the universe. Your atoms and molecules and everything in your body is attached to all the atoms and molecules of everything else. And we only say that we're some separate thing because we draw like a
It's the
cutout.
ego.
This is
Yeah.
just the Dave here. No, this Dave is completely attached to the environment, just like the tree is rooted into the ground and attached to the water and the soil and the sun and everything, just like I'm attached to the air, the
Yeah.
people I'm around, the ideas in my head, the sun itself, everything, like what I've been helping
Everything.
raise, my genetics.
Yeah.
I'm just another thread in the fabric of a sweater. So I
In
don't really.
all one. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. He calls it the organism environment.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just, just like you even yourself are not one solid piece, right? Like the millions of
Absolutely. Yeah.
bacteria in yourself, in your
Yeah.
intestines,
Your
that hook up to your
microbiome. Yeah.
serotonin system are actually making a lot more decisions than you would think.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
each of those
Yeah.
bacteria a single
I
object
think
in and of themselves, or are they a part of the greater whole? Well, just like this bacteria part of the greater whole that is you are the
exactly.
part of the greater whole that is the earth and ecosystem.
Yeah. I don't know if this is sensorily correct, but I think bacteria in us outweighs our cells 10 to 1. I think.
Oh yeah, there was something. Yeah, I think I heard something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, I
like
think so.
the amount of maybe that's true as well, but the amount of genetic material in our bacteria outnumbers the amount of genetic material we actually have in our own
Uh
cells. So I want to say I heard that as well.
yeah.
Maybe.
Which makes sense. It
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, cool. You
Yeah.
answered that really. That was processed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So I
Um,
can add, when prompt I can say something, but I can't blast stuff out because I don't have that readily. The NI patterns are way back down there, and I gotta like search for them. And
yeah, yeah. Yeah, no. um,
what about you? You feel the same way, I guess, right?
yeah, I do feel the same way. But I think I don't know. I add different layers to it. Not as in, just to clarify what I mean, not as in like I'm updating what you said. I just
Yeah.
sometimes I'll go on different tangents of like, oh, the purpose of life is this. So at the moment, I'm focused more on a emotional purpose of life because
Mm-hmm.
that one's a very big picture theoretical, which I'm
Are you talking
I'm
about like
like,
your dharma?
yeah, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, stuff like that. So like now I'm because all of it is it's all true, it's all the same. And the one you said is actually
Mm-hmm.
the actual true purpose, right? So yours is like, but sometimes I'll like zone in on like one particular lens. So at the moment I'm on the hype of like the purpose of having a purpose, of like waking up and then feeling good about not feeling good, but feeling like purposeful, so that kind
Yeah.
of the human side of it rather than the actual reality. So
Yeah.
I've just been more into that the last couple of months. I
Well,
guess it
it's
makes
like the
sense.
universe puts you in a place where there's something that like that's going to suit you, right?
Yeah,
Based on everything, right?
just
Genetics,
everything. Yeah, all
environment,
your history. Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
There's going to
your
be like
entire
a thing
history.
that is going to, fire up your neurons, right? And that should
Yeah,
be
exactly. It's like,
Probably FESE related if it goes in if
yeah,
it ties into OP, I guess, right? Like,
interesting. I've actually never thought of it that way, but that makes sense. Because genuinely in my head, it's like to be flexibly able to find purpose in your environment.
mhm.
But now you just said that, I'm like, oh, maybe that's just my functions,
If I think about like the
you
times where
know?
I've had an IFE, those have been some of the more really like satisfying and life fulfilling moments that I've had. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Which kind of
that's
shows that
cool.
there's a bit of a need there. There's a gap that I'm not
Yeah,
fulfilling, and so it
but
would make sense that going towards that would
it's
be something
exciting
that
though.
yeah.
When you see that gap, it's like, because especially because I think ICPs are the most. I'm like semi like this, but I think you guys are the most of like leveling up. Like you treat life like, okay, I'm at this level, let me get better, right? So like when you see that gap, it must be
Mhm.
exciting to be like, oh, it's a new level of this
Oh,
game,
totally. If I see
you know,
like something I'm weak at and I can like identify that weakness and have it like ST concrete, I like salivating them.
yeah, yeah,
It's like great,
yeah,
something to work on. Like I can fix
yeah,
this, I can fix everything
yeah,
else so far. Yeah.
yeah.
The issue is when you have something you know you need to fix, but you haven't been able to define the problem. You haven't been able to ST it where you could just start chipping away. And
Fuck,
that's when you're
yeah.
just, fuck, what do I
Oh
do?
shit, yeah, that's
So if you have
interesting.
like
Okay,
NF stuff, that can be really hard to like really
yeah,
start going. And that's not as motivating because it feels so like it's like nebulous for the most part. You're like, I don't really, how do I fix the problem when I'm not really
you
completely sure what
can't
it is. I just
even
know that there is one.
specify it. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You
totally.
experience it as a problem, but you don't know specifically what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, I generally treat my life uh, like Mega Man. Do you remember Mega Man for the video game? So I
yeah,
think
I've
I've
played
made
it.
this analogy a million times, so I'm messy. Always sorry for giving it again, but maybe some people haven't
No,
heard of
it's
it.
good.
But like the way I've always thought about my life since I was a little kid is like Mega Man. So what Mega Man does, if you're not familiar, for those of you that are watching, when you play Mega Man is this robot cyborg that has a blaster and he fucks people up with his blaster, right? The cool thing is every time Mega Man has a big challenge, it's a boss of that level. It's a final boss. And this boss has some sort of certain property or some certain skill that Mega Man does not have. And when Mega Man kicks this boss's ass, the thing he does after you've beaten the challenge and you've gone through dealing with this problem of this robot that has a specific skill set and this ability, right? He then touches the robot and you see the little holographic blueprint go into his brain. And now he can do the same abilities as the boss he just kicked. So for me, that's life. Like the problems are
Yeah,
always something that I can take something and now I have this in my like toolbox that I can use whenever I want.
yeah,
And so I'm just gathering all those these like toolbox things to make life easier, which
yeah.
unfortunately is not probably the right way to go about life because you don't need a toolbox. You need to, you need to somehow put emotions in Mega Man's brain. That's the you need to make Mega Man human. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's such an interesting analogy because yeah, I just connected like he is like robotic, right? So it's like
Yeah,
it fits
somehow
perfectly.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's really
Yeah.
cool. Um, the one thing I was gonna give an example of what I meant about the purpose thing. There's the book by I hate having demon sensory. Something meaning
Oh yeah, the
by
guy who's a
Frank.
Nazi survivor, right? That
Yeah, yeah, that book.
yeah,
I'm just gonna type it real quick. Frank meaning Frank something. I remember his first name and I remember the first word of the book. That's demon sensory.
the pursuit of meaning or something like that. Yeah, I don't remember either.
Yeah,
I read
and
it a
now
long
my
time ago.
yeah, the Wi-Fi is not working, but anyways, yeah, it's like the book about meaning. So that book really was like
And search for meaning.
yeah, man search for meaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. And that book was like the epitome of it, where it's like it doesn't matter how bad your situation is. There's a internal compass you can always use to keep you
Mhm.
moving forward. So that's where it's like a utility based purpose of life, where
Yeah.
like how can we as a species always find a way forward? So I'm like latching onto that and
Unlike
trying
a
to, you know,
unlike a neuro what's the word I'm searching for?
Neurological
Like a
or neuro?
yeah, maybe neurological level. Like there's a so this I got this from Huberman actually. Oh, this is really good.
He's
So
awesome.
like when you have troubling situations, there's a level of adrenaline that you produce or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you have to be able to overcome these situations where you have an amount of adrenaline. You have to have a certain amount of dopamine that keeps you to overcome the amount of adrenaline. So it's like at some point there's a sort of almost competing interest between these two neurotransmitters to where it's like if you have a ridiculous amount of adrenaline from a situation and you don't have the dopamine to keep yourself focused and go through it, you'll flee, right? You won't fight, you'll flee.
Yeah,
And so I feel like this man's search for meaning is something where you have that meaning, then you all of a sudden have the amount of dopamine
yeah.
that's
That's
then
such a
going to
good.
make it to where you can buffer yourself against the amount of adrenaline that comes from these really, really scary
Yeah,
scenarios
I
or tough
really like
scenarios
that.
that you have to get through.
That's so
I
good.
think
Yeah,
maybe this is really. I mean, you're the guy that's in psychology. Maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but I feel like that
that's
maybe kind of
no.
ties into that.
100%. That's like a facet of it. Like that's the physiological experience that underpins it. Like that is like it's almost like that's the atom of the external outcome of this person being this way. It's
Mhm.
like that process of this measuring up, and it's yeah, that's what's happening. That's really cool. I like that. Um, I haven't heard things. I haven't heard it described in that way, but so that's why I
It's
was
like a
like,
super
oh,
SE way. So you have
yeah.
this, and this when this is bigger than this, then good.
Yeah, no, it's good because I always used to think my perception was adrenaline. If it's not long term, if it's short term, it alone kind of gets you to act. So I
Mhm.
never knew dopamine also has to come along, but it makes sense. It actually makes sense though. So that's really cool. It's and I can see now my single observer need because I'm like, if I was motivated, I wouldn't get freaked out about the
Oh yeah, if you think about
stress.
any
You know.
life-threatening situation, imagine you were in a situation to where like your girlfriend could be killed off on something. You would have no problem doing whatever you could to prevent that, no matter
Yeah,
how crazy the situation was.
yeah,
But if you were in that same scary scenario and that wasn't at stake, you wouldn't be able to act and kind of go up to the challenge, right? It's one of
yeah,
those things where
true.
like even if you were in this like if you were in a scenario where
That's
someone
like
was
Dharma,
threatening to harm
right?
your girlfriend, you would probably do whatever you had to do. If you were where they were threatening you, you'd probably run, right? So
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
difference, right? Like
It's
you,
different. Yeah, yeah, yeah. True. It's like that's what Dr. K uses to explain Dharma.
oh,
So
really?
you
Okay.
explained that perfectly. And
Mhm.
that's also what you said, because you were saying what I was saying is related to karma. And
Mhm.
like, karma and Dharma are linked. Karma is
Mhm.
the experiences that lead you to a situation you have
Yeah.
to
Which I
accept.
really
And then
like his definition of karma, by the way. I think it's really
yeah,
fair.
it's very
Yeah.
it's like it fits like it's like very ST, but very like not ST, but particularly our type of functions. I feel like it kind of makes
It
sense.
makes it, and it's
It's
kind
like
of like it's almost void of NF too, right? It's
yeah,
not like
yeah,
like you do good stuff comes back to you, like some secret
yeah,
bullshit or whatever.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like literally karma is really simple. It's like
It's
the
just
things that you do,
everything that's happened.
they have consequences later on, whether they're good or bad consequence. Like it's
Yeah, yeah. It's like
but not
physics.
consequences like there's some sort of justice system in the universe. It's more just like no, this probability wise. If I get up and meditate every day, years from now, I'm going to be in a place where I'm going to be able to act better in a lot of scenarios that will end up
Abs-
benefiting me, right? Not like
exactly.
the universe will bless you
Versus
with,
exactly.
goodness and shit.
It's a physical reaction to something happening. That's it.
It's
Yeah.
something that can be explained. It's ST, right?
Yeah, it's ST. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I love how he also makes it clear. He says people always attribute karma to some moral sphere,
Yeah.
but karma has nothing to do with morality, because
No.
that's dharma. That's like what should I do now I
Karma's
have like
almost like just math,
it's
right?
just math.
Yeah.
It's
Just
just like this happened and this happened. There's nothing. It's no good or bad. It's
when
just
these
this
things
and then
happen, the
this.
probability of this happening is greater. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And he even
Sorry, I forgot
explained.
to set the timer. I just said it.
Oh, it's all good. Um, should we do a shot now, or do you
Yeah.
think I don't know? Yeah.
Yes, we should. Dude, this bottle's there's like a third of this bottle left.
That's good to hear, man. We're putting in work.
Put it in work. Put it in work. All right, cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
So
All right.
Jasper had or sorry, not Jasper, Jazz personality.
That would have got me too.
Do either of you have opinions on optimistic nihilism in the sense of if nothing matters, then neither do your current problems, therefore you might as well enjoy your existence? Well, ask Manny, do you have any? I'll let you go first. Yeah.
Yeah. So I I kind of do. I do kind of believe in optimistic nihilism, where it's like, okay, this is the standard for everyone, where it's like you can just, yeah, you can just enjoy your existence, or you can just make the most of it. But for me, I do feel like I need to maximize still. Like I still feel like I have a responsibility to, which doesn't necessarily fit. Oh, it does fit in optimistic nihilism because the whole point is you can make reality whatever you want to make it because there's no objective purpose, but then it's like open ended to you, right? So, but for me personally, I do feel like my for me, I want to make the most of whatever I need to make the best of whatever I can for like just maximizing leaving the place better than when I came, leaving the place better than when I found it, kind of thing.
So I think like optimistic nihilism kind of points in a way to enlightenment. Like if nothing matters, even you don't matter,
Yeah,
then things are what they are, right? And then you
yeah,
kind of like you kind of glide through life pretty easily. Thing is, nobody
mhm.
believes optimistic nihilism, right? Nobody believes that nothing matters. You can't help but think that things matter. There's
True.
no way
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can read a
It
book about nihilism and then all of a
yeah.
sudden, you know what?
You
Nothing matters.
don't.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
be carefree.
it's
You don't
like
get to make that.
encoded
That's not a choice.
neurologic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's true. Because if you believe, you're right. Because like integral in an integral way, you can't really believe it because you still act incongruent to that belief. Anytime you get triggered by anything, you're like disrespecting the
Yeah.
belief. But you
Not
can't. I
only
guess.
yeah, not
Yeah.
only are we wired to think things that matter, but culturally we're also like for you to read
Yeah.
read what optimism. Oh, nothing matters. I agree with that intellectually. You might agree
Yeah.
with it in the frontal part of your brain there, but the rest of
Yeah.
your brain, however, does not agree with it. And good luck getting that on board.
Yeah.
And then like
That's really cool you said
like
that.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That's really good you said that because I think people that's a huge disconnect that people have is when you intellectually agree with something, but you're not aware that you don't actually, the rest of you doesn't agree with that.
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying what I said of like, I'm here to like just maximize why just make the most of whatever's around me because I'm just aware of like I have all these other impulses, so whatever, I'm just gonna do whatever,
Yeah. And I think like
just
when our goals in life and our expectations are dropped, I think the natural state a being tends to be in a state of something that actually tends to be very altruistic and very like non because if you think about it like all the destruction that's done to this world is done from ego, none of it's done from not ego, right? If you
yeah,
steal something for somebody, that's because you put your importance of the other person's well-being above yourself. But if you
yeah,
don't if you don't have a self or you don't have your own ego, then you won't do things like that. So I think the natural resting state of a human being without ego and without purpose is actually something that is actually very that's actually the most helpful in the world and most helpful in any sort of way. But
yeah,
to actually get there is like, I mean, how do you do that? We're not built that way and we're not raised
we're
that way to
not,
think that way. We
yeah,
think that we're some
absolutely,
separate entity that we have control of ourselves um and that was one of those things that I realized like I don't even know what my train of thought was. What was I trying to say? I don't know. Do you ever
I
do that? You
was
start talking, you lose the thread. Like, what kind of point was I trying to
yeah,
make?
yeah, yeah, no, no, I get, yeah, I have that too.
Yeah,
It was good. Whatever you were saying was good. No, because no, I was gonna say like I agree with what you're saying because it's like once the ego dissolves, you're not identified with just this person. You're now like you're now open to the you're everyone is you, because now it's not like this one person.
Oh yeah, that's a
Your
good way to put it. Yeah,
sense of self expands to everything because it's not restricted to your safety,
yeah.
your well-being, your
And so now the
etc.
goal seeking
You
is
know,
actually for everything because
everyone,
now what you're seeing
everything.
is
Yeah,
so separate. And so naturally that lends itself, I guess, to altruism. And naturally,
yeah.
like the dopamine in your brain, which spurs you to action, will now be geared towards what's better for everything.
Everyone, yeah, everything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not even just everyone, but everything.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you
Yeah,
identified yourself with the universe instead of yourself, what sort of actions would you take?
yeah, yeah,
If somebody was hungry, you would feed them because
yeah.
you're essentially yourself,
Yourself.
right? Like you're
Yeah,
saying, like,
exactly. Yeah, that's
um,
so cool. I'm just gonna go pee, but
okay, go ahead.
one sec.
So you have some other stuff in the chat. My personal philosophies to keep me going has relied a lot on the idea that every conscious experience is different. Everyone, including me, must have some unique duty. Yeah, and that's like very true, right? Everyone has a completely different reality. I wonder like how different though, right? Like I wonder if it's even sincerely different. Like I wonder like if I were to like have a different mind for a day, which I guess doesn't even really make sense. Would the world be so different I wouldn't even be recognizable? You know what I mean? And so like yeah, I mean with that in mind, I think that's oh man, I think I've had too much of the sake because I keep forgetting what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, I agree with you. I think yeah, everyone has a unique duty to contribute to the world. Yeah, everyone has a different perspective on life, and everyone has a different skill set, different way of seeing things. Definitely great. No, you don't need to shut up. I like your comments. I like that people are participating. So yeah, jazz personality. Feel free to put as many comments as you think. Um, by the way, is this ISTP Simon or is it a different Simon? Do I know you, Simon? Maybe not. Yeah, blast last. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Or OE moment too. I see other OEs do this. Okay, so Janet's a long story, but so I had a 7 a.m. flight on Saturday. I just gotten back from Croatia for like a business trip thing. And so Friday night I come back and we have a friend that's like just lost in Berlin and she was like just strung out, I guess, on a lot of drugs. And so we spent like hours trying to find her in Berlin, which is a big city. We found her, but she didn't recognize us. And so she wanted us, she was having a super observer freak out. She was like telling us to get away from her. And she thought we were like trying to kidnap her or something. I don't know, or just like following her or stalking her. We even got her like mom on the phone and she didn't recognize her mom either or her sister. And so now her parents are freaking out. They're going to come to Berlin. And so she was just completely whacked out. We, we called the ambulance because we didn't know what to do. Like, can you help this girl? The ambulance get there and she's like over at a bar and we're like creeping up trying to follow her and she sees us and she's just like staring at us. And then there's these like fucking ambulance guys in their ambulance gear approaching her like this. Like, hey, do you need help? And she's like standing up, freaking out. Like, poor girl, we gave her the worst observer freak out ever. On acid or something, and she was like, I don't know. But yeah, anyway, so we were up till 3 a.m. trying to help her, and so I had a flight. I was at 7. I ended up missing the flight, and yeah, so I didn't go to Europe that weekend.
Have you heard have you seen the Eric Andre show?
Come on, dude. We've
Yeah.
talked about this. Of course, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the show. Yeah,
Have you seen that scene where he's like,
gotta eat the lettuce.
when he's like, oh, you get someone on LSD, then you should grab him and say nightmare.
Nightmare.
That's that's the impression I
Pretty
got
much the
from what
same
you said.
scenario.
Yeah, yeah. Is she okay? Is she okay now?
Yeah, she's all right. She like pawned it off to her parents, like, oh, I was just so stressed out, and I've been working really hard, and I was just out of my mind. I think they believed her too. Like, okay, like how well do y'all know your daughter? I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to make it to the next one. I really do want to like see people in person, especially you.
Yeah,
Like
no.
that was the biggest attraction for sure. Like, oh, I can see.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we'll do
we'll
it, man.
definitely see each other.
The COVID stuff's getting a bit easier now. So yeah, you
Yeah,
have to come out
true.
to Berlin, or I can come out to I don't know. Well, you're an observer. Maybe you don't want to say where you're at in England, but I'll come out to England one of these times. And
Yeah, I'm in Nottingham at the moment, but
okay, The only observer
Um,
that will reveal their location on
yeah.
stream.
That's so interesting. I guess I don't know. I wonder why. Why not? I don't know. Do you think is it because they think something will someone's gonna come?
I
I
think
don't
it's
know.
like I think it's like this. So it's like you're giving a piece of information about yourself, and the thing is, I think observers don't think they see them revealing something personal about themselves that makes them vulnerable, but they don't think deeper than that. They don't think like, hey, how specifically could somebody use this to actually do something? And they don't think about the scenarios and
Ah,
actually process those in their head. They just
yeah,
see it at
yeah.
surface level, giving personal information out. I don't know how it can be used. I just know it could be used. I'm not doing it. You know what I
Right,
mean? It's
right.
almost like you
Yeah,
take a look at decider stuff. Like, okay, if I hurt somebody's feelings, oh, I hurt their feelings. That's it. I'm not going any deeper in that. I feel horrible.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Even though
yeah, yeah,
like there's nuance to it and blah blah blah, and they'll probably be your
yeah.
friend tomorrow anyway.
Got you, got
I
you.
think it's the
Yeah,
same thing. You know,
no, that makes sense.
I
That's
guess. Yeah.
interesting. I didn't know. Yeah, interesting. Hmm.
Because most observer problems can be remedied if you just go a few steps deeper. Like it's like
Yeah.
the fear of the government and stuff like that. It's like think about what the government is. The government isn't like some guy that's like out to get you, right? It's a collection of people just like you that are just trying to do their job.
Yeah,
And the inefficiency and the shortcuts that are taken result in some sides of bad policies and some controlling stuff.
yeah.
But you have to see the little
You have
details
to,
and nuances
yeah,
of parts. And then the government is not so like just this crazy unified monster thing. No, it's actually not a thing at all. There is no such thing as a government. There's little working parts that, you know, we call it, label it as a government, but there is no
mhm,
government, right?
yeah, yeah.
It's
That's
just a
true.
play. It's just a category. Don't take the category too seriously. Don't let
Yeah,
that scare you. You know.
that's so interesting. That was, I mean, that explanation there, that should, you should make a video and be like, this is for all single observers that are freaking out about the government. And then you should do that monologue.
Do you think that
Interesting.
would be insulting though? I feel like even as I was saying that, I was like, yeah, is that kind of like?
Ah,
I think so.
yeah, yeah. My lack of FE.
I don't know.
Maybe it would
You have
be. I
better
don't
FE
know.
than I do. Maybe it's
But it
like,
makes sense. I'm like that.
yeah.
Like what to me, I'm like once they see that, like it just
Well,
surely it
that's the
helps.
thing. I don't
I
know
don't
if
know.
it makes a difference because I think like observers would agree, but that doesn't get rid of the
The
fear though.
emotion, yeah, because it's emotional. You can't
Yeah.
argue with emotions, right? You have
Like
to
even with me,
resolve it.
you can like I can tell you I had some decider issue with a friend and I said
Yeah,
something that was mean and I'm like super feeling guilty about it. Like, hey, that's fine. They've said stuff like that too. And you can double decide all you want for me.
yeah.
And I'll agree with you, but I'm still gonna feel guilty.
It's gonna, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get that.
So it's like I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Oh man.
But I think that the key thing though, and I think either Shan or Dave said that, maybe Shan, but like the key thing but like with double deciding or double observing is like the thing is like you're not really like so as a decider you're not really processing the decider problems. The thing is the double observing stuff I've been processing my whole life, like
Yeah, yeah.
wise, right?
Me with
The
decider stuff
decider stuff,
too.
it's in my mind, but it's not really being processed. I'm
Process.
still
Yeah,
just thinking about it from my perspective. And I'm
yeah,
just going over and over again, my perspective.
yeah, yeah,
If
yeah.
I spent time actually going back and forth from both sides a lot,
Mhm.
like hours every day, then I would start double deciding. Just like I got to where I
Yeah,
am double observing, right? Because I've been
yeah,
going
yeah,
back and forth between the NISC, just like probably you've been doing with double deciding as well. You've been going.
yeah.
So it's like I
Yeah,
think that's the only way to get rid of it is you have to go over these over and over and over and over and over again in your mind and do it the right way, like going
yeah,
to both sides.
yeah, yeah. Do it the right way. Yeah, yeah,
Like if I have a decider issue, I can't just think about, oh, how I've hurt them or what I did that was bad, blah, blah. I have to think about like, okay, what would it be like to receive the thing that I thought that I did was bad to the other person?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Really
No,
put
that's
myself
true.
there.
Yeah, yeah,
And you do that scenario enough times, then you're less scared of it because now you've completely processed it. So I think that's the issue is you're not really processing the full access, and that's
and
why we have single observing and single
and yeah, I'm pro from what you said. I'm processing now, like what I was saying earlier about simulating, and then in the situation I update and I see how they actually are. That might just be me double deciding. That might be me seeing my perspective first, and then in the situation seeing their perspective, and then updating. Because it's like that's what I do most of the time. I'm processing more decider stuff than observations. I don't think it's like what you said you were actually processing, like the flight and then the when you're in the hotel and what you're gonna do and da 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 da. I will do it to a certain level, but I won't go as deep as I do with the cider stuff, where it's on automatic. It'll
Yeah.
just run and then yeah. No, it's very interesting. I got something in my eye. Also, yeah. When should we wrap up?
Uh, what time is it? Like, oh, fuck! It's already midnight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just
uh,
thinking.
I
It's
don't
it's
care.
been really good though. It's been really good though.
I feel like I'm still good. I could go longer.
Yeah, I
But
can go
whichever
longer.
one of us wants to stop, we'll stop. So whenever you
Yeah,
want to stop, we'll stop. Whenever, or if I want to stop first, whichever comes first.
yeah.
I'm okay to keep going, but if you want to stop, I'm okay with that as well. Um,
Would if I said 20 minutes?
let's do
That
20 minutes.
yeah.
Okay, so that's okay.
Another timer.
So 1:30. Okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, 20 minutes it is. So we got 20 minutes left of the podcast. If you guys have any questions,
Yeah, throw them all
on our
in.
way. We'll answer them. But yeah, we haven't talked about any of the topics that we listed actually.
Yeah, no, but it's
What's up,
funny because
Carlos? How's it going, man?
hey Carlos. It's interesting because because earlier when you posted the link, you had a general idea of what topics we'll talk about, and we've spoke about all those. Like we
Mm-hmm.
went into spirituality, we spoke about psychology, no, spoke about neuroscience too. Like you kind of predicted what we talk about. That's really funny.
That's true. Well, except for relationships, we didn't talk about that.
Yeah, we didn't talk
I guess
about that. True, true,
we can
true.
talk about that. I mean, we have kind of like the same NI.
Yeah,
Well, even talking about our relationship, I feel like our TIs are somehow perfectly.
yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
we've ever disagreed on anything,
yeah. It's really weird.
and that for me like freaks me out a little bit. Not in a
Yeah,
bad way,
yeah,
but it's like, yeah, okay, well, like, okay,
yeah.
is he just pretending to agree? Is that what's going
No,
on? I really think that line, like that's crazy.
yeah, and I don't usually disagree with Ti that much until it's like we're arguing like some logistical thing or um some theory or something like that. But if we're talking about life stuff, it feels like we're perceiving life in a similar way.
Yeah,
Usually, I don't know. Yeah.
definitely seems to be the case. So
Mhm.
Carlos had a question. What function are you guys trying to understand? It's the answer is
Oh,
always FI.
yeah, yeah, that's true. That
Actually,
is
it's not so much like
true.
what the at least for me what the function is doing, but it's like I
How
want to
do
know
I
how to interpret
respond?
FI. Like, what do I like? I want to know like how my actions are interpreted by someone with FI because I feel like it's quite
Yeah,
different for that
we
access.
just
And I'm
yeah,
like, I know maybe this seems inauthentic, but it's like if I know that certain things trigger an FI, or if they're seen or interpreted in a different way than I mean them to be, then I need to act in a certain way, different way.
yeah.
And I don't
It's
know what that
funny.
is. That's the tough thing.
Yeah, it's funny because we just said the same thing. So that's like a thing of like we're seeing it the same way.
Mhm.
Because like yeah, it's how do I respond to Fi? How do
Yeah.
I like because but that's an Fe
It's like,
view
how do I
of
make them
like
happy? Like, I don't know.
yeah, yeah, and that's just Fe. That's Fe
Mhm.
thinking I need to do something to. It's like an equation of like I need to input to get an output. How
And it
do I
makes
get
me
the
think like
output?
maybe the answer is that we're trying to make them happy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Could be, right? I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, yeah.
That's a
I
tough
don't
one.
know. But Fi is interesting.
You just yeah, it's a different like even do you remember the maybe you don't I don't know if we discussed this or not, but it was there were, oh no, I think we didn't. But there was a post on the unofficial group a while back where it was like when somebody says like I miss you, hey, where have you been? There were a lot of TE people on there that actually didn't like that and they felt like they had a responsibility to be there and the person was calling them out. Whereas the people
What?
on the FE spectrum actually felt like that was a compliment that they were missed,
Yeah, like
something like
you,
that.
like yeah.
Like things like that where I just like,
What the
how do I
fuck?
figure that
Yeah,
out? Like I don't.
yeah. Exactly. Like how do I? Yeah, because it's a completely different perspective. How do I
Mhm.
hold that perspective in all of my
Yeah.
actions.
And like I
You
want to
know,
know
yeah,
that I
it's
shouldn't
strange.
say that to someone with FI or a TE or whatever. Like I
Yeah,
want to know that it's because usually that's something I'll say when like, yeah, I miss it doesn't mean that like where have you been? It's more like I just want to
yeah,
express that you're someone important to me enough to
yeah, yeah,
miss you and you know, like
yeah, yeah.
uh,
That's crazy. Because that one's a very surface one too. Like that's just like a little, a little bit of like, I missed you. You know.
um, okay, there's
Hmm.
a couple of comments here. FI
Yeah.
always feels to me like an unenterable personal world. Yeah, I could agree. Well, I think I guess it's enterable in terms of you get like an FI talking about stuff that's in their FI, then maybe you get the same glimpse you would with TI. Maybe I'm not completely sure. And then we got all caps here. FI is all about listen more than talk, and talk is because FE is
Right.
more.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
I think it's
interesting.
fair. Sure, FI is a listening master because they pay
Ah.
attention to how they feel before. Is this NIFI Carlos? Carlos? Is this a different Carlos, or am I like confusing them?
Yeah. I'm assuming.
You know NIFI Carlos?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same one though.
Yeah.
And then we
That's
have how
interesting
does
though.
FE interact with negative? Like
So
negative
I,
emotions coming from the self or like from other people, because that's two different.
yeah. Yeah.
Two different.
Exactly. Completely two different. From people, it's okay. I'm just here to help them feel better. For me, it's like you're not allowed to have a negative vibe.
Yeah, yeah, true. Yeah. If other people are having negative emotions, you feel like you
It's
have to solve that somehow, right? Like you have to
yeah,
reset the vibe to where they're not having those. If you have them in
yeah,
yourself towards other people, you feel like you shouldn't have those because
yeah,
they're negative, they're bad,
yeah,
evil
yeah.
feeling, you know.
Which stops you from processing them because you're not accepting them first. So
Yeah. Okay. So more from the self. So it's like I guess it depends on what kind of feelings. So if at least for me as a decider, if I have negative feelings towards other people, I generally don't feel justified in that. And I like will feel guilty actually for having, unless it was something really like if somebody stole from me or something and I like was mad at them, then okay, whatever. But if, like generally, I just had negative feelings for no reason, then like I'm for me that's hard to interact with because I don't feel
yeah,
like they're justified. You know what I mean? And so it's like it's if for just in general, if I just am just feeling bad or if I'm having whatever. For me, the way well, I don't know if this is the way FE does it. I think FE is generally not geared towards handling their own feelings, but generally not necessarily my way, but FE in general, you have to externalize those feelings to process them. So a lot of times, if you have negative feelings, you have to talk them out with someone,
yeah,
and that helps you process them.
yeah.
Yeah, Manny, how do you feel about that? Do
There's
you have
that. There's. I agree with everything you said. And then the second layer is if I'm just in a bad mood in general, I'm not allowed to be in a bad mood because the vibe that people will interpret I'm
ah right,
having
yeah.
a negative impact on the vibe. So I'm like, even that, like I should be at least neutral, just not, just don't have a negative effect. Maybe if I have a positive effect, that's a bonus, but at the
Mm,
least just don't have a negative effect. It's like more
yeah.
of an avoidance tactic, it feels like. So
It's funny seeing like FI sometimes, and actually, I really like this. Like some FIs, they don't give a fuck about the vibe, so they're just if they're in a
yeah.
bad mood. Like there's one person I know that she'll just like show up to a party just like this, just like, and I'm like, hey, what's wrong? You wouldn't believe it, Dave. I just this soul crushing pain, and it's like okay,
Yeah.
and then she'll just sit at the party just like this the whole time.
Yeah. Oh my God. But
But
that,
but I
yeah.
kind of like I'd like that she just like fuck it. I feel bad, so I'm just gonna feel bad.
Yeah. That's
I'm not gonna
that's the
change because of the party, you know? It's
yeah.
also weird for the party, but at the same time, it's like, well, fair
It's
enough.
fine.
Like,
Yeah. That's the thing, like with Effie, we like I'm accepting of other people's negative emotions. Like I'm not like, oh, you shouldn't feel that way. It's like
mm,
I feel good when people are oh yeah. I feel good when people are emotionally honest. Like if someone
mhm.
has a FI, I'm like, oh, it's kind of nice. I know how they feel. But then with me, it's different because I feel like, oh, I shouldn't XYZ,
Yeah, I poured
you
way
know?
too much this time. This is not a shot. This is now a drink.
Oh man. Here we go.
I think it's been our longest podcast. This is 3 hours.
It's felt so short.
It's gone by, dude. We were at 40 minutes. Like, what the fuck? We just started.
Yeah. Cheers.
Wait, so how long was our other one? I can tell you real quick. Our other one was pretty fucking fun. We did like the bingo card on the fucking. Oh, it was
Yeah.
3.5 hours actually.
Ah.
It's 3.5. So, but yeah, that was
What's
a good
this
one.
on? What's this on?
3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, about to be 3 hours flat. Yep.
Mm.
So Melissa says, my tea usually makes me mask up to avoid someone recognizing I'm sad or upset. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that seems more like FE. But have you been like officially typed? Is this a self-type or? Anyway, sorry, not doubting your type there. I was just curious.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if I should take this data in or not as person.
Yeah. That's the TISC.
Yeah. Sure.
To be fair, I think I've heard TE say that. Ikram has said that to me.
Oh yeah, I can't like I couldn't see Ikram showing up to a party if she's in a bad mood, just being like,
yeah,
like she was liven up and but I don't know. I don't know you that well. But, yeah.
I think it was it was me, you, Ikram, Danielle, and then she was talking about how if she's in a bad mood, she has to put it in like somewhere else, and then turn up okay.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so maybe it's or maybe So yeah, how would we
I don't
answer
know.
that now? I think maybe okay, maybe
It might be like a demon,
or maybe it's just a normal.
It's a demon F.
Type.
Yeah.
Or maybe demon F. I could. Well, I don't know. Savior FE. I think Savior FE probably wouldn't also. To maybe, a social situation, display negative emotions. I wouldn't.
So maybe everyone does that except for Savior FI.
Yeah, maybe. Or it might not even be like type related. It might just be
it might just be a person thing. Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something that's forgotten sometimes in the OP circles is like
absolutely
not everything is explained by the OP type. Some of it's just normal human
behavior. In fact, most things are normal human behavior.
Yeah.
You know.
It's just like statistically they're done more by a certain type than another, maybe, right? Like it's,
Yeah.
But yeah, good question, Melissa. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Wait, did it come from a question from her or did she? No, she did. It did come with the negative emotions, right? Okay. Sorry, I've had too much sake at this point. Dude, it's a lot. Check this out. This was a full bottle. Wait, you can't see it. It's down to about right here.
Okay, cool. No, that's good. I've got.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that's your 2 bottle. Wait, you don't finish the bottle. You just leave a little bit left.
Yeah, because I wanted to switch out. I was like, I'm bored.
So have you tried the last one yet?
Oh,
the last one was the grapefruit one, right?
Yeah, I'm not optimistic about it, but maybe I should try it just because you mentioned it.
We'll both try it. I'll try another one of this.
Hey.
I bet it's gonna be good. So I think this should just be a thing for us from now on with this podcast. We just
I agree. This is just a lot more fun.
Indeed.
I feel like everyone should do this. We should invite someone on. We were gonna get Ikram on. Last time that's what we said. But
oh really? Okay. Well, I don't
know
here anymore.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Cheers.
As we say in German. Oh, that's one hit hard. How was? Oh God. Damn, it was that bad, huh? The grapefruit doesn't. Grapefruit wasn't like a bad idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I know it was. I thought it'd be worse, but it was bad, but not as bad.
Okay, I'm gonna send Ikram a link. Ikram, you can join if you want. It's no pressure, but I'm just gonna send you just in case.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, she doesn't have to come now, but like, yeah, we should.
You might be in the middle of cooking or something, or maybe you're in a cycling class at the moment. I don't know, but just it's up to you.
Yeah, no, Ikram's interesting because on Discord, she's like doing something as she's on the call. So I'm
Always, yeah.
like,
That's why I'm like, oh, she's probably in the middle of something, I think.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So she could actually join. Yeah, no, it'd just be fun. I feel like when you drink, it's like you need more people. I don't know if
That's
that
true.
makes
Yeah, yeah.
sense. My head's just like there should be more people here. I'm drunk,
I agree.
you know? Yeah.
I think like Jana would be a good one as well, just because she always has so many like good questions. I feel like, and so
Yeah,
like we would both being last. That's you know what? I'll send Jana an invite as well. We'll see. Jana, if you want
yeah.
to come on, of course you don't have to. You can feel free.
She's actually cooking.
What's that?
No, you were like right. Like she's cooking.
Okay. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
she like
You're
you
doing
thing
something. Yeah,
is
that's all good.
your NI is like probably the best NI in terms of
Oh, I didn't
like
say cooking though, did I? I think I said something dumb.
oh, I thought you were like
I
cooking or
just
baking.
I like my NI came with
I don't
she's in
know.
spinning class right now, like just watching this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or like oh, who's else on the Discord? So Uzair's on the Discord a lot. He'll literally be in a meeting at work. He'll be talking on Discord.
Oh my
He's like, hold up, guys, I'm in a meeting.
yeah. That's that's like chaotic in a DI way. It's like
I'm not even
I
that
don't
careful. Whoa.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's like I don't like that's so he's really cool though. Like he
Yeah,
just
Uzair's great. Yeah, totally.
yeah, he's so cool. He
He's the
came
Joker. Well, maybe Joker's not the. He's like the class clown of the community. Like he's the
yeah,
guy making jokes and
absolutely.
stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. There was that thing
Was
he
he
did
at the
when he
retreat when you went?
yeah, he was
Ah,
there, dude, from
nice.
California.
Wow, he came
That's like
on. Man, now
yeah.
I feel like shit. I didn't come, but he came all the way up.
No, but dude, you had a crisis going on, man. Like
Yeah, I mean, I could
I
have passed
was
out and just not slept though. You know.
I was concerned for the person though, because I was like, because you never know, you don't know how it'll affect them afterwards, kind of thing. So I was like,
Oh yeah,
that is a serious situation.
this is what it
So
is.
yeah, but what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. It's gone. It's gone. Damn it. You know when like you feel like it was you had something good to say, but it's just gone. Oh yeah, Johnny wants to join me on the
Yeah,
video. Yeah, let's
of
do it.
course.
What was it? It was about Uzair. Nah, but he's a cool dude.
Mhm.
I'm just yeah. It's so interesting because we're like both sleep NT, but because he's double observer, he does things I'm like, that's I wouldn't do that, but like kind of like
Really, I
I'm
thought you guys would actually be
I
more
have big
aligned
balls.
than you and I
We
actually.
yeah, right? But I feel like I'm equally aligned with him as you.
Hmm.
And then I'm not expecting him to be as SC as you, but he is. You know, he's like as like I'm like, oh shit, like he's more on your side than on my side. I'm like, oh shit,
Oh
you
shit, we
know?
have some drama in the chat. I feel like this is escalating. You guys, let's or any big picture. Too narrow-minded, tunnel vision.
Oh man. I
Well, I'm
mean we're
sorry you feel that way, Carlos, but
yeah. And to be honest, we probably are missing because we're looking at things through our function, so yeah, we probably are missing it, you know?
probably missing something.
Missing something for sure.
You
You know,
know.
talking to Jono was very eye-opening because I was like wrapping my head around NTing externally. He was explaining it to me. I was just like, wait, surely you do some of it in your head or like and he does, but he was saying it's just he naturally wants to do it externally. And I just couldn't accept that. And then he
Hmm.
was like, no, 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 NTing in your head is more efficient for you because you're wired that way. And my brain couldn't fathom it. Now, I accept it now, but at the time it was like, what? You know? I don't know. It's
Okay.
interesting.
Oh, Jen is having issues.
Hi. Am I still someone comment if I'm still live.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, it kept you in the stream. Okay,
Oh
interesting.
yeah.
So I needed to refresh the page to get the URL again to send to Jonah.
Okay.
But yeah, it looked like it was still okay. That was a rash decision. I didn't know how that would turn out, but it looked like it was okay. Oh. Weird. Yeah, I don't know why it's not loading. Should load. Is it giving you like an error or anything like that, or is it giving you feedback, or is the page just staying blank, or what's going on?
Yeah, give us some sense.
Give us the SE, Jenna. What's going on? Help us troubleshoot. Speaking of which, time for another shot. Oh, it's also it's also been about 20 minutes though too.
Yeah. I'll stick around for at least 15 minutes for Jana,
Okay.
you know?
15
Gonna
minutes.
hang out. It'd be rude to just disappear.
I agree. I was hoping you would stay on.
Oh, it just
It
says
says
loading.
Okay. Let me do this then. Fuck. So I go to share and it just gives me the same stream I just gave you. Jana, try loading it in a incognito window on your Chrome or Firefox browser or whatever you're using. See if that helps.
Yeah, this is really hitting me now.
Yeah, I'm getting drunk. Okay, so FI listens to their own feelings before listening to people. That's what I meant.
Ah, oh, right. Yeah, I don't do that. I just listen to the person and then I see how I feel about it afterwards. But I don't do it before. Which is what FI does is good. Like that's a good thing.
Okay. So yeah, so what's going on there? So like, yeah, the feelings, I mean, I'll be aware of them, but they won't factor.
They're like
They're
nothing.
separate.
Like, but I wish they did because it's good to know where you stand because your response will be based on your feelings that you're not detecting, you know. So
The purpose is to overcome evil while living and fun and working.
I mean, that kind of
To
makes sense.
overcome evil, to defeat it with our superior FI morals. Okay, let me add you.
Hey,
Hey, Jenna, good to see you.
Guys.
hey, what's up?
How's it going? Do you have some questions to blast us with? Because I.
Or do you just have
Hold on.
answers?
I just have answers. No, I think you guys are doing great. As last year, got 3 hours worth of this.
Yeah, well, with Manny, it's super easy. I had no issues there. It just flows, you know.
I would say the same with Dave. Like, I feel like we're so in sync. It's just, it feels a lot shorter. It feels like an hour. Like, that's the time like that feels like for me.
Yeah, I think
So
like Manny and I, our TIs are more aligned than any other person I think I've ever met. Actually.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird. It's like the same person. Yeah.
The SE version of Manny, basically. And he's
Yeah. And more TI too, because I'm very lazy with thinking.
Oh shit! Did we take the shot? I
No,
saw.
not yet.
Oh, okay. I thought
Jana, do you have your shot?
No, sorry guys. I was working.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Oh yeah, you're in the US, so it's
yeah.
Yeah. Conceptually, you're drinking with us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spiritually.
Cheers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're all, audio beta quadrant. So we're, we all got that in common.
Mm-hmm. We're all friends here. Have you ever met someone in the beta quadrant that you didn't really sync with? I think it's like generally it's easier with your own quadrant, right? Or have you experienced that differently?
No, I really sync with a lot of people in the beta quadrant. Yes. I can't really think of anybody that I don't. You kind of just speak the same language, especially on the TI-FE axis,
It's funny how that works. It's like we're all playing by the same rules somehow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's interesting how that works.
Yeah, like the thing you talked about a few minutes ago about the FIs. What was the question? Like, if you ask how someone's doing, the FIs get offended. Was that it? Or
It was if you say where have you been? I miss you. That question.
God,
Where
yeah,
it's like well, I don't know if Savior FI gets offended, but there was some like a lot of Savior TEs that were like they felt like they failed their responsibility, sort of.
oh,
And didn't see that as like more of a compliment. Someone just expressing to them that, hey, you're important to me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
things like that, which makes me think, wow, are we really that different? People like, and it's like, so much NF I still need to explore. You know what I mean?
Well, no, like you said, like sometimes it's just the FI. It's hard to understand FIs sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. So how has your dynamic been with people with like Savior FI? Like, have you picked up any like NI things on how like those interactions tend to go, or like, or things or pointers or like ways that you go about that, or things to keep in mind, or anything?
I think one of the things I've learned is that sometimes, a lot of times, my FE can overwhelm the FI. So
That's what I've heard from FIs, that like the FE overwhelms. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but maybe you can shed some light on that.
Yeah, so it's I don't know. It's like if I try to be too friendly and they're not ready, they will back away. So
okay, that's interesting.
I noticed that like after I got typed, because sometimes I try to connect with people in the Facebook group, and it wouldn't work. But as soon as I backed off, and then I started letting FIs want to connect with me, that worked a lot better. So it's like you have to get in their FI, and then they come to you.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. You're being too friendly in the beginning, and that I wonder what's off-putting about that. I wonder. Not to say that it wouldn't be off-putting, but I wonder like how they're seeing, because usually like if somebody's really friendly with me, that like I feel like the person's communicating that, hey, I'm like sending you a friend request, basically, which is like a nice thing. But I guess the FIs are seeing it maybe a bit differently, and I wonder how exactly that's coming off to them, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I realized as I step back and kind of let the FIs come to me, like to be friends and stuff. It's like, oh wow, it seems like I have to get in the FI first. Like they don't, because sometimes FIs say they don't trust the FE because it can seem fake. So maybe it might seem fake to them until they're sure that I can be in the FI.
That's interesting. I wonder if is there the same dynamic with the other way around with TIs and TEs? It's probably a completely different thing, but is there some way that like TE feels like it's difficult to approach us or to bond with us because of issues there? Maybe not. Maybe that's like not a parallel we can draw. That like TE.
I don't know. I mean, how do you guys feel about like TEs? Do they like do you feel like talking to a TE that they're going to like they just crap all over your TI?
I've never really experienced that, actually. Like, I mean, I used to shit on TEs a lot, but I think it was mostly because of like the stereotypes I had just been fed mostly. But like, I can't see any actual like in my SE library of like times where I feel like somebody stomped on my TI. Really, like
I have.
Have you? Okay, can you give us some?
So if I'm talking to a TE, that's good. Like the interaction's very good. But if I'm minding my own business and then it's unwarranted, like critique or like coming in, that's when it's an issue. But if I'm going to the person, it's fine. So then it makes it like, so it just depends on how the conversation started. So like in my head, if I'm doing my own TI thing, it's like this is my thing, and then if someone comes and just tries to tell me I'm doing it wrong, unwarranted, that's when it's like I'm defensive. But if I'm like talking to someone, so in that sense, TEs are like there's no issue if I'm thinking in my head I want to talk to the person. That's it. It's a very DI explanation, but
yeah. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, like I would like that. those types of scenarios would like trigger me as well, but I haven't run into them, I guess has been the thing.
Yeah.
But like if I'm like, hey, here's my TI way things, well, this is wrong, and it's like, well, actually it's not wrong, you just haven't really thought about it enough, you're just shitting shit out of your mouth, and like you haven't really thought about what I'm saying at all. That would get annoying theoretically, but I don't feel like I haven't had experience of T's doing that to me so much.
It's because of the demon sensory. So this is why I really like ISTPs, because I'm like, this is what I want to be that way, because then no one can point anything wrong, because like I'm right. So I've got the sensory, I've got the logic, like I'm just doing my thing. It's pure independence, but because of me, people will see, oh, this sensory is off, so then they will come in.
Okay.
So, you know,
the only anecdote I can give of like TE being like that, and I don't even know if this is actually TE, but my dad does stuff like this where it's like super triggering, but I don't know if he's necessarily TE. I mean, he hasn't been officially typed, but
yeah,
like for instance, when I was moving to Germany, I was like, yeah, I haven't been planning this for months and blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to move, end of this year or whatever. And he's like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You live in a foreign country. What are you going to do about a visa? Or just like questions like that. I was like, do you think I haven't thought about like getting a visa here? Like, what if I just show up and just expect that I'm just gonna like live there? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just these stupid ass questions that are just like super triggering. Like, of course I've thought about this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Or like, it's just little like thing. Or like when you've thought really deeply about something for months and months, and somebody points out the first obvious thing that you would think of when thinking. It's like, bro, like even the fact that you're throwing this at me is insulting. Like,
it's like just not on the same wavelength. It's like
exactly. It's like, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna travel to Colorado next weekend. Did you fill up your car with gas so you can get there? Of course I did, you fucking idiot. Holy shit. Like, anyway, T's don't actually do this, or at least I haven't. My dad does stuff like that, but he's a dad, so they do stuff like that, right? But I mean, like,
true.
It's like it comes from like. But I think there's a disconnect, because it's like the TEs like I don't think they're trying to criticize. Like generally this is how TEs work. You bounce stuff off each other in order to build something together, right? In order to find something. You do that by shooting shots at it. And, right. You pass the hot potato along to each other and eventually have something, right? They're not like spending hours and months and shit internally, like a bunch of shit, right? So they don't necessarily know, and how could they know that you've been thinking about this for fucking months?
Absolutely,
So there's just a disconnect there, and that can come off insulting, I think.
Yeah.
I think this is the whole TI-FE axis, because I don't want to be told what to do either, because
it's
like
it's insulting, right? It's insulting your intelligence that somebody would come up with something extremely simple. Like, of course I've thought about this. Like,
exactly. I don't, like Manny said, I don't want to be told. If I want anybody to tell me what to do, I want to ask, I will ask, but I don't want to be like told things, Mm-hmm.
It's like to poke at what your ideas and what you want to do is to poke at your intelligence as well. It feels like.
At your competence,
Because
because for me, the thing is, because my sensory ties to it too, so I'm like, I'll be insecure about my competency, because it feels like competency, so it's like sensory too, so I will feel like there's a part of it I'm missing. So that's why I'm always like, damn, the ISTPs, they've got it covered, But and it's like you're saying, they're not trying to offend us or the person they're talking to. They're trying to help, but then we'll just take it in an offensive way. That's basically it. That's it.
Yeah, but like Jason, it's like something you think about something. Like I tell people, like I don't say something unless I really thought about it. So and so when they're poking at you, you're like, do you not think I'm just saying this because I thought about it deeply, So
and I think like T's are assuming that like the reason you're mentioning it is because you want to process it with the tribe. I think.
Yeah.
And so then they're like, okay, you're putting this out there. Okay, let's check it together and let's make sure everything's great. Which is like I think T's are coming from an altruistic position where like, okay, let's process this together. They don't realize you've already done a bunch of homework. To speak to your comment, Jazz personality, so sometimes lead T can not be like told what to do if they're like OE. because it can feel kind of controlling to some degree. That sometimes can. So
That's
if you
true.
have,
Yeah. That makes
if they are actually TE, if they're actually TE, maybe it's an OE thing because like OEs don't want to be sort of controlled in some sort of way, so that can be off-putting. So it might come from that potentially. I mean, nobody likes being told what to do, but
Yeah.
what actually is being done, right?
Yeah.
In general, but yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, everything we've said about TE, I can see us doing that with FE, with FIs.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, like when you were
like
talking
I,
at the beginning about religion, like that's what I think with religion. Like I'm not religious either, but I can see everybody's value of religions or spirituality, and I'm like fine with it. And you're right.
Yeah.
And the FI, if they're like in a certain way, if you don't match their FI, they don't
Yeah.
like it. And even the class, they talked about that today with Michelle Thaler, that was a big part of the class.
Mhm.
Was that, and they were saying that the FIs, they want you to be part of that religion, and if you're not, they
Yeah.
can
You're
cast you out
wrong.
that
Which
way.
is like
Yeah.
it's a bit
Yeah.
scary because like I want to be friends with the FI people as well, but it's like what if I don't like the same stuff or value the same stuff? Where it's like if I feel like with TI, if someone's not on board with the same TI stuff, like I don't expect you to be most of the time. Like that's
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
I realize that my TI way of thinking about stuff it tends to be like a bit out there, I guess, in some ways, and maybe a bit
Yeah.
idealistic or
No,
whatever.
that's true. That's
So I
true.
don't. Maybe we are doing that too, but I feel like that kind of sucks.
It's
It's like
that's the
I
thing.
want
I
to be
think it's
friends, but I'm sorry that we both don't like the color blue, or like I like the color blue and you don't. Like, anyway,
yeah.
that's simplistic, and maybe that's a bit insulting, but you know what
No,
I mean. Like,
but
it sucks.
I have experienced that person. Like, I think it's an access thing. I think the FIT access is going for objectivity in a way of like trying to like because TE is super objective. It's trying to get all the opinions, and I think the FI can lean into that and then also be objective with the FI. Whereas for us, we're like the FE and the TI. It's like the same, where it's like each person is like it's very accepting of subjectivity. Like I've heard Samuel talk about this, which I was surprised because I thought it was a TI thing. Like, oh, everyone's
SCFE Samuel, right?
thing. Yeah, SCFE. And
Okay.
he was like, even for him, he was like, I like what I like. I don't get why people get on top of me when in reality, everyone is just you kind of like your own thing. I'm like, I see the same thing, but I got into I think this person was FI, a very close person to me. I'm pretty sure they're FI, but I was like, I like this water bottle, but I know it's just my taste. That's what I was saying. Like everyone likes what they like like that have their own taste, and they were like, no, this one is the best water bottle. The one you have is trash because this one is the best one. And I was I was like, wait, you see that your opinion is subjective though. Like surely you see that you just like that and that's fine, but I just like this. They were like, no, like yours is worse. I'm like, what? But I've chosen this for my own unique reason. So I want it to be this way. The way you think is bad just happens to be my own different value system. They couldn't see that, so I was like, but the thing is, I do miss out on the objectivity side of things because then I'm like, I'm not able to. I'm really bad at critiquing things because at university we'd have like research papers we had to critique, and I'm bad at critiquing things from an objective standpoint because I think that's what we miss out on, maybe like the objectivity of things because we're really accepting of the subjectivity of like each person is their own, but that's more of an NI theory. I don't know if that's true,
Yeah.
but it's out there.
Well, like I think on our like TI, that's where we get more like, no, you're wrong.
Yeah,
Like if anyone
yeah,
if anyone says we have free will, I think they're wrong.
yeah.
Now maybe they're not wrong, but I can't see how they're right. Like
Yeah, that's so
you know what
I
I
see.
mean?
That's what genuinely. I'm
Yeah.
like I can't see. Like I'm aware of me. I'm
Mhm.
aware of me in the situation. So I'll be like I can't see it. Like
Yeah.
even what you said, I won't get that sentence from the TEFI axis. It'll be
Mhm.
more like this is wrong.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like even
Yeah,
just
yeah.
that
This is
stuff
not
where,
like
like
yeah,
yeah,
totally. Like or like
I don't know.
yeah, it's also weird to get questioned on your likes as well because it's like for I made like I when I make eggs I make them sunny side up. So like I fry them and then I flip them over for a few seconds. You know, it's the best the way I like it the most. And somebody's
Yeah.
like, "Why do you cook your eggs that way?" It's like, "Why the fuck do you think I cook them this? Because I like them. Like, is there
Yeah.
any other reason other than I like them that way? Like, well, I do this way because it's better for the environment. It releases less CO2.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I supposed to say to that?
Yeah. Like I
Why do you
only
like the color green so much? I don't fucking know.
I have them scrambled only. So, but I wasn't gonna ask you why you have them that way. I was like, you just
It's
like it that way.
obvious. Like you
Like
scramble them
you
because you like them
like
better that way.
yeah.
Isn't it like, well, like that's not a good way to cook eggs. Like, what do you mean it's not a good way? It's the way
Yeah.
that it suits his taste buds the best, right? It's different.
Yeah, exactly. And or like experiences or like your situation, like it
Yeah.
works for you. Like whatever it is. Like
It's like you can recognize that scrambled eggs for you isn't that great,
yeah,
but you're
yeah.
not going to tell them that universally that's not great. Or even with
Yeah,
music,
exactly.
like there's some music that I think fucking is horrible. And if somebody
Yeah.
listens to that music, I'm like, that's horrible music. But I won't ever tell them, but like, that's not bad. That's not good music. You shouldn't listen to that because they're hearing a different song than I'm hearing.
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Yeah.
And they're
That's true.
they're tasting different eggs than you're tasting. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah. Jana, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think like I agree. Like I think we can understand it a little bit better, and I think I was kind of thinking back to I was kind of channel changing, but going back to all this, there's a lot of you hear people like on the Facebook groups or Discord or stuff talking about FEs being shaming. The FE shames a lot of people, but I think that part of me is what I see is like with the FI that they could be a shaming too. Like we were talking about with the religion part, like if you don't believe the religion, then you cast out as opposed to somebody like, hey, I don't care what your religion is, So I think it's
Yeah.
like, so I think that's what's been bothering me for a while about people thinking that FE is the only one shaming, but I think there's
Yeah.
a lot of FI
I,
shaming.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
even
like-
know what that is. Like for me, like if I FE shame someone, that just means I don't FE for them anymore. I just turn that function off.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like I'm no longer worried about their emotional reaction to what I do. That's it. If they've been a dick to me multiple times, and it's like, okay, I'm not gonna go out of my way to try to be nice to you. I probably won't talk to you. I won't say hi.
Yeah.
Like I won't be mean to you, but I'm just not gonna.
You just
Those circuits are turned off for you. But that's
Yeah.
my of shaming,
Way.
which is really shaming that much.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what FE shaming is. This FE shaming just
I've-
means like saying that something that they did was wrong or something, because that's not shaming. That's like
That's
Well, like I said, I'm trying to get a view of this, and I'm not really like I'm play processing it out. But I think sometimes I think what the FIs are thinking when they're getting ashamed is if the FE doesn't agree with them. Like I cannot be religious, but also that I might not, their religion might not be for me. But that doesn't mean
Yeah.
I'm shaming. But I think sometimes the FIs are taking like if we aren't actually in their FI, that they take it as shaming when we're not shaming.
yeah.
So.
I think I was accused of FE shaming at one point. I think it was by I want to say it was by Reggie. I think I didn't really like Reggie in the beginning, and Reggie knows this.
yeah.
And so when he would join the chat, I would just ignore him because I was like, fuck that fucking guy. And he wouldn't. It's like, Dave, you didn't say hi to me. I said hi to everyone else but him.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, are you FE shaming me right now? Which I guess it kind of was. It was like, I don't
Yeah.
really like this guy, so I'm just not going to be nice to him. I love Reggie now. We're good. He was on the growth.
Yeah, I saw your
Reggie's
interview
awesome.
skill.
But like
Yeah.
back then, it wasn't a big
Yeah.
fan.
Interesting.
So my FE shaming was just like, I'm
yeah.
not
So-
gonna interact with this person. Anyway, go ahead.
This is the thing, yeah. So like what you're saying, FE is it's like a double-edged sword. You can either really ignore the person or you can actively shame them. So I've been told I'm shaming, but I'm doing it accidentally. So I've been told it like because I feel like I'm like what Jana was saying. So I feel like I'm giving someone a good perspective. Like they say something and I'm like, oh, I need to tell it. This is my blast, right? But it comes out and then the person feels shamed And to me, I think I'm giving them a perspective of like they need to know this because they won't be happy if they go down this kind of thought process. So if they share an opinion of like, oh, this person da 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 da, I'll be like, no, that's not good because think about this da da da. And but for the FI, it is shaming because it's kind of like with TI, like they're tied to that judgment of what they express. And to me, I think I'm just like, oh, they should know this. Like it's a good perspective, but I am kind of making them feel bad, and I don't notice it until I'm told, like, whoa, like you just why are you making me feel so bad or why are you shaming me? I'm like, oh shit, that I accidentally did that, but I don't know. I feel like it just happens accidentally, but I feel like I'm giving a good perspective, but it is also shitting on the fact that they had that opinion in the first place, and I'm
I see. Okay.
disregarding it. So it's like what TEs do with TI kind of thing.
Yeah.
So Melissa always had or already had something to say as well. I think it also depends on masculine FI versus feminine FI. Masculine FI might be more likely to write you off if you aren't on board. So this is, I guess, talking about the earlier in the conversation where we were talking about like lining up with people's FI and having them reject you if you're not on the same board, right? But
yeah, good double
masculine FI
be
may be more likely to write you off if you're not on board, but feminine FI will write you off if you hurt them. How do y'all feel about that? I didn't try to. I have no idea if that's.
No, I'd have to ask. I'd have to ask someone with those functions. I have no idea what they do.
Because I feel like for me, that's when I write people off. Is when I feel like when somebody's intentionally, like malicious towards me, that's when that's when the FE turns off.
Yeah, they're done. That's
and you
the
can
thing,
tell
yeah.
like when something's an accident. But you feel like somebody like jabbed you on purpose, then it's like I'm not.
They're done because it's very much like because I can't attack them. The only way I can react is to turn it off. You know?
Yeah, it's like you don't want to attack. That's still against
You don't
your
wanna-
FE, right? Like me, I don't want to attack you. I don't want to waste my time attacking. It feels wrong, but like I don't want to like spend the energy on you anymore because you're not worth it.
Yeah,
right? That's
yeah,
kind of
exactly.
Because it does take energy to FE, right?
It
like
does.
My natural way of going about things is to like do the FE sort of things, being nice to people. Like I generally treat everyone nice. Like, but like
you're giving.
If you then try to come at me, then I'm just not gonna give you that.
I'm not gonna waste. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're gonna get whatever TI has for you.
Yeah.
If you said something stupid, and TI says that was stupid, it's gonna come directly out.
That was stupid.
There's no more FE filter there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's so interesting.
But I'm never like trying, like, okay, I'm gonna say something mean to him. Like, no, if I happen to say something mean, then meh.
Yeah,
that's
their significance just matters so little that whatever comes out. Yeah.
It's like, you no longer have an FE advocate for you at this point.
I can see what she's saying. I can see what she's saying. I think with the masculine, I remember like Dave and Shanna said, like, if you don't like In-N-Out Burger, we don't like you. You know,
which is so weird. It's just a fucking fast food restaurant. I'm afraid to give them any of my opinions now.
I know.
Yeah, In-N-Out isn't even that great. Like, come on, let's be honest. Like, it's nice. It's a cool place. The food
I'd be careful once you put that out there. Now your relationship is done with them, dude.
I think, like, here's the thing. I think they've been FE swayed into thinking that In-N-Out Burger is better than all the places because In-N-Out Burger, at least the one I experienced, is super FE. They're like, "Hey, how are you doing today, sir?" Oh, they were like, "Dude, it was great. Like, the place was super nice. People were overly friendly. Everything worked great." And then you got the food, and you're like, "This is actually even worse than McDonald's. Like, everything's soggy. Like, this is the meat is small as fuck." I was like, but the FE was there, so I don't know. Like, In-N-Out Burger. Look, okay, this is one restaurant I had. Maybe they came to Texas. It's
no, I had the same thing because
the same thing for you.
Yeah, the same thing. We don't have In-N-Out Burger here. So when I was like travel to the West, I'd heard all these great things, and I go to it, and I'm like, "What is this?" You know,
special. Like, the food is nothing special. The
So
place
maybe-
is great. No, the vibe of the place is awesome. Like it's a
Yeah.
really cool place. But like the food you get is like this is like shit I would get for lunch in high school. Like this is
Oh
not
my god.
anything special.
Maybe because of you guys' functions, you could see through the FE.
SEFE. We know the
Yeah,
value
you
on
can
the
see
spectrum,
through it.
especially you, Jenna. That's her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She.
Yeah. That's so good.
They were swayed by the FE. They don't realize it. They were tricked into thinking In-N-Out Burger was good because of how cool the people were, right? And how well the business was run.
That's true. Yeah.
But then they shit on Chick-fil-A.
Is that that's
Chick-fil-A
popular,
is
right?
much better
Yeah,
than
Chick-fil-A is
In-N-Out
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Burger. It's way better
I've
than
heard good
In-N-Out Burger.
things.
The
I've
food
heard
is
a
way
lot of
better.
good things.
Yeah, okay, maybe they fuck up their order more often, but at least the fucked up order is still more superior than In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah. Oh my god. I do really want to try both though, so I
You
can
should.
experience, what.
Yeah, come to the States. I'm going back to the States in April. Come hang out if you want to take a
April.
trip. Yeah.
Interesting. I'm gonna write that down.
Write that down. So like, I'm from Texas originally, and it's super fucking hot in the summer. So I'm going. Like Jana knows she's from your. Well, I don't want to say where you're from on stream. We're from the south as well. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going there in April when it's nice weather and stuff.
Oh.
And,
Hey,
Yeah,
where
that's
where you're from, they have a big OP group there, so you'll have to
yeah.
everybody
I
together.
wanted to see. Well, Leon was there, but he's gone. An ENTP guy. What's his name? Younger dude.
Aziz.
Cease.
Assis is
Yeah.
down there. Oh, he's actually near my hometown. He's like 5 minutes
Yeah.
away from where I grew up.
Yeah.
That's
They
cool.
had if you look on Discord, they had a meetup over the weekend where they all went to the fair together.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll have to come visit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to fly down as well, Jenna. Love to see you. Come hang
Yeah,
out.
that would be awesome. We've been talking to Emily is around that area too, so we've been talking about doing a southeast get together. So maybe that's the perfect time when you
Oh,
fly
and Ikram
in.
just said something as well. Yeah, Ikram, come down. I think you're like way up north though, I think. But like come on down. We would love to see you. I'm sure you would enjoy Texas. I think I'm gonna go to Austin. I'm not from Austin, but I'm gonna go to Austin some point because it's just the best place to be in Texas. Maybe we can have a giant Austin meetup. It'd be super cool.
Yeah, that would be
Also-
cool.
New Orleans is also pretty cool, but Austin is definitely cooler.
See,
It's
we were
music
talking
capital
about
of the
doing the New Orleans meetup because I'm actually on the coast, so doing the Texas and then the East Coast, we all meet in New Orleans. That would be fun.
Yeah, we might be able to make. There's a lot of people I have to visit when I come back.
Oh.
Definitely going to Austin. We'll see if New Orleans is a thing, but New Orleans would also be cool.
Yeah.
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 Heads up, I'll probably go in like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you got it. Let's take one more shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get my drink.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, we can meet in person. That would be awesome. And
I
have, like,
know.
one thing.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it would make up for the Netherlands mishap.
That's oh my god, that's a crazy story, man. Oh gosh.
It was an interesting night. Like so we called the ambulance the first time to get the people to come talk to her or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And we were like, we had one of our friends tracking her, and then she lost her. And so the ambulance came, and we're like, sorry, we don't know where the person is. And so we're like, okay. And then we have them, maybe she's over here. So we had the ambulance drive over there. And like, sorry, she's not here. And the ambulance was like, yo, just call us when you have her in a certain location and we'll come help. And so like we had to call them 3 times. Eventually on the 3rd time, we got her cornered, but it was like
Oh god, man. And then to stay up half the night and not be able to make your flight in the morning, that had to suck though too.
yeah, it did. I still feel bad about it because I feel like I should have just toughed it out and just made sure I got up on time.
Dude, that was
And,
I think that was a very, very, very okay situation not to come. Like
yeah, wow.
it was fine. And we're gonna have an OP meetup soon, I think anyways in Europe, because
Let's
it
do
went down so well that I think people would be up for something sooner.
Yeah, I would hope so. Because I mean, a lot of us have formed like friendships over this whole thing. Like Jana, I would consider you a friend. Like
Yeah, definitely.
obviously, Manny, you're a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
I would love
that's
to
why.
see y'all in person. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't even, my demon consume, I don't even watch YouTube videos for a long time. So actually for me staying like practically this whole time to watch you guys, you guys are friends.
Yeah.
yeah. So
compliment,
no. That's actually really good to hear. That's good to hear.
Definitely.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
I don't know.
I forgot.
Are you going to?
If I were T, I could tell you what you're about to say.
Yeah.
Hey, to your demons, you're going to channel change on us. At least, instead of us channel changing on you, you channel change on us.
Oh yeah, you can look at we can do one last question maybe from
Yeah.
the topics.
One
maybe.
last question. Jana, you can pick. Oh no, Jana can't see. Oh god, I'm causing chaos.
That's
I love how you're like, that's good, and I'm just like, oh no.
No, it's good. It's good. It's your demon. You have to do it.
Yeah.
Do some chaos. Yeah.
So there's talk about differences with play. What are some good and bad things about our quadra? Maybe ask about our relationship with another IP.
What are some good or bad things about our quadra is good? Because that includes Jana too. Yeah, so yeah, that's the question. What are some good and bad things about our quadra? Who wants to go first?
We can't fucking brainstorm, man. We just can't fucking do it. You want to bounce ideas off each other? No. You'll have your idea, the other person will have their idea. And that's it.
I mean, it's the
you
thing.
Can't NT in real time. That's the problem, I think.
Isn't that true though? Like in my head, I'm like, brainstorming is kind of this is the thing. So Jono was like, NT externally is you think as you're interacting with people.
Yeah.
And that's what perplexed me, because I was like, surely you have your idea and then you bring it out, kind of thing, But like apparently no, like there is the opposite. It's just dude, I can't.
It's like it's especially hard in my like work environment because it's like IT, so it's a very like TE environment where it's like, let's come up with ideas together. And whenever my manager's like, I'm like, fuck shit, or not my manager, actually it's the manager above my manager that does it, but it's like, I'm like, I can't, because like for me to do that, I have to go internal, and when I'm internal, you don't exist. You know what I mean? So I can't it's hard to go back from what you're saying back here and then back to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like I don't have an automatic like another example is like we were on a trip in Croatia, like a company retreat thing, and we had this thing where we had to build a boat together, and I was like, fucking TE activity,
team building.
Yeah, team building bullshit. And so we had a group of 9 fucking people, which is way too many people. We had these materials and we had to come up with a floating raft that would beat the other team's rafts. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, oh, okay, I have to just shit out bullshit ideas out. And I would just keep shitting out the worst ideas ever because I thought it was tea. And I'm really bad at it. So they're like, no, I don't think that'll work. I'm like, okay. What I needed to come up with the raft was to walk away from them and then to just
think about it. Yeah. This is the thing.
But like when I'm there, my brain doesn't work.
This is the problem. If we do TE, we come up with worse ideas than they do.
Yeah,
we do. You know what I mean? Like they can do it that way in a competent way. Like I'm so incompetent if I try to do it that way.
Totally.
It's like there's no point. There's no point in me being here. I may as well just go away for a bit and come up with a better solution. I don't know.
That's the biggest. So it's our biggest weakness, I think, is NT play.
But the thing is, sometimes we come up with this greatest solution. It takes us a while to come up with it, and we're ready to share it with everybody, and then it gets crapped all over. Like that's the worst part, or at least with me for Demon TI.
Yeah.
That's really hard.
No, that is hard.
It's gonna be it's going to hurt me as much as it hurts you, but I think it's like the reaction is different. For me, if they crap on it and be like, oh, they're fucking idiots.
Yeah.
As they crap on it, it's going to hurt. Like, it would be like, well, fuck, was it a bad idea?
I trusted them to.
Yeah. I would be more arrogant about it, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
But still, it hurts though. Like you're like, hey, like this took a lot of time. Could you at least give it some respect? Like, yeah, if you don't agree with it or if you see flaws, that's fine. But at least put some FE on it and be like, hey.
Exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, because that's it. That's
at least respect that I'm putting something personal out there and not showing it.
That's all I care about. Like, because we had that realization together where we said that on stream, where all you need to do is talk with me with respect, because if you don't, then I feel like I don't want to help you with anything. And then
don't give me blunt TE talk. Realize that this took maybe this is a good or a bad idea, doesn't matter, but at least
do the social game. And then in the Netherlands trip, it was me, Forrest, and Felix, and we were bonding on the same idea of like,
Yeah.
if the person doesn't say it nicely, I don't care. Like
Yeah.
that's it. That's the rule. Say it nicely or I don't care.
Because like with us, like if for us not to say something nicely, what does that mean? That generally means we don't like the person, right?
Yes.
So like it's hard, even though they don't mean it that way, it's hard for us to take it with offense. Like you couldn't just like said that a little bit nicer. Holy shit, man! Like Jesus, like if you're just like, no, that's wrong. That won't ever work. It's like
Yeah.
you could no say that a bit nicer. Be like, maybe I don't understand fully. I think maybe this doesn't work in this area. Like
Yes.
come out with like
just something. Yeah, something. Because
'Cause
even
it-
that both. Even the
Because the
thing
thing
I
is,
said,
even if you're
even what I
whether you're
said to you
demon TI
today.
or savior TI, if somebody pokes at it, you feel like it's like you're
Yeah. Even today,
even with savior TI, it feels like you're stupid. The only difference is the reaction is like, no, you're stupid. But like it feels like you're being called stupid either way.
Yeah, even today with me, I appreciated you were doing that with me. I was like, that's good, that's nice of you. Because when I said oh, let's use my phone, and you were thinking, oh, I'm gonna use my data, that would have seemed so stupid. But you were still nice about it because you were still like,
So
oh,
I
that
thought when you said that you had unlimited data, or else
yeah,
you
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
have that. And then you said you had data, and it was like, oh, okay. Well, let me make sure, like, because the thing is, I had the same thing happen to me where my internet went out and I had to do a Zoom call, and then my internet, like, it sucked up all my data. I didn't know that. I was like, okay, maybe he hasn't done that before. It's like, okay,
Yeah, okay,
it's probably gonna suck up your
fair.
data,
Yeah, fair enough. I was just like, okay, you said that in a nice way,
Yeah.
because I cleared it up because I was like, oh, I'm gonna use my Wi-Fi, but in that situation, it seemed like I was an idiot. So you could have just been like, that's not gonna work, but you just kind of said it in a nice way, like you were just like, oh, I don't know if that would work. That didn't really work for me. Like it's like
Yeah, it was coming from that. I was like, okay, like, like maybe he doesn't know that, like, it'll suck it out because he hasn't been.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a good point on showing what FE is. It's not always just about making feel good. Like you can see the vision, like you guys have the same goal in mind. So you want to try to get that. And I think that's what FE is. And you could say it in a nice way because you're all trying to get to the same goal. When you realize you can get to the same goal, it's much easier to get to the TI and bring things up, and it doesn't feel like it's
totally.
poking.
Yeah. So it's like always, I think when FEs are communicating, you're always sending signals to each other. You're sending these little FE communications.
Yeah,
like what you said, we're on the same team. And like when you do that is you have your message, but you encode it in like the FE niceness, right?
Yeah.
To show respect and to show that like, hey, we're good and that I like you and that we're, whatever. But when that coding is stripped off and it's just bare of that, that's
me versus
when
you.
we do that means we don't like you. When we take the off, that means fuck you. You know what I mean? So it's like
Ikram and I were talking over the weekend about TE because she was wanting to like, how is the TE and FE different? And I said, hey, I don't mind doing the things if we can get the vibe right or going down there in the TI. But hers like with the TE, she's saying like, listen, we just need to get things done and then you can feel good. But I'm like, especially with me with FE first, if you just want to get the things done and you're mean about it, like I can't get things done,
True,
yeah, totally.
Right.
Yeah, the vibe throws off your ability to get it done.
Exactly.
Because I think like also figuring out how it's going to be done, you have to be in a certain presence of mind.
Yeah.
And if you're in a presence of mind of where you feel like things are combative and not like peaceful, then good luck. Like being able to really come up with good ideas and being able to function.
Exactly.
Right? Like, I feel like,
If
I feel like I'm in a space where like we're all good and we're all friends, then we can do anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can disagree, and you can do your TI or show things, and you don't feel bad about it. But
exactly. There's a weird sense of like I'm not valued in this setting, so it's like there's a disconnect. Everything after doesn't matter because the value is off. Like I'm not.
Exactly.
So everything just goes to
the. And that's what like FE is doing subtly. It's like communicating you're valued.
Yeah. That's
it's not buying a fucking fruitcake for somebody or whatever the fuck. Like,
nobody's ever getting a fruit basket from me.
I've never given. Yeah, exactly. There's ways that you phrase things, and there's certain even like body language that you give in order to communicate that, right? Like that's kind of like what
Yeah.
FE is doing. So it's a lot more subtle than like I think what people realize. Like you're,
Yeah.
it's
Because you don't see the work, you don't see it. Because I think with TE you do see the work. It's like the most like, hey, I got this done. With FE, and I think Jana, like you can probably talk about this. It's like a lot of work, but it's subtle. It's like things you not noticing is what makes it successful. It's like it should
Hmm.
work incognito. Like you just feel good, and it's the vibe. It's like it just is, you know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's kind
it's
of the story of my life too.
yeah.
That's true. But yeah, it's like people not noticing what I've done or not thinking I'm doing the work, or like being a CPA in the CPA firm I used to be at. They were like, "What do you do all day? What do you do all day?" But when I finally left, it took 3 people to replace me because
Mhm.
they couldn't
Yeah.
see like all the work that I was doing wasn't just,
Mhm.
it's not 8 hours of
It's
spreadsheets every
yeah.
day. It's a lot of other work working with the clients and doing that. But also the firm I'm at right now with my FE and being able to set the vibe, I'm able to get them to move and do a lot more
Mhm.
work than they were with other people. And
Yeah.
people, you're right, it's just people don't see the FE
You don't
work that
see
goes on it because it's not 8 hours of spreadsheet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. And we're social animals, so it's like you can get the most out of people through FE. Like that
Mm-hmm.
is, and it's subtle. It's so subtle. It's like the best FE people to me, I'm like they scare me because I'm like the way they act is in a subtle way. It's like you can't see it coming. So it's like if they wanted to manipulate, they could. So like for some people, I'm like wary of them just because I'm aware of how good they are at that. So I'm like,
FE is like actually very, very sophisticated. If you really dig down into it, like people see like being Savior TI as like a smart thing. There's like a
yeah,
crazy intelligence to FE as well.
it's
That
yeah,
like is like there's a
yeah,
fucking a lot to it, and it's
yeah,
like it's just as powerful as TI, like honestly, or even more
yeah,
powerful, I would say.
yeah. It
But
feels like
Ikram
TI.
brings up like a good point where it's like it's something. So I had an ex that was lead FI, and this was kind of the thing where she would never show you like what you meant to her, and you kind of had to intuit that, or you kind of had to just believe it. But it's like it's a constant. It's such a. I think Ikram, correct me if I'm wrong. It's such a strong and constant feeling in yourself. You feel like you don't need to express it because I feel like it's almost like obvious, right? Like,
Mhm.
and you sometimes you forget to show it. So I feel like maybe that's where like the FE doesn't come out because I feel like, well, duh, like I have these feelings, or duh, I respect you, or duh, or whatever. It's like, why do I have to show that necessarily? And I wonder if that's like a big part of the issue. But
Yeah, and the reverse for me can be a little bit sad because I'm like, oh, I'm doing all these little things, but this person doesn't notice.
Yes.
Like I'm like, you should, but like people with FE might notice it, but I'm like, if I want someone with FI to really like, I'm like, I really care about you, so I'm doing all these tiny subtle things. But if they don't pick it up, then I'm like, fuck, you know. It feels not offended, but like, oh man, like feels like not a waste, but just like it didn't matter. So I'm like, fuck, it should have, but
yeah.
it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes, I felt that with advice.
yeah. But okay, I should probably go
Manny,
now.
yeah, I was about to say, Manny, you gotta go, or are you
This
good?
is yeah, yeah. All right, this was. I guess you guys will still hang out, but this was fun. Everyone was great. The common people were great. This was fun.
Dude, it was good doing it again. We'll have to do it more often. It's been almost a year.
Yeah, I
But
know,
now
dude.
you're done with your thesis now, right? Or
Yeah, I'm done with that shit. It's done.
so what's next then? Like you're still in
Just
school, or are you
job
gonna get back?
searching.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm looking
Hey,
for.
maybe find something in Berlin. Yeah, coming out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, thing is, I would go, but because as soon as you're in a
Well,
relationship,
psychology is tough to find here. But yeah, you have a girlfriend as well. Should she also?
yeah, that's the main thing because you have to. It's two decisions coming into
Yeah,
one,
I
but
feel you. Yeah, yeah.
it'd be cool though.
But she is
Yeah,
SC, so maybe you have some.
yeah, that's true. I'm FI though,
She might
so
be ready to leave England for a while, actually.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But we'll see. So I'm in the job hunt at the moment, so just doing that and just hanging out, you know, good times.
Sweet. All right. Well, let's like
All right.
let's set up another
Yeah, for sure.
another
For
Prickles and
sure.
Good one of these. I'll
Yeah,
get
this
some more
was
stuff.
fun.
Yeah.
It was
Another
great
one.
getting Jana on. This
Yeah,
was fun.
Yeah,
this is
Jenna,
great.
you're our first guest we've
Glad you
had.
came
actually.
on.
I know. Well, this is actually the first, well, only the second YouTube video I did. You know, we did our SF Play one day.
Ah,
You know,
this is only the
Yeah,
second
I
one,
remember
really.
that.
Oh,
yeah,
wow,
this is
okay.
only
I'm
the second.
surprised.
I mean,
I
I've been
loved it.
asked, but I haven't been like, I haven't, you know.
Oh, you never did like
Oh.
Benjamin's channel.
Benjamin asked before, and I said, you know,
Oh.
he will be my first interview when I get around to it. Because I was like, you know, being sleep last, I've had a lot to process, so I didn't want to get on and say a lot of
yeah.
crap. But now I've done, you know, talked so much on the Discord VC and stuff, and now I think I'm getting to the point where I'm going to be ready.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. You should
I
if you have time. Like Benjamin's, I was on Benjamin. This is my
Yeah.
first video as well, and it's actually
Yeah.
really fun to be on there. And if
Uh-huh.
you come on, you don't have to know all the answers on there. He'll help you
Yeah.
process.
Yeah, yeah. I think
I think
I'm.
he actually likes doing that. So yeah.
He's very
Right.
chill. It's so chill. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do feel a bit special that we're your second
Yes.
video.
Fun. I'm glad. Yeah.
No, it's cool. Yeah, this
Yeah.
was fun. Yeah, this was awesome, guys. I hope the rest of the evening is good for you guys and all the people in the comments. And peace out.
All right, Benny. Love you,
Thanks,
brother.
man.
See you next time.
Bye. Bye, Manny. I should probably be going too. And you've been on this for 4 hours. I've got to host on Discord. I'm hosting a class discussion at 8:00. So
Wait, what time is it now?
it's 7:20 here.
Oh shit. Okay, so at
Yeah.
wow. Okay, it's a late one. It's at 2:30 my time. Or wait,
Yeah, it's 2:30. Oh my god.
it's well, no wait, it's 1:30, so it'd be 2:30.
Oh.
Well, wait, what time is it now?
It's 7:20 Eastern.
Ah, okay, so it's in like 40 minutes. And then,
Yeah.
okay.
But and you've got to like, are you working tomorrow?
Nope.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'm actually under the weather at the moment, so.
And then you're drinking tonight didn't help. That
Yeah,
much.
well, I mean, you can be sick and still, do a podcast, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Hey,
You
I
have to sit
remember.
here and drink alcohol. It's not too taxing.
Hey, I remember getting sick when I was a kid and getting hot toddies. So hey,
Oh, you had those? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so one thing before we quit, I had a boxing coach, and he had like this crazy remedy for when he had a cold. Let me tell you what it was. It was
okay.
he'd have a tall glass. Half the glass would be rum, and the other half would be NyQuil. And then he'd put a peppermint in it. Wait, yeah. And then he would drink that entire fucking thing, and he would never have a cold again after that.
Are you serious?
That was
Oh my god.
he actually recommended that to me. He's like,
Did you try it?
No, fuck. That would even NyQuil, like even one cap, like messes me up. I couldn't imagine.
I was about to say, I know.
But he was totally serious. The dead stranger, like, now what you need to do is get you a tall glass, half full of rum, or half full of NyQuil. Put your peppermint in it for sweetness. You'll be healed right up. I'm like, I don't think that's gonna heal me. I think that's gonna make me so fucked up that I wouldn't even know if I was sick or.
I know. I guess that's the point.
Oh my god. But yeah, hot toddy. It does help. I don't think it actually helps, but it helps with the symptoms at least.
Yeah,
It probably doesn't help your immune system much, but
No, but yeah,
it's hard
I
to feel sick on the hot toddy.
No, I know. I think I had some good memories as young, doing them. But yeah, so they can be helpful.
Yeah.
I was
this
glad.
coach also recommended raw eggs, so he had a lot of interesting things to recommend.
He also recommended what?
Raw eggs, like in Rocky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'll tell you what, put you a couple raw eggs in the glass, it opens up your lungs, puts the wind in your belly. Like,
oh my god. Yeah, that God, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, the old boxing coaches, they're they have their old boxing student. He was a great coach though. He's actually amazing, but yeah, he had some interesting stuff to say sometimes.
About to say, and you got the Texas accent down perfectly,
Well, yeah, that was his. He had an interesting accent. That was like, yeah, he had almost like a Hank Hill sort of thing going. Damn it, Bobby! God damn it! They were whacking it in the tool shed, that sort of thing.
Oh God.
But yeah, okay. Well, I'll let you get to your event.
Yes.
And but yeah, thank you so much for coming out. It's good to speak
You're
with you again.
welcome. Yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while, so it's great talking to you again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thanks for inviting me. It's been fun.
Yeah,
glad I could
great.
get to play. Yeah.
You're welcome to come on again. Ikram, I hope if you're still listening, hope you'll come on sometime as well. And thanks everyone for watching. Love you guys, and see you next time.
Thanks, Dave. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, guys.